Am I audible? So the guest has arrived and he'll be shortly joining us. So I would like all the online participants to just wait for a few minutes. We'll be shortly starting the meeting. I request the online participants to keep your speaker in mute. I request all the participants to stand up and clap while the guests are arriving. We have a standing ovation, and please clap. A round of applause for the guests who have already arrived. Raise the hand to the guests. Good morning. On behalf of, like the guests to please take a seat. Dignitaries, yes. A very warm welcome to one and all here. We begin the event by lighting the lamp. May I request all the dignitaries to come forward and light the lamp and invoke the blessing of the Almighty. Yeah, thank you. A big hand once again, and thank you so much. Yeah, please sit down. Please sit down. Yeah. Thank you. A very, very big hand to all of them who have graced the occasion by lighting the lamp. As we see, our guest of honor, our chief guest, and director, principal, sir, vice principal, who are all there. Thank you so much. Now I request our principal to escort the guests on the stage, please. Please. Thank you so much. Thank you, one and all. On behalf of Hindi Vidya Prachar Sabha, RG College of Arts and Science and Commerce, Autonomous and IQAC, a very warm welcome to all the dignitaries on the stage and off the stage, faculties, colleagues, and participants for the two-day national webinar on transforming higher educational institution, aligning with the new education policy. A warm welcome to one and all everyone. Thank you, and now I call upon the first year student Gayatri to recite the Saraswati Vandanam. Hello. Sani sa ga ma pa ni sa Sani ga ma re sa He Saraswati Veera He Saraswati Veera तुलावंदितो सदैव आवी दोनी कर जोड़ी तुलावंदितो सदैव आवी दोनी कर जोड़ी सकल कलांची तूच स्वामिनी तू अस संजीवनी पामर आम्ही ज्ञान देवते लीन तुझा चरणी पामर आम्ही ज्ञान
सदैवागी दोन्ही कर जोडली धवल वसन साजे अंकी वीणा सुमधुर वाजे धवल वसन मयूरा साजे अंकी वीणा सुमधुर वाजे किरीट मस्तकी रत्नमण्यांचा शोभे तुझे स्वामिनी किरीट मस्तकी रत्नमण्यांचा शोभे तुझे स्वामिनी तुला वंदितो सदैवागी दोन्ही कर जोडली तुला वंदितो सदैवागी दोन्ही कर जोडली दोन्ही कर जोडली दोन्ही कर जोडली
Thank you so much, Gayatri. Every country reforms its education system according to its national values and goals. The end goal is to make sure its youth is future ready. Keeping this constantly in mind, our college has organized the two-day national webinar on transforming higher education institution, aligning with the new education policy, to explore and understand the new education. Here, I call upon our principal, Dr. Himanshu, to welcome the audience and sir.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Respected chief guest for today's inaugural function and the keynote speaker for our webinar, Professor Dr. Nitin Karmalkar, former Honorable Vice Chancellor of Savitribai Phule Pune University. Our guest of honor for this morning, Shenendra Ganfule, State Spokesperson, Government of Maharashtra. Mentor for many of us, principal of this institute for almost 2 decades, and now the director of Hindi Vidya Prachar Samiti, the governing body of the college, Principal Dr. Usha Mukundan, coordinator of my vibrant IQAC, Dr. Bhushan Arikar sir, my vice principal colleagues in the college, Dr. Sneha Deuskar, looking after departmental associations and student promotion, Dr. Kiran Kolvankar, looking after quality research at 9 research centers on the campus and also creating a space for entrepreneurship dreams fulfillment through the Institutional Council of Innovation. Major Praveen Nayak, Controller of Examination and Gymkhana Activities. My former IQAC coordinator, Dr. Seema Ratnapathy. Respected principals from different colleges of the Mumbai, respected IQAC coordinators from different colleges, my IQAC committee members and also the IQAC members of other colleges, my teacher colleagues at RJ and teacher colleagues from other colleges, student, some invited parents, and across the country, by online mode, the delegates who have joined this two-day national webinar on transforming higher education institutes in alignment with the NEP 2020 being organized by the IQAC of our college, sponsored by NEP in this Diamond Jubilee year of our college. I, as a principal, the first teacher, send you a very warm welcome this morning. We have come a long way, but we know that we still have a very long way to go. A college that was started by an ordinary postman by collecting 4 annas, 8 annas from the public, with 1 teacher and 12 students. Today, at UG level, we have a strength of 6,684 students, at PG around 2000, and at PhD 9 PhD centers accommodating close to 50 students on this campus. Being humble, being compassionate, and being a visionary is in our fabric, and we wish to have your blessings for the same. Father of the nation, Mahatma Gandhi said that education is a process of character building and thereby building of the nation. That reminds us of the parampara of Guru Shishya, where Shishya used to acquire knowledge from Guru and then used to spend the day with Guru and the family, then learning the real lessons of the life, the art of living, the commerce trading through the agriculture and buying, and also learning the science of being together, importance of sustainability, importance of self-sustaining. New education policy, according to me, is not much different than this Shishya Guru Parampara. But we do have some questions in mind as to when, what, and how. We at IQAC have therefore arranged this 2-day webinar where we shall make a sincere attempt to search the solutions and to get an answer to these 3 questions with the experts which have agreed to come on this campus. With this positive note, I once again extend a very warm welcome to the dignitaries on the dais, dignitaries off the dais, dignitaries who are offline, and dignitaries who are joined online. My registration committee tells me that we have a registration of close to 219. So I think these 219 are the new members forever of RJ College. Thank you very much, everyone, for being here. Thank you.
Thank you so much, sir. Caring, positive, empowering, committed, and dedicated to her profession. It gives me immense pleasure to invite our director, Dr. Usha Mukundan, ma'am, to address the gathering and brief us about the session. Thank you.
नमस्कार। हिंदी विद्या प्रचार समिति द्वारा संचालित राम निरंजन झुंझुनवाला कॉलेज में आप सभी का मैं स्वागत करती हूँ, अभिनंदन करती हूँ, अभिवादन करती हूँ। Highly respected chief guest for today's morning, former Vice Chancellor, Savitribai Phule University, Pune, Professor Dr. Nitin Karmakar sir. Hearty welcome to you to this premises. The guest of honor, Shri Mahendra Ganfule sir, Maharashtra Government State's spokesperson, Principal of the college, Dr. Himanshu Davda, my esteemed colleagues on the dais, and I put it in one word, all lifelong learners. Because the very fact that all of you have come here, it shows that each one of us is a lifelong learner and we all are students for life. On behalf of the Samiti and on my own behalf, on behalf of the Junjanwala College, I extend a very warm welcome to each one of you. I am from that generation who is from the old course. So I've seen the transition from the regular 11th standard, then 4 years of undergraduation, and then PG, then 10+2. And I put it like this, गाड़ी जेव्हा पटरी बदलते, थोडी खडखड होते, मग नंतर आपण सुरळीत चालायला लागतो. Only thing I feel we are all looking at somewhere the driver in the engine, and we have 2 very eminent personalities. And मी सरांना साहजिक विचारलं, सर आपण कुलगुरू होता, कसं होतं? Sir being a teacher, he said, yes, I liked it. So that shows in whatever position you are, if you are ready to change and you are looking forward for the transformation, which is the only thing which is permanent, I think then there should be no problem. Sir, I can assure you that each and every teacher or whoever is a policy maker has been trained by some teacher. And teachers are the one who adapt to any change easily. Putting it in one word, teachers are resilient. Only they need a little bit of mentorship, a little hand holding, and I'm very sure we will take or steer the nation ahead. With this, I once again extend a very warm welcome. It's a very packed sessions And we have very eminent people who will be talking to you on each of the aspects of NEP. And let us take, it is also going to be interactive in the second half. So those of you who have questions can ask, those who have joined online can put it in the chat box so that you all have something to take back to your own institutions. For this, once again, a very warm welcome to each one of you. And I thank Sir and the family of Junjanwala College. Welcome.
Thank you so much, ma'am. Now, I request our principal, sir, and our director, Usha ma'am, principal and the dignitaries on the stage to chief guest of the day, as well as the guest of honor. May you do the honors, sir, please. A big round of applause. Thank you, ma'am. Once again, a big hand to the dignitaries on the stage. Yes. Now we are felicitating our guest of honor. Thank you so much, sir. Thank you, one and all. We have the fruit basket, which is also handed over to our guest of honor. Thank you. Now we move on to the guest introduction. IQAC is the backbone of every college. It's my pleasure to invite the IQAC coordinator, Professor Dr. Bhushan Arekar, to introduce the guest of honor for today, Shri Mahendra Ganfule, State Spokesperson of Government of Maharashtra.
Namaskar, sir. Shri Mahendra Ganfule ji is the state spokesperson for Government of Maharashtra. To speak about his academic credentials, Mahendra Ganfule ji is a BSc and B.Ed in the subject of chemistry. From June 1988, Sir has been appointed as principal of Guruvarya Eknath Govindev Prashala Boripur Taluka, Junnar. Sir has been the secretary and president of Junnar Taluka Principal Association. He was also the editor of Pune District Principal Association newsletter. Sir is presently working as spokesperson of Maharashtra State Secondary and Higher Secondary School Principals Association. Sir has been the member of Class 11 and 12 Evaluation Drafting Committee, which was set up by the government in the year 2019. He was the head of Evaluation Plan Committee. Sir has also worked as Class 10 Science Paper Setter Guide and currently heading the Question Paper and Model Answer Scrutiny Committee. During COVID-19, Sir has done an online presentation for preparation of 10th and 12th results when the exam did not take place. He is also in the editing committee for senior and selection category and also involved in the creation of school records and record book in the field of online video production. Sir has published academic articles in various reputed newspapers. He has presided over the 61st session of the State Principals Association held on 6th and 7th November 2022 at Ahmednagar. He's member in the new education policy drafting committee and has a 35 years of service as principal. Welcome, sir. We are eager to hear your views on what is the state policy about views on new education policy.
हिमांशु धावडा, उषा मुकुंद मॅडम आणि सर्व प्रिन्सिपल. माझं प्रेझेंटेशन इंग्रजीमध्ये आहे, पण डिस्क्रिप्शन किंवा जे काही याच्या संदर्भातले महत्वाचे मुद्दे ते मात्र मी मराठीतून सांगणार आहे. मी मराठीमध्ये कम्फर्टेबल असेल म्हणून मी काही मुद्दे मराठीमध्ये बोलेल, परंतु व्हॅल्यू पॉईंट जे आहेत ते सर्व पीपीटी मध्ये आपल्याला पाहायला मिळतील. NEP नॅशनल एज्युकेशनल पॉलिसी 1986 साली झालेला बदल मध्यंतरीच्या वेगवेगळ्या टप्प्यामध्ये आपल्यापर्यंत आला आणि शेवटच्या टप्प्यामध्ये आता आपल्याला या शैक्षणिक धोरणासंदर्भातलं हेडलाईन NEP 2020 या संदर्भामध्ये आपल्या समोर आहे. जरी 2020 असलं तरी मधल्या 2 वर्षामध्ये कोविडमुळे कोणतीही इम्प्लिमेंटेशन ऍप्लिकेशन झाली नाही असं आपल्याला जरी वाटत असलं तरी पॉलिसी बेस ज्या प्रोसिजर आहेत त्या प्रोसिजर बॅकग्राऊंडला सुरू होत्या आणि अजूनही त्या चालू आहेत. आणि त्याच्यातला अलीकडचा शेवटचा टप्पा म्हणजे जून 22 मध्ये याच्या संदर्भामध्ये 297 टास्क फोर्स तयार केले आणि या प्रत्येक टास्क फोर्सला आपापलं काम दिलेलं आहे आणि त्या टास्क फोर्सच्या गटाच्या रिकमेंडेशन नुसार इथून पुढची सगळी प्रोसेस सुरू आहे. NEPच्या 2-3 गोष्टी आपण स्वतः अनुभवलेल्या आहेत. त्या म्हणजे NEPचा झालेला सर्वे हा याच्या संदर्भातला होता. त्यानंतर विद्यार्थ्यांचं स्वागत करण्यासंबंधी आपल्याला शासनाच्या सूचना दिल्या होत्या, त्या सर्व याच उपक्रमाची निगडीत होत्या. परंतु प्रत्यक्षामध्ये या NEPचं ऍप्लिकेशनच्या बाबतीमध्ये जे काही अपेक्षित मुद्दे ते आपण या पीपीटीच्या माध्यमातून पाहणार आहोत. सर्वप्रथम एक गोष्ट मी क्लिअर करतो आहे की महाराष्ट्र राज्य माध्यमिक आणि उच्च माध्यमिक शाळा मुख्याध्यापक संघ महामंडळ नावाची एक संस्था आपल्या राज्यस्तरावरती काम करते आहे. त्या संस्थेचा प्रवक्ता या माध्यमातून मी दैनंदिन पेपरमध्ये जे काही शैक्षणिक विषय असतील त्याच्या संबंधी आर्टिकल देत असतो. आणि आत्ताचाच एक नवीन इश्यू म्हणून तुम्हाला सांगतो आहे की काल आणि आज सकाळ आणि लोकमत या 2 पेपरमध्ये 12वीच्या आणि 10वीच्या रिसीट वरती आलेलं जे वेळापत्रक आहे त्याच्या संबंधामध्ये चुकीच्या चर्चा सुरू आहेत. चुकीच्या चर्चा काय सुरू आहेत तर वेळापत्रक वेगळं दिसतंय आणि रिसीटवरच्या एंट्री वेगळ्या दिसतात.
मी वरती पण जाणार
परंतु त्याचं जे कॉर्डिनेशन आहे ते जर लक्षात घेतलं तर त्याच्यामध्ये कुठल्याही प्रकारची चूक नाही. जे आपल्याला प्रिंटेड वेळापत्रक पीडीएफच्या स्वरूपामध्ये बोर्डाच्या साईटवरती दिलेलं आहे ते करेक्टच आहे. विद्यार्थ्यांना जे आपण रिसीट प्रिंटआउट दिले आहे त्याच्यावरती जी माहिती आहे तिचा सिक्वेन्स हा सब्जेक्ट कोड नुसार आहे. सब्जेक्ट कोड आपण जर लक्षात घेतले तर त्या दिवशी कोणता म्हणजे त्या विषयाचा पेपर त्याच्या पुढं त्याची वेळ आणि टायमिंग हे दिलेलं आहे. हे जर कोरिलेशन समजून घेतलं तर 8 तारखेचा पेपर आधी का 6 तारखेचा पेपर आधी असं जे विनाकारण कन्फ्युजन आहे ते कन्फ्युजन आपल्या मनामध्ये नको. हा जो सिक्वेन्स आहे तो विद्यार्थ्यांनी निवडलेल्या सब्जेक्ट कोड नुसार आहे. म्हणजे कोणत्या विषयाचा पेपर कधी होईल हे आपण पेपरवरती क्लिअर आहे. आणि बोर्डाचं जे प्रिंटेड वेळापत्रक आहे तेच आहे, परंतु रिसीट वरती दिलेल्या वेळापत्रकामध्ये सिक्वेन्स जो आहे कॅलेंडर नुसार तो खालीवर आपल्याला दिसतोय, पण त्याचं कारण सब्जेक्ट कोडच्या सिरियल नुसार ते दिलेलं आहे. आणि अजून एक त्याच्यातली गोष्ट आहे ती म्हणजे आपल्या 10वी आणि 12वीच्या परीक्षेसाठी आता कॉपीमुक्त अभियानाच्या संदर्भामध्ये ज्या मीटिंग झाल्या त्यातली एक महत्वाची उपाययोजना सुचवली ती म्हणजे नो एंट्री आफ्टर द शेड्यूल्ड टाइम. आपला पेपर 11 वाजता सुरू होणार आहे, त्याच्या आधी अर्धा तास आपलं काम सुरू होतं क्लासरूम मधलं. त्यामुळं 11च्या पेपरला विद्यार्थ्यांनी 10:30 वाजताच क्लासरूम मध्ये ऍट एनी कॉस्ट येणं गरजेचं आहे. याचं कारण असं की ज्या काही कॉपी केसेस झाल्या त्या कॉपी केसेसचा रेफरन्स तो विद्यार्थी उशिरा आला, त्याच्या दरम्यान कुठून तरी त्याला पेपरचा रेफरन्स मिळाला आणि कॉपी केस घडल्या, हे जास्त पॉइंट आउट झालं. आणि म्हणून आपण हा नवीन नियम स्पष्ट केलेला आहे की 11चा पेपर असेल तर त्याला 10:30 हा रिपोर्टिंग टायमिंग दिलाय आणि 3 वाजता जो पेपर आहे त्याला 2:30 हा रिपोर्टिंग टायमिंग आहे. आणि तोच टायमिंग आपण रिसीट वरती दिलेला आहे. वेळापत्रकात 11 वाजता आहे पण रिसीटला 10:30 आहे, वेळापत्रकात 3 वाजता आहे पण आपल्या रिसीट वरती 2:30 हे टायमिंग आहे. एक छोटासा मुद्दा पेपरच्या संदर्भातला लक्षात आला म्हणून. नेक्स्ट प्लीज. NEPचे ऑब्जेक्ट काय आपल्याला दिलेले त्याच्यामध्ये संपूर्ण उद्दिष्ट जे ते ग्रॉस एनरोलमेंट रेशो वाढवणं, याचाच अर्थ जी शालाबाह्य मुलं आहे, शिक्षण प्रक्रियेपासून बाजूला गेलेली मुले, ती सर्व मुलं जास्तीत जास्त शिक्षण प्रक्रियेमध्ये येणं गरजेचं आहे. जागतिक स्तरावरती, देशाच्या स्तरावरती उच्च शैक्षणिक यंत्रणा निर्माण करणं हा देखील उद्देश त्याच्यामध्ये आहे. आणि ग्लोबल रँकिंग मध्ये आपण कुठेतरी टॉपला येणं हा त्याच्यातला मुख्य उद्देश आहे. आणि याच्यासाठी लागणारी जी काही पूर्वतयारी आहे ती सर्व पूर्वतयारी या NEPच्या ड्राफ्ट मध्ये आपल्याला दिली आहे. याच्यासाठी पुन्हा जे 2 पेपर प्रसिद्ध झालेले आहेत त्या पेपरच्या माध्यमातून देखील आपल्याला सर्व तपशील पाहायला मिळणार आहे. ओल्ड पॅटर्न आणि न्यू पॅटर्न याची थोडीशी तुलना या फ्रेम मध्ये आपल्याला दिसते आहे. आपण 86 ला किंवा त्याच्या आधीच्या अभ्यासक्रमामध्ये किंवा शिक्षण व्यवस्थेमध्ये ऐकत होतो ते म्हणजे जुनी 11वी, 10वी आपली रेग्युलर होण्याच्या आधी जुनी 11वी हा पॅटर्न होता. त्याचाच थोडासा वेगळा संदर्भ आपण इथं फक्त आता तुलनात्मक तक्त्यामध्ये पाहतोय. या ठिकाणी प्रेझेंट सिस्टीम आणि NEP याचं फ्रेम स्ट्रक्चर आपल्याला समोर पाहायला मिळतंय. आता याच्यातले झालेले जे बदल आहेत ते बदल आपण पाहतोय. वर्किंग सिस्टीम काय ते आपल्याला माहिती आहे. नवीन सिस्टीम मध्ये सगळ्यात पहिला जो बदल झालेला आहे तो फाउंडेशनल मध्ये. आतापर्यंत आपल्याकडं पूर्व प्राथमिक, या पूर्व प्राथमिकला आपल्या आपल्या परिसरामध्ये वेगवेगळी नावं आहेत. अंगणवाडी असेल, बालवाडी असेल, KG असेल, ज्युनियर KG, सिनियर KG, हे सगळे जे आहेत हे प्री प्रायमरीच्या गटामध्ये आहेत. परंतु आत्ताची परिस्थिती अशी की हा सगळा जो काही भाग आहे तो पूर्ण भाग हा अनकंट्रोल्ड आहे. याच्यावरती कोणाचंही कशाचंही नियंत्रण नाही. अंगणवाडीमध्ये, ज्युनियर KG मध्ये, सिनियर KG मध्ये मुलं गेली आणि तिथं काय शिकलं याचा आपण आउटपुट विचारायला गेलो तर मुळात कुठलाही फिक्स सिलेबस नाही, कुठलाही फिक्स चार्ट त्यांना नाही, जॉब चार्ट नाही. आणि त्यामुळं एक सहज उत्तर येतं की त्या ठिकाणी गेल्यानंतर मुलांनी काय केलं त्यापेक्षा मला माझा मुलगा, माझी मुलगी 4 तास 8 तास कुठेतरी सिक्युअर पाहिजे म्हणून मी त्या ठिकाणी सोडलं, एवढा एकमेव उद्देश त्याच्या पाठीमागे होता. आणि थोडस स्पष्ट बोलायचं झालं तर मुलं आली, थोडीशी खेळली, आणलेला टिफिन संपवला आणि बाय बाय केलं. एवढी सध्या परिस्थिती याची आहे. परंतु शिक्षणाचा हा जो मूलभूत पाया आहे तो मूलभूत पाया अधिक प्रभावी व्हावा याच्यासाठी या प्री प्रायमरी एज्युकेशन वरती शासनाने पूर्णपणे भर दिलेला आहे. आणि म्हणून याच्यासाठी रजिस्टर कोर्स SCRTच्या माध्यमातून होतो आहे. याच्यात एक BA मध्ये शिकलेला शब्द आपल्याकडे असेल, अमूर्ताकडून मूर्ताकडे किंवा मूर्ताकडून अमूर्ताकडे, याच्या संकल्पना आहेत. छोट्या मुलांना आपण काय शिकवणार आहोत तर गुळगुळीत खरबरीत हे शब्द आपण शिकून उपयोग नाही, छोटा मोठा हे शब्द शिकून उपयोग नाही, तर त्या वस्तू ते विद्यार्थी हाताळतील आणि त्या अनुभवातून त्या विद्यार्थ्यांना आपल्याला माहिती आहे सिक्वेन्शियल रिंग जर आपण पाहिल्या तर त्या सिक्वेन्शियल रिंग विद्यार्थी आपापल्या पद्धतीनं ज्यावेळी मॅनेज करतात त्याच्यामध्येच त्या पूर्णपणे त्यांना समजतं की छोटं काय, मोठं काय, आकार काय, आणि ह्या ज्या कल्पना आहेत त्या मूर्त स्वरूपामध्ये त्यांनी शिकाव्यात. आणि मग तिथून पुढे अमूर्ताकडे आपण त्यांना नेण्यासाठी या बेसिक कन्सेप्ट त्या मुलांच्या क्लिअर होणं हे या प्री प्रायमरीचं उद्दिष्ट आहे. आणि त्याच्यासाठी प्रॉपर ट्रेनिंग असलेले शिक्षक आणि त्यांच्या माध्यमातून प्रॉपर बेसिक कन्सेप्ट क्लिअर झालेले विद्यार्थी हा जो फाउंडेशनल भाग आहे, फाउंडेशन खरंच अतिशय महत्वाचं आहे की ज्याच्यावरती आतापर्यंत दुर्लक्ष होतं. आता छोटासा प्रश्न आणि त्याचं लगेच उत्तर. या सगळ्या NEP मध्ये आपल्या मनामध्ये येणारा सगळ्यात मोठा प्रश्न आहे की हे जे काही गट आपल्याला दिलेले आहेत या गटानुसार नवीन शाळा निर्माण होणार का किंवा आहे त्या शाळा इकडे तिकडे जोडल्या जाणार का? तर याचं पहिलं उत्तर आहे असं काहीही होणार नाही. आता जे आपले वर्किंग सिस्टीम आहे त्यानुसारच त्या ठिकाणीच ते क्लासरूम राहतील. कुठलाही वर्ग कुठेही इथून काढला जाणार नाही आणि दुसरीकडे कुठेही जोडला जाणार नाही. फक्त हे इम्प्लिमेंटेशनचे स्टेप्स आहेत, या स्कूल स्ट्रक्चरच्या स्टेप्स नाही. फक्त इम्प्लिमेंटेशनसाठी आपण या स्टेप दिलेल्या आहेत. पहिली 3 वर्ष प्री प्रायमरी आणि त्यालाच जोडून पुढची 2 वर्ष ही पहिली आणि दुसरी अशा गटामध्ये येतील. म्हणून आपला पहिला जो गट आहे तो 5 वर्षांचा पहिला गट आहे. त्याच्यानंतरचा दुसरा जो गट आहे इयत्ता 3री ते 5वी असं आपण म्हणत त्याला प्रिपरेटरी, वरिष्ठ ज्ञान त्याला जे घ्यायचंय त्याची पूर्वतयारी करण्यासाठी हा गट आपण तिथं वापरणार आहोत. त्याच्या पुढचा जो गट आहे हा 6वी ते 8वीचा गट. 6वी ते 8वीच्या गटाच्या बाबतीमध्ये या विद्यार्थ्यांना आतापर्यंत आपण 8वी पर्यंतचे सर्वच विद्यार्थी एका गटामध्ये घेत होतो आणि त्याला RTEच्या नियमानुसार त्यांचं इव्हॅल्युएशन असेल, त्यांचे ऍडमिशन असेल किंवा सर्व प्रोसेस असेल त्या करत होतो. या RTEच्या बाबतीमध्ये जसं एक चुकीची कन्सेप्ट कुठेतरी लोकांपर्यंत जाते आणि तीच एस्टॅब्लिश होते, तिचं सगळ्यात चांगलं उदाहरण म्हणजे RTE ज्यावेळी आलं त्यावेळी आपल्या सगळ्यांपर्यंत एकच वाक्य पोहोचलं, ते म्हणजे 8वी पर्यंत कोणालाही नापास करायचं नाही. तेवढं एकच वाक्य RTEचं सगळ्यांपर्यंत पोहोचलं. परंतु RTEचे कलम 16 आणि कलम 25 या 2 कलमांमध्ये जी वाक्य आहेत ती अशी आहेत की कोणत्याही कारणास्तव विद्यार्थ्याला त्याच वर्गात ठेवता येणार नाही आणि विद्यार्थ्याला शैक्षणिक गुणवत्तेनुसार कोणत्याही त्याच वर्गात ठेवता येणार नाही आणि त्याचं नाव कोणत्याही परिस्थितीमध्ये कॅटलॉग मधून कमी करता येणार नाही. हे कशासाठी आहे तर त्याचा थोडासा बॅकग्राऊंड आपण पाहिला तर इयत्ता 8वीचं वय आपल्या ऍडमिशन प्रोसेसनुसार 6+8 14 वर्ष हे जे वयोगट आहे, ह्या 14 वर्षाच्या वयोगटापर्यंत विद्यार्थ्यांच्या ज्या काही मानसिक बौद्धिक क्षमता आहेत त्या पूर्णपणे विकसित झालेल्या नसतात. त्यांचं त्यांना स्वतःचं हित अहित समजत नाही आणि आपल्या शारीरिक रचनेनुसार त्यांना अजूनही आपण बाल गटामध्ये मोडतो. त्यानंतर कुमार गटाला आपण प्रारंभ होणार आहे. याच्यामध्ये 2 कारणांमुळं आपल्याकडं विद्यार्थ्यांची गळती आणि स्थगिती होत होती. त्यातलं पहिलं कारण होतं त्याचं डोकं चालत नाही. म्हणजे पालकांचं एक सहज वाक्य होतं, त्याचं डोकं चालत नाही. त्याच्यावरती आपलं प्रशासनाचं उत्तर आहे की डोकं चालू अथवा न चालू तो शाळेमध्ये आला पाहिजे. दुसरं जे वाक्य आहे त्याला शिकवणं परवडत नाही, तर परवडत नाही तर त्याला कुठल्याही प्रकारचा आर्थिक बोजा ताण येणार नाही. याच्यासाठी फ्री टेक्स्टबुक आणि मिड डे मील या दोन्ही योजना त्या ठिकाणी चालू केल्या. म्हणजेच आर्थिक कुठलाही बोजा पालकावरती नसेल, विद्यार्थ्याची बौद्धिक क्षमता आहे किंवा नाही या कुठलाही बंधन असणार, कुठलंही बंधन त्याच्यावरती असणार नाही. आता एवढे चित्र निर्णय का घेतले याचे एक पॉलिसी बेस उत्तर मी देतोय. ते म्हणजे या 14 वयोगटापर्यंतची जी मुलं आहेत ही मुलं या 2 कारणामुळं जर शिक्षण व्यवस्थेतून नाकारली गेली, जर ही मुलं शिक्षण व्यवस्थेतून नाकारली गेली तर हेच विद्यार्थी देशविघातक शक्तींचे बेस्ट क्लायंट असतात. हे विद्यार्थी देशविघातक शक्तींचे बेस्ट क्लायंट असतात. ते क्लायंट त्यांच्यापासून तोडणं हा याच्या पाठीमागचा खरा मोठा उद्देश आहे. आणि पहिला दुसरा तिसरा क्रमांक येणं, त्याच्या मानसिकतेवरती परिणाम होणं, याच्यासाठी आपण श्रेणी पद्धत सुरू केली आणि त्याचबरोबर या वयोगटातल्या विद्यार्थ्यांना त्यांच्या वयोगटाच्या मुलांबरोबर राहू द्या, खेळू द्या आणि त्यांच्या गतीनं शिकू द्या, हा त्याच्या पाठीमागचा मोठा उद्देश होता. आणि त्यामुळे RTEचा जो गट आहे तो 8वी पर्यंत आपण त्या ठिकाणी स्थगित ठेवलेला आहे. त्याच्या पुढचा जो गट आहे ज्याच्याबद्दल आपण आता जास्त चर्चा करणार आहोत, क्लास 4 सेकंडरी. आतापर्यंत आपण सेकंडरी 9-10 आणि हायर सेकंडरी 11-12 असे कंपार्टमेंट करत होतो. आता हा संपूर्ण सेकंडरी या एकाच गटामध्ये आलेला आहे. आणि याच पुन्हा एक चुकीचं वाक्य सगळीकडे फिरलं, ते म्हणजे 10वीची परीक्षा रद्द. परंतु असं ड्राफ्ट मध्ये कुठंही नाही. मूल्यमापनाच्या पद्धती बदलाव्यात एवढं एकच वाक्य त्या ड्राफ्ट मध्ये. 10वीच्या मूल्यमापनाच्या पद्धती बदलाव्यात किंवा सोप्या कराव्यात एवढं एकच वाक्य त्याच्यामध्ये आहे. म्हणजेच 9वी ते 12वी हा जो पूर्ण गट आहे तो 9वी ते 12वीचा पूर्ण गट हा सेकंडरी या एकाच टायटल खाली आणलेला आहे. याच्यामध्ये आता मल्टी डिसिप्लिनरी एज्युकेशन हा एक अत्यंत महत्वाचा मुद्दा येणार आहे. याच्यामध्ये 9वी ते 12वीचा गट आपल्या दृष्टीनं का महत्वाचा आहे तर RTE हा कायदा अजूनही अस्तित्वात आहे, तो तसाच राहणार आहे. त्यामुळे 8वी पर्यंत त्याचे जे काही 6 मुख्य विषय आणि 3 ग्रेडचे विषय हे जे काही कॉम्बिनेशन आहे ते तसंच राहणार आहे. आणि तिथून पुढे मात्र तुम्ही आम्ही ज्या शिक्षण व्यवस्थेमध्ये शिकलो त्यानुसार 10वीचे मार्क आणि त्याच्यावरती आपल्या परिसरातली जी काही परिस्थिती आहे त्याच्यानुसार आर्ट्स घ्यायचं, कॉमर्स घ्यायचं, सायन्स घ्यायचं, बायफोकल घ्यायचं किंवा अन्य कोणत्या कोर्सला जायचं याच्याबद्दल निर्णय कुणी घेतला, कधी घेतला, कसा घेतला याच्याबद्दल आपल्याला सर्वांना सविस्तर माहिती. पण आता मात्र विद्यार्थ्यांच्या क्षमता बदललेल्या आहेत, त्यांची आवड बदललेली आहे, त्यांच्या संधी बदललेल्या आहेत आणि त्यामुळं अविरतच्या प्लॅन मध्ये हा मुद्दाम शब्द आहे तोच मी एस्टॅब्लिश करतोय की करिअर कधी घडतं तर त्या विद्यार्थ्याची आवड, क्षमता आणि संधी या तिन्हींचं जर कॉम्बिनेशन एकत्र आलं तरच त्याच्यातून करिअर घडतं. अन्यथा त्याला करिअर म्हणता येत नाही, त्याला फक्त आपल्याला छंद म्हणता येईल, त्याला नाईलाजाने केलेलं काम म्हणता येईल. एक उदाहरण म्हणून द्यायचं ठरलं तर समजा माझी क्रिकेटच्या मॅच बद्दलचा खूप अभ्यास आहे, क्रिकेट मला चांगलं खेळता येतं, क्रिकेटच्या टीम मध्ये सिलेक्शन होण्यासाठी लागणारा जो काही वशील आहे तोही माझ्याकडे आहे, म्हणजे क्रिकेटची मला आवड आहे, क्रिकेटच्या टीम मध्ये निवडण्याची संधी मला आहे. पण मैदानावरती 2 तास 3 तास थांबण्याची माझी क्षमता नाही, तर हे माझं करिअर होऊ शकत नाही. त्यामुळं करिअर निवडताना आवड, क्षमता आणि संधी या तिन्हींचं कॉम्बिनेशन व्हावं आणि मग या क्षमता संधी तपासण्यासाठी या मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी एज्युकेशनल सिस्टीमचा जन्म झालेला आहे. याच्यामध्ये काय आहे तर आतापर्यंत आपण ज्याला वॉटरटाईट कंपाऊंड म्हणत होतो, इकडच्या तिकडे फिरकायचाच नाही, आर्ट्स वाल्याचा सायन्सशी संबंध नाही, सायन्सचा कॉमर्सशी संबंध नाही, इकडचा चमचा तिकडे ठेवायचा नाही, हा जो प्रकार होता तो प्रकार मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी मध्ये आता रद्द होणार आहे. विद्यार्थ्याच्या आवडीनुसार त्याला एकाच वेळी कोणत्याही फॅकल्टीचे विषय निवडता येणार आहेत आणि त्याच्यामध्ये योग्य त्या क्षमता त्याच्याकडे जर निर्माण झाल्या तर आपोआपच उच्च शिक्षणामध्ये त्याला आवश्यक त्या ट्रेडकडे, आवश्यक त्या फॅकल्टीकडे वळता येईल आणि त्यातून त्याला स्वतःच्या रोजगाराच्या संधी ज्या आहेत त्या रोजगाराच्या संधी निर्माण करता येतील. आता हे जरी धोरण असलं तरी त्याच्यातल्या तांत्रिक बाबी ज्या आहेत त्या तांत्रिक बाबी बऱ्याचशा अडचणीच्या आहेत. अडचणीच्या काय आहेत तर सगळ्यात पहिला आपला मुद्दा आहे विद्यार्थ्यांची संख्या म्हणजे ऍडमिशन आणि त्याला जोडून स्टाफ अप्रुव्हल, संच मान्यता. आणि मग हे समजा 22 विषय माझ्या कॉलेजमध्ये मी अवेलेबल केले तर त्या 22 विषयासाठी तेवढे शिक्षक माझ्याकडे उपलब्ध आहेत का, याचं उत्तर नाही असं स्पष्ट आहे. आणि मग त्याला सुद्धा त्यांनी त्यांच्या पद्धतीने दिलेला जो पर्याय आहे तो ऑनलाईन लेक्चरचा आहे, गेस्ट लेक्चरचा आहे. याचं कारण अगदी आपलं सोपं उदाहरण घ्यायचं झालं तर माझ्या शाळा कॉलेजमध्ये संस्कृत विषयाची सोय माझ्याकडे नाही, पण एखादा विद्यार्थी आला की मला संस्कृत घ्यायचं आहे, संस्कृत विषयाची रजिस्ट्रेशन माझ्याकडे आहे पण शिकवण्यासाठी माणूस उपलब्ध नाही, तर प्रिपेअर अँड परफॉर्म, तुझी तू तयारी कर आणि तुझा तो पेपर दे, अशा पद्धतीने काही ठिकाणी आपल्याला सांगावं लागतं. तशीच वेळ या ठिकाणी सुद्धा येण्याची शक्यता आहे. म्हणजेच संच मान्यता, शिक्षक मान्यता, क्लॉक आवर्स, वर्कलोड डिस्ट्रीब्युशन या सगळ्या गोष्टी जोपर्यंत स्पष्ट होत नाहीत तोपर्यंत या मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरीच्या इम्प्लिमेंटेशन मध्ये खूप मोठ्या समस्या येणार आहेत. योग्य त्या स्तरावरती त्याची चर्चा चालू आहे, परंतु आपल्याशी हितगुज करताना हे मुद्दे आपल्याला माहीत असावेत म्हणून मी त्याचा उल्लेख केला. आणि याच्यानंतरचं जे शिक्षण आहे आपलं हे 15चं जे डिस्ट्रीब्युशन आहे 5, 3, 3, 4 या गटामध्ये आहे. आणि याच्यानंतर उच्च शिक्षणामध्ये जे काही वेगवेगळ्या सुविधा आहेत, वेगवेगळे विचार आहेत, सर त्यांच्या लेक्चरमध्ये ते सविस्तर सांगतीलच. परंतु पूर्व प्राथमिक पासून माध्यमिक आणि आताच्या भाषेमध्ये उच्च माध्यमिक पर्यंतचे हे स्लॅब आणि त्यांच्या अंमलबजावणीबद्दलची सर्वसाधारण धोरणं याच्यामध्ये मी आपल्याला सांगितलेली. आपल्या या प्रायमरी, सेकंडरी आणि हायर एज्युकेशन याच्यामधला सगळ्यात मोठा जो दोष आहे तो दोष या ठिकाणी एका वाक्यामध्ये रिमार्क केलेला आहे. आवर सेकंडरी एज्युकेशन रिमेन्स द वीकेस्ट लिंक इन आवर एज्युकेशनल मशिनरी अँड नीड्स अर्जंट रिफॉर्म. म्हणजेच माध्यमिक मधला जो दोष आहे तो माध्यमिक मधला दोष काढून टाकणं ही सगळ्यात महत्वाची गरज किंवा सगळ्यात महत्वाची जबाबदारी आहे. आणि त्याच दृष्टीनं आतापर्यंत आपण जी काही केलेली चर्चा आहे त्या चर्चेला आपल्याला योग्य दिशेने घेऊन जाण्यासाठी मुद्दाम ही स्लाइड या ठिकाणी मी घेतलेली आहे. ती स्लाइड स्वतः इंडिकेट करते आणि त्याच्यामधलं जे टार्गेट आहे ते टार्गेट म्हणजे माध्यमिक शिक्षण, सेकंडरी एज्युकेशन, कारण फार मोठा पोर्शन ज्याला आपण टर्निंग पॉईंट म्हणतो, तो टर्निंग पॉईंट या सेकंडरी एज्युकेशन मध्ये असणार आहे. काय काय एम्स आपल्याला या 9 ते 12च्या एकूण शिक्षण प्रक्रियेतून विद्यार्थ्यांकडे मिळवायचे आहेत ते आपल्या समोर आहेत. टू ब्रिंग ऑल वन डेव्हलपमेंट अमंग द लर्नर. आता या लर्नर बद्दलच आपण पहिल्यांदा म्हणूया की प्रत्येक शिक्षकाला एक गोष्ट महत्वाची आहे, ती म्हणजे मुलं कशी शिकतील किंवा आय एम गोइंग टू टीच यू ही जी कल्पना आहे तीच आपल्याला मुळात आता थांबवायची आहे. लेट अस लर्न टुगेदर. आपण दोघं मिळून शिकूयात. आणि हे कसे शिकूयात तर कृती करून शिकूयात. आणि कृती करून शिकूयात म्हणजे काय तर एक तुमच्या दैनंदिन जीवनातलं उदाहरण घेतो आपण. छोटीशी पिपाणी आपण तयार करतो, ती पिपाणी दाबतो आणि तिच्यातून पाहिजे तसा आवाज जोपर्यंत येत नाही तोपर्यंत तिला तोडत राहतो, तिला दाबत राहतो. म्हणजे एवढ्या प्रॉपर पद्धतीनं ती तयार झाली तरच आपल्याला पाहिजे ते आउटपुट मिळू शकतं. ह्याला कुठलंही गणित नाही, कुठली लेंथ एवढी असेल त्याच्यामध्ये एवढ्या MM चा गॅप पाहिजे असं कुठलंही गणित त्या ठिकाणी नाही. ते प्रॅक्टिकल नॉलेज आहे, ते कृतीतूनच समजलं पाहिजे. आणि त्या कृतीयुक्त शिक्षणाचा सराव या आपल्या सर्व शिक्षण प्रक्रियेमध्ये गेला पाहिजे. आत्ताच्या ड्रॉबॅक मधला एक सगळ्यात सोपा विषय प्रॅक्टिकलच्या बाबतीतला आहे. 10वी पर्यंतचा जर आपण विचार केला, नंतर पुढच्या प्रॅक्टिकलचा आपण विचार करूया तर पर्सनल स्किल नावाचा विषय सध्याच्या प्रॅक्टिकल मधून गायब झालेला आहे. पूर्वीच्या प्रॅक्टिकल मध्ये किमान ब्युरेट, पिपेट ऑपरेट आपण करत होतो, टायट्रेशनची प्रोसेस करत होतो, गॅस प्रिपेअर करत होतो, त्यांच्या टेस्ट घेत होतो. त्या टेस्ट आता कुठेही आपल्या सिलेबस मध्ये नाही. आणि मग आता आपलं जे प्रॅक्टिकल चाललेलं आहे ते प्रॅक्टिकल फक्त एकाच कन्सेप्टवरती चाललेलं आहे, पहा आणि लिहा. स्पेसिमन समोर आहे, स्लाइड लावलेली आहे, ती पहा आणि लिहा. त्यामुळं सायन्सचं जे प्रॅक्टिकल आहे किंवा सगळ्याच विषयाचं जे प्रॅक्टिकल आहे ते प्रॅक्टिकल प्रॉपरली होणं ही कौशल्य ती कौशल्य आपल्याला या सर्व प्रक्रियेमध्ये आणणं गरजेचं आहे. त्याचबरोबर सामाजिक भान निर्माण करणं, प्रत्येक विद्यार्थ्यामध्ये सामाजिक भान निर्माण करणं, त्याला सक्षम अशा प्रकारचा देशाचा नागरिक बनवणं ही देखील या संदर्भातली महत्वाची गोष्ट आहे. अनेक गोष्टी आपल्या शालेय आणि कॉलेज जीवनातल्या आपल्याला अनुभवायला येतात. त्या म्हणजे विद्यार्थ्यांची गैरशिस्त, विद्यार्थ्यांचा ज्याला आपण म्हणत की बेफिकीरपणा, या सगळ्या गोष्टींवरती नियंत्रण करण्यासाठी, देशाचा जबाबदार नागरिक बनवण्यासाठी योग्य त्या प्रकारची पूर्वतयारी त्या विद्यार्थी घेणं गरजेचं आहे. विकास, भावनिक विकास, बौद्धिक विकास आणि स्किल डेव्हलपमेंट या सगळ्या गोष्टी आपल्याला याच्यामध्ये करायच्या आहेत. प्रत्येक मुद्द्याचं विश्लेषण न करता मी माझ्या दृष्टीनं महत्वाचे जे मुद्दे आहेत त्याच्यावरती थोडंसं सविस्तर बोलतोय. स्किल डेव्हलपमेंटच्या बाबतीमध्ये ज्या नवीन संकल्पना आपल्या समोर येत आहेत त्याच्याबद्दल कुठल्याही राजकीय संदर्भ न घेता काही व्यक्तींच्या प्रतिक्रिया ज्या माझ्यापर्यंत पोहोचल्या त्याच्यामध्ये त्यांनी स्पष्ट त्याच्यावरती असं स्टेटमेंट केले की यातून तुम्हाला फक्त मजूर निर्माण करायचे आहेत, लेबर निर्माण करता आहात आणि मग अशा मुलांनी शिकायचं नाही का किंवा पुढे त्यांची जी काही उच्च स्वप्न आहेत ती स्वप्न पूर्ण करायची नाहीत का. स्किल एज्युकेशन म्हणजे लेबर तयार करणे हा अत्यंत चुकीचा विचार या लोकांनी केलेला आहे. स्किलचे सुद्धा 3 प्रकार आहेत, परिपूर्ण स्किल असलेला, मध्यम स्किल असलेला आणि कोणत्याही प्रकारचे स्किल नसलेला. या तिघांचा जर आपण विचार केला तर आता सध्या 10वीच्या अभ्यासक्रमाबरोबर किंवा 12वीच्या अभ्यासक्रमाबरोबर जे कौशल्य विकासाचे उपक्रम चालू आहेत NHQच्या माध्यमातून असेल किंवा आपण काही 10वीच्या परीक्षेबरोबर सुद्धा माझ्या माहितीप्रमाणे हिंदी आणि समाजशास्त्र या विषयाला व्होकेशनलचे काही कोर्स आपण निवडतो. या सगळ्या कोर्सचा फायदा असा की त्या विद्यार्थ्यांच्या पुढच्या टेक्निकल एज्युकेशन मध्ये त्यांना रिझर्वेशन पोस्ट आहेत, त्यांचं विशिष्ट पर्सेंटेज त्यांना विचारात घेतलं जातं आणि पुढचं शिक्षण त्यांना मिळतं. हे बेसिक कन्सेप्ट त्यांच्या इन्फॉर्मेशन टू बेसिक टेक्नॉलॉजी झाल्यामुळं. आणि मग स्किलचा जर आपण विचार करायचा ठरलं तर स्किल वर्कर म्हणजे कोण, तर ज्या व्यक्तीची तुम्हाला गरज पडते आणि त्याच्यासाठी तुम्ही एक आठवडाभर हेलपाटे मारता आणि तरी तो येत नाही आणि त्याच्याशिवाय तुमचं घरचं सगळं काम अडून राहतं, ती व्यक्ती म्हणजे स्किल वर्कर. मग तो प्लंबर असेल, वायरमन असेल किंवा इतर कोणत्याही ट्रेनचं काम करणारा माणूस असेल, हे सगळे स्किल वर्कर आहेत. आणि तो येतो 10 मिनिटाचं काम करतो, 500 रुपये जरी मागितले, 1000 रुपये मागितले तरी आपण त्याला ते देतो. त्याचं कारण असे की ते त्याच्या स्किलचे पैसे. वेल्डिंग एक छोटा व्यवसाय मी तुमच्यासमोर मांडतोय. तुमच्या घराचं काम काढलंय आणि तुम्ही एखाद्या वेल्डिंगच्या माणसाला फोन करून बोला की माझं असं असं काम आहे. तो सांगेल मॅडम साहेब 1.5 महिना थांबावं लागेल. 1.5 महिना थांबावं लागेल म्हटलं तरी आपण यस म्हणतोय. आता त्या माणसाच्या भूमिकेतनं मी तुमच्याशी बोलतोय की 1.5 महिना जरी थांबावं लागेल तरी मी तुमच्याकडे ऍडव्हान्स मागितला 50,000 तुम्ही मला देणार का नाही? देणार. मला तुमचं मटेरियल आत्ता खरेदी करायचं नाहीये. जेव्हा माझं काम आहे त्यावेळी खरेदी करायचे आणि त्यावेळी सुद्धा ते मला कॅश मध्ये खरेदी करायचं नाहीये. त्या प्रोव्हायडरचा बिझनेस मी करतोय त्यामुळे तो मला क्रेडिट देणार आहे. म्हणजे ते पैसे लगेच मला तिथं पेड करायचे नाहीये. आणि मी माझं मशीन माझ्या मोटरसायकलवरती घेऊन येणार आहे, तुमच्याच घरातली लाईट वापरणार आहे, त्याचं बिल तुम्हीच भरणार आहात. फक्त माझं काय आहे, माझं मशीन, माझे टूल्स आणि माझं स्किल याच्यावरती हा बिझनेस चालणार आहे. आणि म्हणून अशा लोकांच्या बाबतीमध्ये जेव्हा आपण विचार करतो, त्यांची राहणीमान कसंही असेल, त्यांचा सामाजिक दर्जा आपण ठरवत होतो, पण ते त्यांच्या मनाचे राजे आहेत. त्यांना पाहिजे तेव्हा ते काम करू शकतात, योग्य त्या पद्धतीने आनंद घेऊ शकतात. त्यामुळे अशा प्रकारचे अनेक स्किल आपल्याला या शिक्षण प्रक्रियेमध्ये आणायचे आहेत. आणि पारंपरिक आपली जी काही व्यवसाय पद्धती होती त्या व्यवसाय पद्धतीचा सुद्धा याच्याशी कुठेतरी सांगड घालायची आहे. आणि महात्मा गांधींनी जे दिलेलं आपल्याकडं श्रमप्रतिष्ठेचं तत्व आहे, ते श्रमप्रतिष्ठेच्या तत्वावर आपण मानलं तर कुठलाही व्यवसाय वाईट किंवा कमी प्रतिष्ठेचा नाही, हे देखील आपल्याला याच्यामधून एस्टॅब्लिश करावं लागेल. आणि याच्यासाठी एक छोटंसं उदाहरण अजून सांगतोय. नारायणगावचेच शिक्षण तज्ञ जे पुण्यामध्ये सुद्धा प्रसिद्ध होते, गुरुवर्य राजाराम परशुराम सबनीस यांनी एक छोटंसं वाक्य सांगितलंय. ते वाक्य असं होतं की डू ए कॉमन थिंग अनकॉमनली वेल. सोपा संदेश आहे, डू अ कॉमन थिंग अनकॉमनली वेल. आणि हे जर तुम्ही केलं तर तुमची स्वतःची ओळख निर्माण होते. कशी ओळख निर्माण होते तर वडापाव तुमच्या घराच्या शेजारी पण मिळतो आणि तुमच्या घरापासून 4 किलोमीटर वरती पण मिळतो, तरी पण तुम्ही 4 किलोमीटर ट्रॅफिक मध्ये जाऊन त्या दुकानात वडापाव खाता. कशासाठी? तर त्यांनी त्याची आयडेंटिटी, स्वतःची ओळख निर्माण केली. आणि ही ओळख त्यांनी जे काही स्किल स्वतःच डेव्हलप केले त्या स्किल शिवाय ही ओळख निर्माण होणार नाही. आणि त्यामुळे आपल्या कर्तृत्वातून, आपल्या कामातून आपली स्वतःची ओळख निर्माण करा, असा एक संदेश या माध्यमातून देणं गरजेचं आहे. तोच मुद्दा आहे पुन्हा क्लास 9 ते 12 याच्यामध्ये सब्जेक्ट ओरिएंटेड विषयाशी निगडीत ही जी आपल्याला शिक्षण पद्धती घ्यायची आहे तिचा आपल्याला विचार करायचा आहे. आणि 10वीच्या नंतर रिएंट्रिंग नेक्स्ट फेज हा जो प्रकार मगाशी आपण उल्लेख केला की 10वी पर्यंत त्याला कॉमन शिक्षण घ्यायला परवानगी आहे आणि 10वी नंतर मात्र त्याला पाहिजे ते ट्रेन, पाहिजे ते फॅकल्टी निवडण्यासाठी आपण त्याला मोल्ड करणार आहोत. इथंच पुन्हा तोच मुद्दा येतो की कोणत्या व्यवसायासाठी कोणती कौशल्य गरजेची आहे. समजा एखादं काम करायचं आहे, त्याच्यासाठी गणिताची कौशल्य गरजेची आहेत, विज्ञानाची कौशल्य गरजेची आहेत, भौगोलिक स्थिती जर पाहिजे असेल तर भूगोलाचा सुद्धा अभ्यास गरजेचा आहे. त्यामुळे कोणकोणत्या विषयांचा कोणकोणत्या व्यवसायाशी कोरिलेशन आहे हे जर योग्य पद्धतीने स्पष्ट झालं तर त्याला त्याचं पुढचं करिअर निवडण्यासाठी योग्य मदत होईल. पुन्हा होलिस्टिक डेव्हलपमेंट, सर्वांगीण विकास त्या विद्यार्थ्याचा झाला पाहिजे. याच्यासाठी वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारच्या ज्या स्पर्धा आहेत त्या स्पर्धांचा देखील उल्लेख पुढे मागं येणार आहे. आपल्याकडं फक्त शिक्षण हा एकच विषय नाही तर त्याच्यामध्ये स्पोर्ट त्याची डेव्हलप झाली पाहिजे, कल्चरल डेव्हलपमेंट झाली पाहिजे. आणि कल्चरल डेव्हलपमेंट करत असताना भारतीय संस्कृतीचा जो विचार आहे तो संस्कृतीचा विचार सुद्धा त्याच्यामध्ये योग्य पद्धतीनं बिंबला जाणं आवश्यक आहे. त्याचबरोबर शेवटची जी आहे ती प्री स्कूल टू हायर एज्युकेशन, पूर्व प्राथमिक पासून माध्यमिकच्या शेवटच्या टप्प्यापर्यंत ही सगळी स्किल आणि ही सर्व मूल्य त्या विद्यार्थ्यामध्ये रुजणं, विकास होणं हा त्याच्या पाठीमागचा मुख्य उद्देश आहे. एनईपीच्या बाबतीमध्ये जेव्हा इम्प्लिमेंटेशनचा आपण विचार करतो आहोत, तेव्हा बऱ्याच जणांचे प्रश्न असतात की सर याची सुरुवात कधी होणार, एनईपीची सुरुवात कधी होणार. तर एनईपी म्हणजे असं काही एक फिक्स प्रोग्राम आपल्या डोळ्यासमोर जसा असतो तसा हा नाहीये. त्याच्यामध्ये विविध उद्दिष्ट त्याच्या पाठीमागचे आहेत. आणि जेव्हा आपल्याला खरा एनईपी इम्प्लिमेंटेशनचा शब्द डोळ्यासमोर येतो तो म्हणजे या वर्षीपासून अभ्यासक्रम बदलेल, प्रश्नपत्रिकेचे स्वरूप बदलेल, प्रश्नपत्रिकेचा आराखडा, हे सगळे. तर हे सगळं होण्यासाठी आपल्याकडं एक प्रोसेस आहे. ती प्रोसेस समजून घ्या. कोणतीही उद्दिष्ट आपण निश्चित केली, ही उद्दिष्ट निश्चित केल्यानंतर त्याच्यासाठी आवश्यक कोणकोणते टेक्स्टमध्ये कंटेंट असतील याच्यासाठी अभ्यासगट मंडळ तयार होतं. ते अभ्यासगट मंडळ लर्निंग आउटकम ठरवतं. लर्निंग आउटकम ठरवल्यानंतर त्याच्यासाठी आवश्यक टेक्स्टबुक तयार होतात, ती अप्रूव्ह होतात. ती तयार झाल्यानंतर त्याच्या बरोबरच दुसरा जो भाग आहे तो आहे मूल्यमापनाचा. इव्हॅल्युएशन पॅटर्न तयार होतो. आणि जे रोटेशन सायकल आपलं आतापर्यंत होतं ते असं आहे की 4 वर्षामध्ये आपण पूर्ण 1ली ते 12वीचे सगळे सिलेबस बदलू शकतो. प्रत्येक चेंज हा एंट्री पॉइंटला होतो. म्हणजे आता होणारा जो बदल असेल तो बदल, एक उदाहरण म्हणून आपण घेतोय, 1लीला बदल होईल, त्याच वर्षी 5वीला बदल होईल, त्याच वर्षी 9वीला बदल होईल आणि त्याच वर्षी 11वीला बदल. नॅचरल ग्रोथने त्याच्या पुढच्या वर्षी 2रीला येईल, 6वीला येईल, 10वीला येईल, 12वीला येईल आणि त्याच्या पुढचे 2 वर्ष जे ती खालच्या वर्गासाठी 5वी आणि 6वी आणि अशा क्रमाने ते चालणार आहे. हे रोटेशन हे रोटेशन स्पष्ट होण्यासाठी परिपूर्ण ड्राफ्ट तयार होणं, लर्निंग आउटकम तयार होणं, अभ्यास गटाकडून अभ्यासक्रमाची निर्मिती होणं, या सगळ्या धोरणात्मक बाबी आहेत. या धोरणात्मक बाबी बाबत बोलण्याचा अधिकार फक्त SCRT आणि शिक्षण आयुक्त या दोघांनाच आहे. त्यांच्या डिक्लेरेशन शिवाय अन्य जे काही तुमच्या कानावर येते ते सगळं अधांतरी आहे. त्यामुळं या 2 SCRT ही अभ्यासाशी निगडीत सर्व अधिकार निर्णय घेणारी व्यवस्था आहे आणि प्रशासकीय शिक्षण व्यवस्थेचे प्रमुख म्हणून राज्याचे शिक्षण आयुक्त यांच्या माध्यमातून जी डिक्लेरेशन येतील तीच अधिकृत असतील आणि त्याची अंमलबजावणी होईल. अंमलबजावणीचं स्वरूप आपल्या समोर आल्यानंतर मूल्यमापनाचे जे काही आत्ताचे आपले निकष आहेत त्या निकषामध्ये मागच्या 2 वर्षापूर्वीपासून चर्चा होती. सीबीएसईने आपला इव्हॅल्युएशन पॅटर्न बदलला, त्या पद्धतीने आपला पॅटर्न बदलावा. तर हे जे काही वेगवेगळ्या प्रकारचे रेकमेंडेशन आहेत, इंटरनल असेसमेंटची पॅटर्न बदलावी, ती अजून रिलायबल व्हावी. जोपर्यंत दुसरं रिलायबल टूल मिळत नाही तोपर्यंत आहे त्या टूलच्या माध्यमातूनच मूल्यमापन करणं, याच्याशिवाय दुसरा पर्याय नाही. त्यामुळे ही सगळी यंत्रणा जोपर्यंत ऑफिशियली आपल्यापर्यंत येत नाही तोपर्यंत अभ्यासक्रम बदलण्याच्या सूचना, पाठ्यक्रम बदलण्याच्या, पाठ्यपुस्तक बदलण्याच्या सूचना जोपर्यंत व्हॅलिड ऑफिशियल डिक्लेरेशन होत नाही तोपर्यंत बाकीच्यांचा विचार करू नका. मला 2 फोन आले, सर समर वेकेशन मध्ये आम्हाला तर 10वीचे तास सुरू करायचे, तर 10वीची परीक्षा होणार का नाही. म्हणजे सगळ्यांच्या डोक्यामध्ये जे चुकीचे कन्सेप्ट आहेत ते चुकीचे कन्सेप्ट अजूनही तसेच आहेत. त्यामुळे ऑफिशियल डिक्लेरेशन साठी आपण वाट बघूयात. ठीक आहे. एनईपीच्या संदर्भातले जे काही जनरल स्टेटमेंट होते, जे काही व्ह्यूज होते ते मी माझ्या प्रेझेंटेशन सांगितलेले आहेत. खरं तर मी पण कर्मकर सरांचंच मार्गदर्शन ऐकायला उत्सुक आहे. त्यामुळं वेळेचं बंधन पाळत मी या ठिकाणी थांबतो. थँक्यू.
Thank you so much, sir. It was really enlightening us with various concepts and giving us an overall insight about the new education policy. I'm sure we all have a lot of takeaway for today's session, and we'll move ahead to the next person, who is the chief guest of the day today. May I call upon the IQAC coordinator to introduce the chief guest of today.
Good morning. We welcome Nitin R. Karmalkarji to speak about this eminent person. Professor Nitin Karmalkar is well-known scientist in the field of igneous petrology. He is currently working as professor in Department of Geology and Head Department of Environmental Science at Savitribai Phule University. He also works as director IQAC and has been a motivating academician for the embellishment towards quality assurance. This provides him with a blend of strong academic and research experience with administrative expertise. Sir also has been the former VC of Savitribai Phule University. To discuss about his interests, Sir has a research interest in igneous petrology with special emphasis on the mantle petrography and geochemistry, rift-related alkaline magmatism and economic geology. His academic credentials, Sir has completed his PhD from the Department of Geology, Savitribai Phule University in the year 1988. In 1984, he completed his MSc from the Department of Geology. In 1982, Sir has done his BSc from the Department of Geology. To speak about his extensive research activities, Sir has done transnational collaboration with people from various countries. With Professor W.L. Griffin and S.Y. Relly of the GeoMac Key Center, Macquarie University, Sydney, Sir has done research on petrologic and geochemical fingerprints of the mantle xenoliths from alkaline rocks of Kutch. In Germany, Sir has collaborated with Professor Hoffman of the Max Planck Institute on the significance of NDTA ratio in carbonatites of Lake Chilwa Island in Malawi, East Africa. In France, Sir has done research on stress element characterization of the alkaline magmatism associated with the Deccan volcanic province in India with Dr. Delphine Bosch of Montpellier University. Again in France, Sir has worked with Michel Grégoire of the Mathieu Benoit Guerin University in the field of magma types and source characterization of early Deccan magmatism in the region of Kutch. Sir has also done research with various other universities in India like Calcutta, where he has worked on the field of geochemical characterization of alkaline complex associated with Deccan volcanic province in parts of Gujarat and Rajasthan states. Sir has been visiting abroad to countries like Australia, East Africa, Germany, Yemen, and Iran. He has numerous publications to his credential. It's a long list from 2019 to right up to 2004. So we are very privileged to have a multi-talented person who is going to speak about the new education policy. I welcome you, sir, and we are waiting for your views on new education policy.
काही नको आहे तुम्हाला नमस्कार good morning. I'm privileged to be here with you all this morning, and for last almost a month visiting almost every district place in Maharashtra, as government has entrusted the responsibility of implementing the new education policy in the state of Maharashtra under my chairmanship. And therefore everybody feels that I answer for all questions. And that's the reason I've been called. On 1st of this month, I was in Thane, and then Madam Ushaji was persistently following me to come over here. In the afternoon again, I will be visiting another place. It's a Patkar college. Only थोडक्यात सत्यनारायण सुरू आहे. From one place to the other. But yes, it gave me immense pleasure. The reason being basically I understand that every one of you have certain basically doubts in your mind, have certain issues, have confusion, a great deal of confusion, and so many things. And actually I'm visiting not for giving you answer, but understanding your questions. Because I will be acting as a bridge between the government and you all people. Like, and being a teacher, obviously more towards you. It's indeed a wonderful document. Actually, originally, the process of the new education policy began sometime in 2014. I still remember that right from panchayat level to district places, actually, we discussed, deliberated what is to be there, what needs to be incorporated in the policy, and so on, and so much amount of deliberation went on. So eventually, in 2000, basically, sometime 17, 18, actually, the time actually it was put up on the website for public deliberation. That's it. So that lakhs of basically queries got answered, were raised and got answered, and then the final document that came sometime 2020 under the chairmanship of Kasturi Rangan. And you all know that in last 2 years we have discussed, deliberated on the various different verticals of this particular policy. Some of them are very good, but to implement them obviously is going to be a Herculean task. So let me make it candidly clear that we are not implementing it throughout the state at once. It's going to be in phases. We will be concentrating more on autonomous institute like this. That is our first priority. Second, obviously, the campuses of various different universities, if they are running any graduate courses, very few of them actually are doing so. In Pune University, during my tenureship as a vice chancellor, I created a number of courses, but they are not aided ones. They are all through the corpus of the University of Pune, and through collaboration basically with Melbourne University, with ICER, with many more such organizations. We've been running those courses, which are of 3 years duration. So obviously converting them into 4 years, that is the vertical that we are concentrating. The second, obviously, the third, basically, the private universities, the deemed universities, wherein basically the infrastructure is good and the number is small, like 30,000, 40,000. That is time in most of the deemed universities or private universities. So these are the 3 institutions we are concentrating the most. So we intend to implement it from this coming academic year. And the 3 vertical that we have chosen, converting 3-year degree program to 4-year degree program in these 3 various different institutes that I spoke of. Second, obviously, bringing equivalence. Equivalence is going to be very important because the Mumbai University perhaps award degree for say 500 marks in say arts, and the Shivaji University doing so for 700, 800 marks, or maybe Pune University is doing it for 1000 marks. So there has to be a parity because we are looking at basically a horizontal mobility of the student. You'll be taking credits from various different institutes. And especially in the state of Maharashtra, we have 13 universities, public state universities, wherein at least that structure has to remain the same like this. So that is what is the equivalence. With respect to the credit, it doesn't necessarily mean the same syllabus would be run in all 14 or 13 universities as such. Syllabus could be different, and for which obviously there was a committee that was formulated under the able leadership of the former Pro-Vice from Mumbai University, R.D. Kulkarni. He in fact is deliberating, discussing on this particular issue every Friday in the afternoon through basically an online mode. And in fact, we are trying to make it more visible through maybe YouTube and all that, so that you understand better about the curricular framework. How do we convert the present curriculum to 4 years? It's just not basically adding one more year, but we have to start it right from the first semester. It has to be multidisciplinary in character. And what do you mean by multidisciplinary? So on which also we need to discuss, deliberate more and more. It's just not amalgamating few different sort of courses together and making a curriculum. we have to basically think in those terms, wherein basically the requirement of a particular core subject, what different sort of a discipline can get aligned to, and accordingly the syllabus needs to be made, which is the responsibility of the board of studies, and wherein obviously we have to take the help from many organizations, private and maybe perhaps industry, maybe the social organizations and so on and so forth, so that the whole curriculum is framed in such a way that once he leaves the campus, obviously he finds a place out in the outside world, which so far was not happening. We were restricting ourselves to our own campuses, and then it used to be always my way is my highway. That is the concept we always followed. Whatever I know, we always actually tried transmitting it or giving it to the student as such, which is not going to be the case. In fact, what student requires, that we got to give it to him. And then we always speak in terms of like the ancient past, that we had a very glorious past. In fact, yesterday only there's a book that got published, India's Knowledge Supremacy, The New Dawn. And this is regarding basically what Gudpaleswar was talking about, branding and the Indian universities in the international sort of a forum as such, like the IP or the QS ranking, the Times Higher Education ranking, and so on and so forth, wherein all these days we have seen none of the Indian universities appear in the first 500. In recent time, we have seen the QS ranking, we have started appearing, but still then not in the first 100, it is in the first 500 as such. And then to change that particular scenario, basically, what kind of education that needs to be important, and how do we do the marketing also? That is also equally important. How do we attract the foreign student to our country? That is another aim, but that is not the actual aim as such. The aim is basically produce a graduate with an all-round kind of a development, in the sense he has the required skills, he has the required basically intellect, he has the required basically professional skills, and the value and the character is going to be also very important. That's the reason basically embedding the Indian knowledge system, which obviously was very popular in the ancient times and which can be still of use presently also. For example, now we are talking in terms of integrated medication system, integrated medicine, wherein we are doing the blend of the Ayurveda as well as allopathy and homeopathy and so many pathies together actually. And so that basically the best of the thing or the best of the medicine can be provided. And especially when the other technological advancement is happening, AI is taking place, or space, I would call it, like everywhere, the artificial intelligence as such, wherein making use of AI, a personalized kind of a medicine is feasible. Is it not? It's just not one size fits for all. That kind of a medication will not be happening, and that is going to be the case with everything, with every vertical as such. So each person's demand is different, each person's expectations are different, each person's basically skills are different, and accordingly, whatever basically he carries to suit that point of what kind of a job basically he can get into, that is the kind of education that we are speaking of. So obviously, equivalence is going to be important. The third vertical that we are concentrating most is the calendar, because the horizontal transfer can happen in the same calendar. You can have someone is basically lagging behind, someone is teaching basically the syllabus of 2021 or the semester as it used to happen sometime back, not necessarily, but during the COVID, in fact, there was a great sort of a disruption that happened with respect to our calendar. Exams could not take place on time, the commencement of curriculum did not take on time, and these are the kind of basically problems, in fact, that were created, which we need to resolve. In the sense, the commencement of academic year in all the 13 institutes would begin at the same time, and so are the examinations. That's it. The end part would be at the same time, the examination also would occur at the same time. So these are the three verticals on which the implementation committee is deliberating, discussing. We had a couple of meetings in Mumbai, in Pune. Now there is another meeting scheduled at Jalgaon. We'll be visiting every institute. We'll be meeting every stakeholder, right from student to the parents, teacher, obviously the stakeholder, but beyond that, Samstha Chalaka. They are also very important, like, so we are talking to them also. Student also must accept it, like, so to accept, we need to actually have a discussion, deliberation, then we need to actually reach to them what is going to be different in this curriculum and in what way it is going to help you. Then only there would be acceptance. So basically, it's not that we are closing all 3-year degree courses this year. The continuation would be like as it is happening today. The 3 years course will be also there and 4-year course, degree course also will be run on the campuses. It's just not going to be a sudden transition from one to the other as such. We have to give some space in between. So that transition is going to be obviously for next 3-4 years. And then obviously the post-graduation program, which is a 1 year program, and that too actually we can think of it only after completing this 4-year degree program, is it not? Because the 4th year is going to be deciding factor whether he is going for a post-graduation or not. In the 4th year, internships is going to be a very important aspect of it. As he was speaking about the experiential learning, wherein we have to think in terms like sending him to some institute, some organization wherein he'll get the hands-on kind of a training or skills. So for that, we need to have a networking with so many other institutes as such, or so many organizations, industry, NGOs, social organizations. Because think of it basically, when I speak about Pune University, generally every year 7.5 lakh students get enrolled for their graduation. So to provide them this kind of experiential learning, an internship, I have to have a very vast kind of networking. So I have to basically think beyond the university campus, and then think in terms of basically what different organization. Pune is actually that way is a good place because there are many education institutes, there are basically many industries in and around, there are many social organizations. Maybe the same case could be true even for Mumbai. But think about those district places where there is no industry. So how do I basically reach to those students? And wherein obviously I have taken take the consideration of the ODL, the online distance learning, wherein basically some kind of a modules, whether I could give it to him through online mode and some practical experiences, perhaps in a phase-wise kind of a manner, whether I can provide it or not. So networking is going to be a very important part, and wherein we have to involve many organizations. I did an experiment in Pune University during my tenure. I signed roughly around 185 MOUs. And right starting from Dagudushet Halwai Ganapati Mandir to Melbourne University. Okay. The importance was basically every sort of organization had their own unique feature, which to a great extent I can harp on. I can bring it into my curriculum, and the student actually get exposed to that kind of uniqueness which that particular organization possesses. So that is how basically, for example, 40% of the students actually go for commerce. And to provide them internship, we need to talk to basically the Institute of Chartered Accountants, Company Secretary, maybe ICWA, maybe NISM Institute, maybe all banking sector. So 40% is a large bunch, is it not? And when we think in terms of state, so it's going to be in lakhs of students basically, giving them that kind of internship. Obviously, we have to network with these various different organizations. So we to an extent have started actually expanding our horizons. All these days actually we kept ourselves in our own cocoon, in the own island sort of. Looking beyond wasn't basically our aim, but now we need to, because that is what basically the industry is expecting. We see that most of the time we have been hearing That student is good, he is quite smart, but he is not fit for our job. So he is missing those skills. So what are those skills and from where to acquire them? And to acquire them, obviously, we have to provide space to the industry, to those organizations, to those R&D on our own campuses as well. Is it not? So giving a co-location may not be necessarily possible for every institute, but maybe a centrally kind of centrally it is feasible. Maybe a Mumbai University can have something on the campus, the R&D units, and wherein the student can go and work as interns. I did it in Pune University. We started the SPPU Research Park Foundation. So initially when I started speaking about creating our own company, there was quite a criticism in newspapers that Karmakar perhaps is thinking of his own things after retirement, perhaps he has to have some space on the campus, maybe in the capacity of a director, he would remain with that company as such. But my idea was basically, and that is what I had seen, especially when I visited the IIT Chennai, and wherein I could see like not 100, it is, I think, lakhs of meters, square meter space being provided to be co-locating the industry on the campus. And that is what a huge structure I created. So wherein the student actually has certain kind of idea, the ideation happens, there are boot camps, and there is a mentoring that happens, and then obviously based on the merit of that particular idea, he gets a space on the campus as well as he gets the mentoring and some seed funding basically to realize his idea. So that kind of an ecosystem we need to create, and may not necessarily be feasible for every institute, every autonomous institute, but maybe in collaboration, maybe in partnering with the other institute, together we can basically create such kind of a system wherein student basically gets ideated, his ideas get basically realized through this kind of ecosystem. So when I created the company, I had not a single fellow on the campus. But when I started interacting with the industry, maybe 150 odd industries actually I talked to, and then I started providing them a co-location on the campus. My idea was that I will charge you for that space that you are utilizing, may not necessarily be a very market kind of a rate I would be asking you for. But my humble request would be that whatever that happens in your industry, the internship has to be for my own student. Like everything that you do in your company, my student would be working as an intern. And that is how I created a center that's called a Center for Industry 4.0, C4I4 I call it, which actually was a project that was conceived by Kirloskars, and Kirloskar actually were running that center outside the university campus somewhere in the city. When I visited that, I felt, what the hell, why the hell you are doing it somewhere outside? You should be on the campus. He said, who would provide us a space on the campus? I said, I'm there. So that is how basically amicably we decided to shift it on the campus. And then all the majority of the technology students basically doing the engineering, they could get us basically a organization wherein they could work as an interns. So this, I have tested it, it works very well. It works very well. And then later on, subsequently, I could do it with many more such organizations, not necessarily every time providing space, but maybe providing them space physically in the sense, asking them to come and teach. So their participation, because that is going to another thing that we'll be talking about. When something is happening, something is changing, the most near and dearmost thing to every teacher is the workload. Is it not? How is going to our workload going to get changed? So I am, whether I am going to become surplus, whether I am losing my job. So that kind of thing, obviously that kind of confusion every teacher carries. And especially when you are making very multidisciplinary kind of syllabus. So if my subject is not very attractive, perhaps, no one would come for my subject actually. But that is not the way actually. Your subject, every subject is important, aligning it properly with that core course, and therefore creating that kind of a syllabus or curriculum is going to be basically a very challenging thing, wherein everyone is getting accommodated at the same time. Actually, everyone feels comfortable. No one really wants to come out of the comfort zone always. And therefore, the workload is going to be very important. And to answer your workload question, if there is going to be a increase in basically a teaching load or workload, how do I adjust it? And for which actually there are provisions already being made by UGC, like the professor of practice they are speaking about, wherein provide a space to the industry person on the campus. Not necessarily every time he would be asking for money, is it not? Because he has already done his work in industry, he has earned enough, he has acquired the basically knowledge, skills and everything. And then after the retirement, obviously, he is looking for imparting whatever we have gained to the students. So we need to provide such space to those people. So they are not going to great away actually taking away the jobs of our teachers. They are going to be additional people on the campus, and that matters. And it's going to be very significant. In fact, that kind of change we need to bring. In fact, I started a concept of what is called a distinguished professor on the university campus. And distinguished professor, actually, I made it categorically clear that I will be paying them handsomely a lakh rupees, but at the same time, basically, the selection criteria would be very stringent. In that sense, I formulated a sort of a consortia of outside people, no one from the campus, and they will like Padma Shri, Padma Bhushan, these kind of a people basically who already have been accepted or acclaimed for their particular work. Only such kind of a people will be taken on the campus. So like Satish Adekar was my faculty as a distinguished professor. Vikram Gokhale was a distinguished faculty on my campus. The Sanjay Dhande, basically former director Kanpur, he was my distinguished professor. Maneshwar Mulay, who retired as a secretary basically with Minister of External Affairs, he was my. So likewise, I collected people who, to a great extent, first of all, can add value to my education, value to the existence of the university, and then to a great extent, basically would mentor my student. So from that purpose, basically their presence on the campus is going to be important. And now a professor of practice is not necessarily that you have to pay them. They are all retired people coming from basically high positions, high profile kind of people. So likewise it is possible. So bringing them on the campus and interacting with them, or rather using them basically for the purpose of sharing their experience, sharing their knowledge with the student. That is how I in fact can groom the students. And this particular activity or this kind of a basically provision has been made by UGC also. Although I started way back on the campus of the University of Pune, but now it has been actually given a proper sort of a positioning in the new education policy, through which you can bring these people on the campus. And then having them on the campus in itself basically boosts the morale of both the teaching as well as the students as a whole. So these are small changes that actually been suggested in the new education policy, wherein we are actually talking in terms of providing them the entrepreneurial skills, or maybe provide them basically, if you look at the curriculum framework, it is going to be outcome based. We have to define the outcomes right in the beginning as well. And what are those outcomes? Obviously, for every course, the outcomes are, because there is going to be multiple entry and multiple exit. They are talking about ABC, Academic Bank of Credit. In fact, this process I was speaking, or rather was talking to the ministry for quite some time, that I like the process of what is called the Bologna process, which exists in the European system as well. Wherein a student actually gets enrolled for his graduation, he spends one semester in one university, or maximum is allowed to complete maybe 2 semesters in a university, but next year he has to move to other university. And European Union, you all know, is a consortium of small countries, almost 26, 36 countries together. So basically, you get exposed to a different culture, different ecosystem, different language. So that benefits him basically, and he becomes a global citizen, is it not? And that is what basically the idea. I was speaking to the state ministry, to the education ministry. We seem to be getting conceived through ABC now. It may not necessarily be physical sort of a mobility of a student, but maybe acquiring certain credit. Maybe Bombay University has a beautiful department of economics. Perhaps they are doing better than the Pune University. So they have basically a better curriculum message. So a student from Pune University can acquire certain credits from Mumbai University through this ABC, Academic Bank of Credit, and for which obviously there has to be a registration made by the institute. There is going to be registration made by the student. Then whatever basically credit he acquires, their valuation, validation will happen through a particular portal, and that particular credit will get accounted to his account, the student's account as such. So that kind of a flexibility is provided in the new education policy, wherein he is given a freedom. He is not basically, we all these days have given him a regimented kind of a education, that once he joins commerce, he has to stick to commerce, is it not? He shouldn't be looking here and there. So this particular policy or ABC provide that kind of an opportunity, a tailor-made course, perhaps you can call it, like 70% of the courses in a course kind of discipline, and the remaining 30% he can acquire from anywhere, not necessarily only in the state of Maharashtra. He can acquire them from even the other states also, like maybe some course from Ahmedabad, or maybe some course from IIT Delhi or IIT Kanpur. That kind of flexibility has been provided. So if not physical kind of a mobility, but through an online mode, perhaps we can acquire those credit tests. So we are not actually making him, giving him sort of a rigid kind of a education, but quite a flexible, and that is perhaps the essence of the new education policy, the kind of a flexibility that has been provided as well, wherein he can take all kind of courses, like engineering student perhaps may acquire some knowledge from performing arts, or maybe a commerce fellow who generally actually is interested in knowing what is happening in basically the management sector, what is happening in economics. Economics basically is the mother of all commerces. But generally, we are actually segmented. We have put in basically walls in between. And because of those walls, there was no dialogue that was happening. Now, the walls, actually, we have decided to remove those walls, in fact. And the best way of doing so on the campus, I did an experiment that, especially you all know, for last 5 years, there is no recruitment that has happened. And same is true even on the campuses of the universities also, not necessarily only colleges alone. During my tenure of 5 years, I could see only people retiring. Is it? So superannuation become very distinct. 150 odd people retired during my tenure. So how do I run my campus? 385 sanctioned posts, and I was running the campus. When I exited the campus basically on 18th of May 2022, I had a strength of 145 teachers. So half the faculty was already had gone out. So through some corpus, through maybe this distinguished professor, another scheme that I started, basically Professor Emeritus, wherein actually we don't intend to lose some good teachers after the retirement. In fact, they create a vacuum in the department. So to retain them, I created a position what is called the Emeritus Professor. He may not be a Padma Shri or Padma Bhushan, but he is good in his subject and he is required to be there. So that is how I could retain them. And these are different provisions actually been made more or less a mandatory in the new education policy, wherein actually you can acquire those people in different capacities, so that basically to fill in the gap to great extent. Obviously, I'm again talking to the ministry, to the state ministry, that recruitment has to happen, whatever maybe the 89, whatever thing that we accepted. At least those number of teachers have to be there in all colleges. Otherwise, it would be challenging. to actually implement the new education policy. So I am not basically saying that that it will happen, but I am talking to the government time and again, and this is another priority actually that this committee actually has taken with all seriousness, that the recruitment has to happen and it has to happen immediately. Otherwise, implementation of this new education policy, what you are looking at basically, will not happen. So perhaps the mood is changing, the capping to great extent has been removed. Some kind of a flexibility has been provided to the university campuses. I believe that some 111 positions we've been allowed to fill in at Pune University on the campus. Basically, some colleges also actually been asked to fill in those vacant positions as well. So human resource is going to be important, but at the same time, just because of this new education policy, whatever increase that may happen in workload, perhaps I don't guarantee that you get extra manpower. Okay, so we have to come out of that mindset that someone is going to come and teach the extra load. No, perhaps we have to share that extra load. So somewhere, in fact, we have to come out of that mindset also. So whatever workload that is assigned, I will only teach that, nothing beyond that. Somewhere we are all, when we are teachers, we are also parents. The same kind of education is going to be given to our own children, is it not? So somewhere in dual role, perhaps we will have to work as a parent as well as a teacher as well. And that is going to be the requirement of the time. It is not that I am speaking on behalf of the government. As I said, don't think that I have answers for all your questions. And that's the reason actually I'm visiting more campuses to understand more and more of your problem. He mentioned one problem basically. I was under an impression that what is the need of actually having two basically boards, 10th board and 12th board, and he told me the technical difficulty. So perhaps I was actually speaking to the government saying that there is no requirement of the 10th board. Is it not? Why unnecessarily put him under stress? But what is a technical problem? Perhaps Ganpule sir will elaborate more or deliberate more on that. But these are going to be some technical hitches and problems sort of, and we need to iron them out. We need to in fact discuss, deliberate more on this and actually take them forward as well. But one thing that I prioritize and emphasize more, if we intend to make this NEP successful, the syllabus is going to be very basically important vertical or element of this new education policy as well. And therefore the role of BOS. We all know that how BOS gets selected. It doesn't get selected, it gets elected most of the time, is it not? आणि मग ते काय साठ्या लोट्यातनं भरलेली असतात माणसं सगळी. तू माझी पाठ खाजव मी तुझी वगैरे तशा पद्धतीने ते BOS होतं. I'm sorry. And I can speak now because I'm a retired person now. I have seen it, I have experienced it because the academic council, I have never seen anything academic happening in academic council. The syllabus used to get passed without any discussion, without deliberation. What kind of new course has started? My expectation was like, such every people are sitting as a member of the academic council, they must deliberate, they must discuss on every aspect of syllabus. That never happened in the 5 years of my tenure. And you all know what is Senate and what is BOS. BOS basically the expectation is that formulating a very good curriculum, where you were expect to consult basically industry, organization. In fact, the process of formulating curriculum is well defined, and it is there everywhere in all universities. It remains the same, wherein you require to basically consult the industry person. But we have seen my way is highway late. So we have seen whatever I know that would be the part of the syllabus. Don't put in something extra, is it not? And which I do not know. And that is how the syllabus all the time got formulated. Basically, industry generally after completing the syllabus send it to you. And there is a good solution actually. If you don't get any answer, like he's with us, he's on pay, so take it forward. That is the way the syllabus gets implemented as well, without basically consulting the industry person. Certain rules are very strange, in fact, and that is what actually I am professing and propagating even with the government. There is a rule in the new University Act that if I have to sign an MOU, I have to take a permission of the government, NOC of that particular state. I'm just sharing one particular experience with you. NCPOR, National Institute, National Center for Polar and Oceanic Research. Polar and Oceanic Research Center or Institute would be there somewhere, either it has to be close to sea, ocean, either it would be in Mumbai or somewhere in Kerala or somewhere maybe in Goa. Unfortunately, it is located in Goa. I wanted to sign an MOU with them. And many times then your deputy, especially this, what they call the ARDR, the deputy registrar, yeah, they sometimes have better brain than us. He came and told me, no, so look at this. The act doesn't allow us. We have to take permission, NOC from the Goa government, from the Goa University, from the state of Maharashtra. Actually, I wanted to sign a MOU, the reason being someone was interested in being somewhere in Antarctica. So that is feasible only when I have an interaction with them, I have an MOU with them. This kind of exchange is feasible. Now tell me, it is a national institute. National institute actually get constituted by Act of Parliament, which is superior than basically university. In fact, it is nonsense that I am recognizing him as a research center. What nonsense? It's a national institute of international repute, and University of Pune is giving them a research recognition. So these kind of basically some pretty nonsense things that are actually there in our act also, we need to actually change that. Another example I can share with you. There is another institute in Pune, it's a National Institute of Naturopathy. The lady who head that particular institute, I don't want to name her, she is not a doctorate, but she has publications, 150, 160 odd publications of international repute. But she cannot be given guideship in my university because आपण फुटपट्टे लावलेले आहेत. 5 वर्ष 10 वर्षाची प्रोफेसरशिप with 2 publication international हे ते guiding experience. What nonsense. So an industry person who is not basically a doctorate, someone like maybe someone from a persistence system who is a CEO there and who is not a doctorate, I cannot provide him with a guideship on the campus, and unless and until I provide him a guideship, he will not come on the campus. Why in the first place he should come and actually take part in my teaching program? There has to be some incentives I have to provide him, no? So then the industry can come forward. So we need to actually even look at these problems. Sometimes actually I overlooked all that nonsense. And I did 175 sort of MOUs. Maybe sometime in future I may get penalized for it. But I don't worry. I'm happy that the students are getting benefited. Private universities can open campus anywhere in the world. But for Pune University to open a campus in Qatar, I had to run from pillar to post. And this request had come from an Indian from Qatar, saying that the Indian diaspora in basically Qatar is very large, and they actually want to get connected basically to the India, basically that's their mother country as such. And that's the reason I started doing it. So I wrote a couple of letters to the UGC. Nothing came from UGC. State government actually to a great extent helped me in issuing the permission. And then when I went to UGC, nothing happened. So I physically went and inquired, like, no, it has gone to the Ministry of Home Affairs. What is it? What is the link basically? He said, no, it's a security issue, no? Then the other person said, it has gone to External Affairs. What all nonsense was happening, sort of. So I opened up the campus. Finally, without basically wettings or anything. I opened up the campus. And then later on met the minister. I said, like, you can penalize me. I have started without your permission, but I cannot wait because my tenure is limited 5 years. If you give permission after 10 years, perhaps it is of no use to me. It has come during my time, so I wanted to start it, I have started. So there are some sort of problems even with our regulatory system as such, and that is the reason they were talking in terms of creating a HICI, a single umbrella structure. Incidentally, now this is off the record. I understand basically the medical council has decided not to go with that. Then the bar, what is that? Yeah, bar council has decided not to be part of that. Maybe architecture, pharmacy to a great extent still thinking about AICT, UGC perhaps are on the same page, and that perhaps the reason why that HICI structure is not coming. Because we all know that for starting and technical institute, one has to go to UGC also, one has to run to basically AICT also. For architecture, he has to go to UGC, AICT as well as Architecture Council. So that kind of a regulation actually that exists, and they in fact process light and tight, that kind of a regulation they are speaking up to actually that to get that materialized, we require to have that HICI in place, which still has not happened. So perhaps we will have to still wait. But sometimes you have to, especially the principals and the one who are the leaders, shouldn't shirk away from such this thing. You have to be bold enough in taking that particular decision, because leadership that matters the most, is it not? Otherwise, it would be, it's a one-time opportunity you get basically. So sometimes basically may not necessarily every time the regulation would be in favor. Sometimes you'll have to go beyond and do it for the benefit of the student. That is what basically is the crux or essence of the new education policy, the flexibility. Flexibility of education, flexibility basically for the particular student to acquire knowledge from different domains. And that is basically is been professed the most in the new education policy. So to create that is going to be a Herculean task, but at the same time, as I said, the mindset needs to get changed. We have to think in terms of not necessarily always the teachers, but sometimes the parents, our own children are also going to get that kind of education. So we have to come forward and make it happen. And I'm there, or the committee is there basically to listen to your problem and resolve them amicably. So with these words, I stop here. Thank you so very much.
Sir, thank you for making us understand that NEP is not only important to policymakers, education institutions, but will also impact the students, parents, teachers, and everyone who will be affected by the change of education system. But it will be always for the better. We thank you, sir, for briefly explaining the new policy that will take into consideration life experiences, empirical research, stakeholders' feedback, holistic approach, and lessons and best practices. So the objective of this reformation of the Indian education system is no child will be left behind. We definitely will be working towards the same cause. Thank you once again. A very big round of applause to the chief guest of today. Now I call upon our vice principal to propose the vote of thanks.
Namaskar. Good afternoon. It's my proud privilege to propose the vote of thanks. On behalf of Hindi Vidya Prachar Samiti's Ram Niranjan Jhunjhunwala College of Arts, Science and Commerce, Autonomous, I would like to express gratitude towards Professor Dr. Nitin Karmalkar, former Vice Chancellor, Savitribai Phule Pune University, for accepting our invitation to inaugurate the 2 days national webinar on transforming higher education institutions and delivering a keynote address on implementation of National Education Policy. Special thanks to Mr. Mahendra Ganpule, the state spokesman, Government of Maharashtra, to share the state's perception on national education policy. The webinar is sponsored by NEP under the agencies of UGC Paramarsh scheme. On behalf of our institute, I extend our sincere thanks to NEP. I wish to express my gratitude towards our President, Hindi Vidya Prachar Samiti, Dr. Rajendra Singh ji. To describe him aptly, I will use the phrase in Marathi. डॉक्टर साहेब आमच्या संस्थेचे आधारवड आहेत. I know घरवालों की धन्यवाद नहीं कहते, but I would like to put on records the efforts taken by our former principal and now the director of the Vidya Prachar Samiti, our own Dr. Bhushan Mukherjee ma'am, for designing this national webinar for us. Instead of thanking her, I will thank God for gifting us such a visionary personality like Dr. Sahab and Usha ma'am. Thanks to our principal, Dr. Himanshu Dauda, for his unconditional support. This webinar is impossible without the support of our technical team, Devi Prasad Shetty, our placement officer, Hemant and his team for computer science from computer science department, Karnakar Bahadurji Ramuji, the strong support, the supporting team working behind the screen. I wish to express my gratitude towards all participants present here and also those who have joined this webinar online. I am sure that you all will feel contented after listening to all sessions. Thank you, one and all. Let us now raise for national anthem.
जनगणमनाधिनायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता पंजाब सिंध गुजरात मराठा द्राविड उत्कल बंगा विंध्य हिमाचल यमुना गंगा उच्छल जलधि तरंगा तव शुभ नामे जागे तव शुभाशिष मागे गाहे तव जय गाथा जनगण मंगल दायक जय हे भारत भाग्य विधाता जय हे जय हे जय हे जय 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 हे.
Thank you.
We thank everyone, and with this we come to the end of the inauguration session. We would like all the online participants to have a short 10 minutes break, a tea break, by the time we'll be starting the first session of today. So the online participants will be having about 5 to 10 minutes of tea break. We'd like you to stay tuned with the same link I request once again all of you to get seated. We'll be starting with the session once again. The online participants can be ready in another 1 or 2 minutes.
Presentation multidisciplinary. Open. Yeah, that's 10 minutes. Wait.
Can I request everyone, please?
Multi. Hello.
Kindly settle down. I inform all the online participants that we'll be starting now. Sir, can you hear me? Can you hear me, online participants?
Yes.
Am I audible?
Yes.
Okay. So, once again, thank you for joining us. I now welcome Professor Dr. Sybil Thomas, University of Mumbai, from Department of Education, who is amidst us. Thank you, ma'am, for joining us. I will call upon our director, Dr. Usha Mukundan, ma'am, to felicitate our chief guest for today. Kindly do the honors. You can go in the center. We have a big hand. you so much. Education must build character, enable learners to be ethical, rational, compassionate, and caring, while at the same time prepare them for gainful, fulfilling, and employment opportunity. I now invite Professor Rekha Shetty to introduce the guest speaker, Professor Dr. Sybil Thomas, University of Mumbai. Good afternoon, everyone present here. I'm here to formally welcome our next speaker for the day, Dr. Mrs. Sybil Thomas. Dr. Sybil Thomas has done a PhD in education. She is currently engaged with Department of Education, University of Mumbai. Prior to this, Madam was principal of St. Xavier's Institute of Education, Mumbai. She is academic council member at H.J. College of Education and K.J. Somaya College of Education, Training and Research, and also a board member for education at University of Mumbai and SMIT Women University, Mumbai. She was coordinator of SET examination Mumbai region for 2 consecutive years. Dr. Thomas has to her credit several coursework and projects at the Department of Audit, at the Department of Adult and Continuing Education. She has guided multiple action research projects, which included aid awareness program and projects in science and mathematics. Madam has contributed in preparing several teaching aids and have initiated technological interventions by developing courses on e-learning using Moodle, LMS portal and interactive series. She was core member of committee dedicated in designing curriculum, which includes NET syllabus revision and NET B.Ed syllabus revision. She was also coordinator for NAC peer team visit and IQAC coordinator during her brief tenure with K.J. Somaya College of Education, Training and Research. Madam has to her credit 2 funded research projects. She is currently guide to 6 PhD students. 15 of her students have already awarded PhD and 10 of them awarded MPhil. She has guided around 35 MA students in her dissertation till date. Dr. Sybil Thomas has collectively published more than 50 books, documents, and research papers. Her research topics included looking for an alternate strategy for teaching and testing, responding to student diversity, raising standards of classroom assessment, among others. She has graced several national, state, university, and college level workshops in the past. And today she is here to share her insights on NEP's one of the highlighted feature of it being multidisciplinary and interdisciplinary. I, on behalf of RJ College family, would like to welcome you, ma'am.
So, good afternoon to each of you, and I know we've already run far beyond time, and but I still assure you that I wouldn't take you too long, but definitely take you through a journey of looking at what you can do to make your courses multidisciplinary. Okay, and what does this whole multidisciplinary stand for? So, before I proceed, I clarify 2 things. One is probably I'm in no position like Kalmarkar sir and Phule sir to talk about structural changes too much, but definitely with passion to see how multidisciplinary can be realized in each of our classrooms and what values we would be able to uphold more than structural changes. So you have a good overview of what structural changes would be done and should be done in order to encourage multidisciplinarity. But now how can we, in our own ways, in our classrooms and through our content, make sure that we could introduce multidisciplinarity as its approach. Now, before I proceed, another thing that I would like to take off in terms of myths, and I bring this especially now with my current position as I am on deputation with Maharashtra State Faculty Development Academy. So this is a small Section 8 company that is set up by Government of Maharashtra for faculty development. And we run various courses which are truly, in many sense, we attempted to be multidisciplinary. And in my visits to various parts of districts in Maharashtra, I think teachers come up with 3 reservations when they hear this word, okay? The first, when you talk of multidisciplinary, you feel that it has to come from Government of Maharashtra. Okay, we are in no control of this, and therefore to make our courses this, कि GR कहाँ है and where is it given by university is what you are waiting for. Okay, so I am terming this as a myth, and I will not say that why I'm saying it's a myth. At the end of the session, probably you'd say whether this is a myth or not, and that you need to wait for a GR to come. Second, that we need to be people who should be trained in multidisciplinary. Therefore, उसके लिए भी हम राह देख रहे हैं कि कब कोर्स होगा और कब फैकल्टी डेवलपमेंट प्रोग्राम शायद MSFDA से या HRDC से होगा, तब हम इसको इम्प्लीमेंट करेंगे. And I think that also I'm saying it's a myth. And thirdly, if you feel that it is far away, जब तक मेरा रिटायरमेंट आ जाएगा, इसके लिए इसका पीछे ज्यादा दिमाग मत लगाओ, that is also a myth, because it's not far away and you would have to do that very soon. Okay, so when I'm looking at this whole thing, we would look at how NEP looks at multidisciplinary. So the principles on which NEP is laid, and secondly is how multidisciplinary approach is a part of this entire principles that NEP seeks to uphold. And before I move on further on this, I would also I would give you some thoughts on Indian higher education, which I don't need to talk too much on, and you would all agree with me that even in the morning this came up, and I was closely hearing that we need therefore higher education that will give skills, knowledge and society for the fourth industrial revolution. Yes, ye shabd suna hoga, first, second, third, fourth. Yeah, so fourth industrial revolution, may aap kaun sa shabd you associate with the fourth industrial revolution? This is another condition I needed to read, which I forgot, is one is we will not proceed till we interact, okay, till I hear voices from there, because I'm here as even Gunfule sir, no, what's the spokesperson? Yeah, sir said that we are no longer teaching, but we are learning together. Yes, so teachers have to do, so uska, now we will actualize that together, okay. So when you say and we also used fourth industrial revolution, yeah, so which words, what are these new things it stands for? Yes, sir.
Virtual reality,
Correct.
AI, blockchain,
Excellent.
3D printing.
Yes, so these are these kind of technologies, IoTs, virtual realities, AIs, etc. What else? That's fourth industrial revolution. Sustainability. What else? Some more. Yes, madam. Automation. Yes, as rightly said. Next, some more. Huh? Green technology. Yes. Sustainability, automation, these various areas of IT and the progresses that it is making. Yes, what else? Design thinking, yes. So does design thinking mean only in terms of technology of science? Or design also leads to day-to-day classroom interactions as well? Yes? Okay, what more? Augmented reality, yes. More. Okay, so we'll go on as we go ahead. And here we are talking of, therefore, in Indian higher education systems, we are looking at how does NEP envision these skills for this kind of a society that is driven by all these kinds of innovations, which will no longer, or may I term it as cutting edge technologies, which is going to be the realities of our society today. And we are looking for education to look at problems and solutions for these, okay? And how we are going to realize that. So therefore, I can safely, with permission of Gunfule sir, say there are two aspects to multidisciplinarity to make it a reality. One, institutional restructuring and consolidation dimension. And second is curricular dimension. Yes. So in institutional restructuring and consolidation dimension, we will look at these two. The first part, which you all have very rightly put in the inaugural session, What are these changes? What are the structural changes that are going to come about that? And the second part, now we are talking of the curricular dimension, and this curricular dimension is with regard to teaching and learning. And here's where I am going to anchor on. We are going to talk about it together. Okay, so teaching learning processes both and institutional level changes, okay, which we would need. At the teaching learning processes, as the slide shows you, it is how do we make this as an approach to teaching and learning, out of classroom, outside classroom experiences to enrich, internships, practicum, field engagement, etc., which will be areas that we are dealing with. And secondly, institutional level, how we can imagine it is when we are introducing MOOCs, how do we make it multidisciplinary? What are the kind of research projects that we would do, which will be multidisciplinary, and the degree programs, correct? So these are different ways in which we are envisioning. So when we talk of multidisciplinary courses, what, where, and how is what we are going to see. So what kind of courses we are going to term as multidisciplinary, why we need to have that, and how do we design and coordinate these courses at our institution. Many of you from autonomous institutions will be constructing courses that are multidisciplinary. So how do you name it? Why are you to do it? And how would you design, coordinate these courses? We'll also look at number 5 in our agenda today is a course template. And I told group work, but I think we may not reach there. But how do we look at this template at our institutions to term it as multidisciplinary? And what is this criteria will we use? आजकल सब जन कह रहे हैं हमारा कोर्स मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी है, पर कौन सा क्राइटेरिया यूज करेंगे हम लोग ताकि ये हम बता सकेंगे कि these are quality parameters that one needs to keep in mind. For example, I come from a course of education and I see here Masrat madam also from the course of education. जो भी हम पढ़ा रहे हैं हम बोल रहे हैं वो multidisciplinary है, तो हमें कुछ नया करने की जरूरत नहीं है. Is that true? Look at life sciences in a way multidisciplinary. Yes. So will you say कि आपका काम समाप्त हो गया है, अभी आपको कुछ नया करना नहीं है? वो लाइफ साइंस को भी मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच से कैसा हम सिखा पाएंगे और उसको क्या इंडिकेटर्स हम ध्यान में रखेंगे is what we will look at today hopefully. And therefore I hope at the end of this session you would be able to map a relationship between NEP standing and multidisciplinary. Why you need to map this relationship, we'll look shortly. Based on NEP, we will look at various spaces. हमारा पूरा curriculum, I am clarifying for all of us, curriculum मतलब syllabi नहीं. Syllabi curriculum का भाग है. Curriculum is wider than that. Curriculum is in way in which your festivals I saw down is a part of your curriculum. Correct? So we'll go on, but I'm clarifying therefore that we will look in the entire curriculum which are the spaces. Third, we will see how can we write, or we will hopefully be able to write a proposal and at the same time reorganize benefits for applying these multidisciplinary approaches in different contexts. Okay, 1. NEP का शब्द सुनते ही सुबह से पहले से एक साल से we are hearing various 2020 से words associated with NEP. Now I want rapid fire round to understand which words come to your mind when you hear NEP. Okay, chal, let's begin. Ma'am, will you oblige, Masrat madam? Take one word, one word, bolo.
Connecting to internet and
Okay, next, ma'am, would you or somebody else, would you raise your hand voluntarily? Yes. Skill development. Okay, next. What does it stand for? Next. Exit entry. Very good. Next. Flexibility. Very good. Next. Experience and learning. Next. Okay, the structures. Okay, that all comes to your mind. Yes. Outcome based. Yes, very good. Next. Job orientation. Next. Practical. Next. Experiential, practical, job orientation. Or shabd. Confusion. Okay. मैं document का बात करती हूँ. वो आपका भावना, that is your emotion. Okay, next, some things more.
Integration of traditional Indian.
Yes, Indian knowledge, integration. What more?
Somebody on the chat.
Okay, somebody on the chat, great. Academic bank of credits, excellent. Employability, autonomy, chalo, next. Yes. Major minor, ये शब्द आ रहा है. Employability is coming, good. Critical thinking, ये शब्द सुना? Yes, that is there in that first paragraph itself about how everyone will be critical. Next, what else does it say? It says it will uphold democratic values. Student-centric, excellent. Man, just read out for me if I miss. Yeah, student-centric, democratic values. Applicability, excellent. Now I have made this thing. Ye shabd, anybody can correct me if these words are not there. Is there or not there? Gunfule's permission is there? Okay. So I have not made something which is not there. Correct? So let's look at it. And what you all said is there or no in some form. Wohi shabd nahi, but in some form what you all said. So you actually don't need a session now on multidisciplinary, correct? You know what it should stand for. One, flexibility, no separations, no hard separations, holistic, conceptual understanding, life skills, value. Value didn't come up, but this value-based is there very much. But Indian knowledge systems came up, correct? So that came up. Now, friends, all these values of section 0.13 of NEP are the values that uphold multidisciplinary. So it is not side by side. It is not a side wheel to NEP. It is not, it is a part of realization of these values. तो ये सिस्टम क्यों बना रहे हैं हम लोग, ताकि ये वैल्यूज जो है उसको रियलाइज करने के लिए हमें अपना अप्रोच बदली करना है, और ये अप्रोच को हम मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी अप्रोच कहते हैं. फॉर values, flexibility, holistic development, no separations, conceptual understanding, etc. So this should be very clear to us. Okay, for democracy also is multidisciplinary. I'm making a philosophical statement, because if it is the freedom, it is based on respect, freedom, equality, justice. These values should come in multidisciplinary. Correct? It's not a course as a product, but it is your ideal, which and the process, and the course is an outcome of this whole approach if you and I as teachers have. Okay, so if I feel that there is in democracy upholds choice, individual choice, respect for each other's diversity, etc. It is reflected even in education, where I am able to respect the learner's abilities, which are diverse, their ability to choose, their ability to be different and yet be part of the same system or domain of knowledge. Clear? So this is something that we need to do. And therefore, in these principles itself, we see the principles of multidisciplinary. Which principles? NEP principles. Section 0.13. Next, what is India's vision for higher education? We said we want in section 1.8, we said 9.1, India should be a knowledge society. Requirements we saw, employability is what you told, and they also say creativity and highly skilled workforce. Correct? This picture of your fourth industrial revolution available in CCs, Creative Commons, that I have taken it from. Section 9.2 says, therefore, we want character, creativity, intellectual curiosity, scientific temper, spirit of service. ये शब्द बहुत बड़ा है, पर ये शब्द आप जरा ध्यान में रखिए, क्योंकि आपका ये, if to justify your course, please remember, it should show something of these things. Okay, some of these values it should uphold, and it is not only कि तुम्हारा डिपार्टमेंट मेरा डिपार्टमेंट एक साथ आके 2 घंटा बैठ के हमने एक कोर्स निकाला. Okay, it has to show whether it stands for these points. Character cannot be in science separate and character cannot be in humanities separate, right? It is all of us striving for one ideal state of character for community of students, teachers, as well as for individuals also. Okay, creativity in these things, okay, I don't need to go into that. And therefore, let's remember, this has come because of our experiences that we say that we were severely fragmented. Yes, आजकल education और physical education में भी संबंध नहीं है. आपने physical education किया मतलब आपको हमारा education समझता है, हम बोलते हैं नहीं समझता है. Okay, you see life science, we say cannot teach chemistry. We say these things, right? But because of these, we have had consequences. And you all as teachers know the consequences. We won't go and we didn't have time for interaction. But because of this society, we have experienced those consequences. And we also see that there is, if we go this approach, we would hopefully be able to increase access. Why access? मैंने कहाँ से कहाँ तक खींच दिया एक्सेस को ग्रॉस एनरोलमेंट रेशियो तक एक्सेस इक्वालिटी क्यों खींचा मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी से एनी थॉट्स ऑन दिस डू यू थिंक इट विल इंक्रीज एक्सेस एंड आई एम सेइंग यस बट यू हैव टू आस्क मी क्वेश्चंस we are hoping if it is truly multidisciplinary education we will be able to even increase access. Any thoughts? No one's right and wrong, okay, in this discipline. So it's not like atomic number of carbon that I'm asking you. So that is only one answer. Any thoughts on this? No one. I don't mind continuing till 2, huh, Baba? Come. Any thought? Just say. I'm saying it's a thought. How do you think this should help? I said we are all different and diverse. Yaad karo. I'm bringing some key points. We are different and diverse. Our tastes, abilities, etc. vary. Okay? Knowledge itself is to get good kind of hang over knowledge. We have to have a perspective that comes from multidisciplinary. That increases employment. And therefore, if I'm saying these are the promises, why do I say enrollment will go up or should go up? Skill-based course. Anything else?
Something that person will like.
Something that person will like. Excellent. Matlab. Okay, I do not like, for example, if I say I do not like mathematics, but I still can be a part of a course which I get basic knowledge of mathematics, but need not go into super specializations of mathematics. But I am not totally zero when it comes to maths. Yes? When I want a multidisciplinary course, for example, if I take a course in life skills, I'm giving you a course, say an example of a course in life skills, I will be different kinds of learners can be accommodated in that course. Educational or forget educational, AI course which is multidisciplinary. Philosophy students will be interested. कि ये क्यों है? ये कैसा बदल करेगा समाज को? इसका value and ethics क्या है? When I start using AIs, etc. I would be attracted from a philosophy point of view. From a, yes, you're raising. From a sociology point of view, we would be interested in doing a multidisciplinary course in AI. From an education point of view, we would. From a computer and information sciences, you will be. Some, Mike. Hello. Okay, so there are different kinds of students that would be interested, though I may not be a person from computer science, therefore access, therefore choice. These are principles that we need to keep in mind. Okay, therefore, when I said this, now remember this, I'm coming back to this. You should have in an AI course, concepts of ethics, concepts of social implications, concepts of application in different sectors of society, concepts of setting up of AI systems and technicalities, etc. So did you see right now how many disciplines did I cover? Minimum 4. Correct? And there could be more. Yeah. So a credit, this didn't come up in our thing. ABC didn't come up in that new education policy words. Okay, credit system, etc. So I can take a credit from you, which will not be purely only for students from computer science, but even an education person can take one credit here because I saw relations, I joined you, I learned some basic things, and now I can move out to whether I want to specialize in that or not. Okay, next. So I quickly move to that, and I don't have time to go on to very many details of that. But remember, the moment you say multidisciplinary courses, we need to revamp our concept of curriculum, pedagogy, assessment. So course मेरा multidisciplinary, पर assessment वही मेरा question paper format. Question 1 or 1A or 1B, 2A, 2B, 3A, 3B. Question number 5, short notes compulsory, answer any 5. Possible? If I am dealing for multiple kinds of learners, I need assessment also for multiple kinds of learners. Correct? And you, in a privileged situation in an autonomous college, you cannot say कि भाई हम क्या करें. And those who are not in autonomous college, university पे दोष मत दो, आपके पास 40, 60, 40 पैटर्न, 70, 30 पैटर्न है. वो 30 मार्क्स के लिए तो भी आज आप ध्यान दो कि क्या कर सकते हैं उसमें, जो अलग है, जो डिफरेंट है, जो उसमें हम अप्रोच बदली कर सकते हैं उसमें. That is in you and my hand. We may not be on the board of studies, but none of us can say we have no freedom. University बेचता है, क्या करेंगे यूनिवर्सिटी. LOCF का जब मैं वर्कशॉप लेती हूँ आउटकम बेस का, सब बोलते हैं मैडम क्या करें, यूनिवर्सिटी बेचते हैं, यूनिवर्सिटी बेचता है. ऐसे क्यों? आपका खुद आउटकम्स नहीं बना सकते आपके स्टूडेंट्स के लिए, आपका कॉलेज का आउटकम्स आपका विजन से नहीं बना सकते. So this is what I want to encourage you to think. So no one will say these things. Okay. Now look at this. How this structurally may help student enrollments, we are hoping. Optimum use of infrastructure, large lands, they are recommending for all these. Our policy is recommending increase in this, and also multidisciplinary capacities. They are saying even if residential facilities extra will contribute. Now I'm going to these two broad areas. Okay. So institutional restructuring, let's leave it for people like Himanshu sir, Usha madam, Ganfule sir, Kalmarkar sir, etc. Okay, let's look at the second part. How we should be able to at least offer some of these courses. Okay, can we do it in class? Can there be an approach? I am not now talking of a course. I am talking of an approach to teaching. Farak samjho. So can you give me an example of a multidisciplinary approach that you have taken or tried in your classroom? You all have tried. And I'm not believing that no one has tried. We all have. Yes, somewhere or the other. छोटी सी आपने प्रयत्न किया है. Using different discipline outlooks to teach a topic, or to help students and us to understand. We took a different approach. Anybody?
Multilingual approach.
That is a lingual approach. Okay, disciplinary approach, where you use 2-3 disciplines. Anybody has tried?
I teach polarization and photography.
Okay.
Photography is totally other thing.
Yeah.
Organization is
Program. What did you say? Polarization. Okay. So in that, while teaching, did you try to bring 2-3 disciplines knowledge together?
That is photography.
Yes. Okay. Okay. So you've tried that. Excellent. Yes, sir.
I teach foundation course environmental subject. I teach the feminist perspective that how women looks at the environment and what is the close connection between environment and
Excellent. Okay. Excellent. Anybody else? Yes, sir.
We had a value-added course, climate change, and we
Huh.
so the students of botany
zoology and environment science.
Excellent. Okay, anybody even on the chat can put up. Anybody else? This was a nice two example. Yes.
मैम मैं हिंदी पढ़ाती हूँ
हाँ.
और हिंदी की कहानियों को मैंने स्टूडेंट से उसको ड्रामा के फॉर्म में लिखवाया देन उसको इनैक्ट
करवाया. ठीक है. और उसमें आप अलग अलग डिसिप्लिन्स के भी इस जो इशू पे आप ड्रामा करवा रहे उनके अलग अलग डिसिप्लिन्स को आप आइडेंटिफाई करते हैं. एक्सीलेंट. वेरी गुड. यस.
integrated marketing,
Integrated.
trying to implement a real-time InstaPay portals and few other.
Excellent. So even implementing real-time portal. Now these are small approaches. One more person, but a good approach. One more: technology, information sciences, marketing, etc. Somebody else. Yes.
Statistics, I make students do role play.
हाँ.
Like one example, like you role play the role of Prashant Kishore.
हाँ.
So how you will use your statistical techniques to take decisions?
Excellent.
And you are consulted to Prashant Kishore, how will you?
Yeah.
Okay, great.
Even in biological sciences, we explain some chemical structure.
Excellent. Okay. So Q. Yes. One more. Yeah.
While teaching literature, we make use of the social psychological approach. We touch on social issues and also we analyze the psyche of the
Excellent.
characters.
Excellent. So we do it in all our programs, correct? In our major programs, minor programs, in all student levels we do now. Can we use what you all have done? You have done the first part. You have used different lenses, like feminist lens. You have used statistics and sociological lens to look at and understand how statistics were done through language and drama, through the using technology, etc. So we have, in some way or the other, we have asked students to take different lenses to way of looking, drishtikon say. Okay, how a biologist look at environment, how a physicist looks at environment, how a statistician looks at environment, and economist looks at environment. We have asked these people to look at these things, understand case studies, do role plays, do interviews. Ma'am said about multi-different languages. We have also coordinated and been part of seminars, group activities, etc. Correct? Who's this particular seminar? Did science faculty say हमारा इसका भाग नहीं है इसके साथ कुछ? हम आए हैं ना, languages से आए, science से आए, because we all have addressing through education common concerns of humanities. We all have taken our specializations. We need to understand our specializations are not sufficient. They contribute, but they are not sufficient to understand complex human problems and environment related problems. Therefore, we understand the need for joining hands, looking at the same problem through multiple perspectives, and then we do it. Now, for example, let's look at this. When you are probably in the house and your child wants to understand, to take further studies, okay, graduation ke baad, then we look at the choice from economics point of view. पहला आजकल बच्चे बोलते हैं हम बाहर जा रहे हैं. तो पहला हम देखते हैं अपने एफडीज कितने हैं, अपने बैंक बैलेंस कितना है, कैसा कर सकते हैं. We look at employment options. Yes, what is the infields? We look at this from the perspective of even climate of that particular region, whether our child can adjust. Yes, and that time we become all multidisciplinary. But when we come to classroom, we say only zoology and zoology alone is the only solution to understand problems. Correct? But we encourage, and if you don't know, we phone also, no? People, please come talk to my child. Please give us a holistic understanding. Yes? So, but when we have a problem, when we are teaching in economics, we will dare not call sociology department ka teacher hamare class mein. Okay, I'm just trying to say that NEP is saying multidisciplinary is a way of life. You have done it, I have done it, we do it, but bring that thinking into a larger picture of classroom and courses baad mein, pahla approaching any form of knowledge. If this is what we can take at the end of my session today, I have made it and I'll be happy on that. Okay, so let's remember, we do things like, can we have group activities pair for that project work hai ki nahi UG level pe? Hai? Yes. Project can be combined from two different departments. Workload में affect होगा हमारा. प्रोजेक्ट वो भी कर रहे हैं, हम भी कर रहे हैं, उसका हम लोग वर्कलोड उनको भी माना जाता है, हमें माना जाता है. बस इकट्ठा आके सोचो beyond what you have been thinking already. Have people doing it together, cross disciplines, even though they are specializing in mathematics or in commerce, but ask them to work with people from humanities and have them rated on that, is what we are saying. Out of classrooms. What are kinds of out of classrooms within the syllabi which we do? Field visits, co-curricular. Yes, what else? Internship is or no? Can that be, that is multidisciplinary even whether you want it or not? Yes? When I go to them, send my student, only thing is I tell them, Baba, udhar dekho book of accounts kaisa maintain kar raha hai, utna dekh ke aao. और वो रिपोर्ट में उतना ही लिखो कि मैंने क्या क्या लिखा है वो कॉमर्स में. पर हम बताते नहीं है कि इसके अलावा का दुनिया वो सीखता है, पर हम उसको we do not recognize that learning. Recognize that in your projects, templates, rubrics. Assessment is a different ball game altogether. Okay, how do you have rubrics, etc., for gaining these things, for assessing these things? Yeah, but we are saying give recognition. Make it a part of the way in which your students work. Okay, whether at home, individuals and groups, but make sure that they do. Assignments, etc., you have given. Practicums have gone. Internships and practicums. So now, I want to touch this whole aspect. Have we engaged with MOOCs? Have we done something in MOOC? Massive Open Online Learnings. हमने सुना तो भी ये शब्द कि नहीं सुना है? We have? Yes? Okay. Is that, can those courses today, when you do now, when this whole AI concept came, I was very intrigued in education. So what did I do? I first thing took one from Commonwealth of Learning. I went and took one chota course on what is AI. क्योंकि मुझे भी समझ में नहीं आया, पर उधर एलिजिबिलिटी लिखा नहीं था कि भाई एजुकेशन वाले उधर आओ मत. उन्होंने लिखा जो भी आपको any interested faculty, they didn't even say that you should be PhD or MSc. They just put that on Commonwealth and I went and did that course. A course in design thinking is another course that I did. 15 hours these small courses are. Friend, if your institution wants to be truly multidisciplinary, explore this area. How do you write content which is open? Content which is integrated, open for all disciplines, etc. Do you take up research projects for UGC? Abhi university ka, I don't know, this year आया था, I think ad ना, नहीं आया this year. Okay, पर UGC का भी नहीं आया. अजीम प्रेम जी का आया, नहीं था आया. Okay, research projects का invite आता है. I don't know whether colleges give or you all go outside. How many of us do only our department project? I would want to encourage you. Take up projects with you from here and another person from another department and come up with one project where you will look at the same things through different lenses. Degree programs, आपको अच्छा लगे नहीं लगे वो तो आपको part लेना ही है इसमें. And that university will make sure that you do that also. But I want to ask you these questions where you can voluntarily make a course. Okay, so what kind of courses can we term as multidisciplinary? Let's look at this. When you talk about a course, because it is in the UGC and using it in academic parlance, it has to have a time frame. पहला ये ध्यान रखो. Okay? You cannot say पहला course बनाएंगे फिर decide करेंगे, but decide the time frame. You have to lead it by 1 or 2 instructors. You have to have fixed roles of students, specific content, because no, nowadays anything you see people say हमारा course है. भले उसने 2 दिन outing के लिए लेके गया, educational visit के लिए लेके आए, that could be a part of a course. But to term it as a course, you have to have some fixed deadlines. Okay. I'm not denying that that is not an experience of multidisciplinary. It may be an approach to teach a unit, but I am now moving from approach to a course. Okay. It may involve, maybe it could involve synchronous, asynchronous, call for classes, not call for classes. You want to give a grade, you want to give a certificate, but you have to recognize that learning. But it should have these following attributes. One, at least 2 or more disciplines. खुद का डिपार्टमेंट ने बनाया और उसको लेबल लगाया मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी चलेगा, पर next I'm bringing you to the next point. Okay, you have to have clearly stated disciplines that you have in mind for integrating. Okay, you need to use the skill and knowledge from more than one academic discipline. Is the way of looking at knowledge in Hindi or English language different from way in which knowledge is conceived by a science person? Way of looking, is it different? Way of constructing is different? Yes, that we can't deny. We all come from different ways of looking at it, but include those multiple ways. Okay, next. On completion of this, you can return back to your own specialization. You know, when I went last one to Varda district, most of the people were so worried that saying that, फिर हम लोग हमारा डिसिप्लिन कब पढ़ेंगे? आप बोल रहे हैं मल्टीडिसिप्लिन. फिर ऐसा होएगा कि उनका they will be what? Jack of all and master of none. We are not saying that. We are saying that you become specialists. We are saying you concentrate, but we are saying that you approach it through different lenses. Look at it differently. Has certain courses that are open for people from different disciplines to be a part of. Okay, and provide for experiential learning, because multidisciplinary equal to experiential learning. I've made a very bold statement. You cannot have truly multidisciplinary without having experiential based learning environments. Yes or no? You can have it, possible hai. You syllabus तैयार दे दो, list of students तैयार दे दो, mark sheet तैयार दे दो, हो गया है. But for it to be a truly thing, it has to be experiential, and you will realize it will go beyond the subjects that you even thought of when you give these kind of experiential. Okay, and therefore, one, to possess multidisciplinary, it's skill, understanding, and attitude. And I think I should stop in another 3 minutes, but I will take you to the final template in a very hurried manner. But friends, this half an hour, we have built skills you will learn, and we are very good in copying and adjusting and making it apart from ourselves. See, for example, I can learn a skill of knitting without truly appreciating knitting. Agreed? I can do cooking without even loving cooking. Yeah, and we will be, in a way, again, not able to truly enjoy or reach the goals if we do not have that kind of an attitude. So I hope that we have in some way be able to have that attitude to do what? To understand and evaluate knowledge from broad disciplines. Look at it broadly from different kinds of disciplines. Encourage this interdisciplinary inquiry, even in your students, even in your own self, and adopt multiple ways of knowing. Don't only think experimentation and objectivity stands for science, but science also stands for more than that. Yeah. So look at these objective ways of knowing knowledge. Try and understand from your friend, why do they say PhD in English language is still equal to PhD in science? पदवी एक ही है, तरीका अलग है, पर ये अलग अलग तरीके कैसा यूज किया उन लोग ने टू कंट्रीब्यूट टू द बॉडी ऑफ नॉलेज फॉर यूजफुल फॉर एंटायर ह्यूमैनिटी वेदर मैथ्स और साइंस understand, take attempts, learn these. I have abilities to do this, and therefore I think we would go on, but I would go to this. So choose a team of experts, coordinate with different perspectives, understand how they are looking at it, ensure that tutorials, experiential learnings, etc. are a part of it, develop an interdisciplinary shared vision, and enhance the concept of knowledge ownership. So this is not my department of physics ka product. It is not where my department of education ka product. और ये knowledge खाली physicists पढ़ोगे, but ऐसा knowledge जो सब पढ़े and appreciate करे and share ownerships is another great thing. Of course, you would need a lot of coordination. You know, we at our, I think I spoke a lot of multidisciplinary, but when I work with people at the current assignment at MSFDA, we are people so diverse, and I tell you, it takes longer to arrive at a common understanding, but eventually it's more fulfilling. It is easier to go and say, chalo, ye mera bhag hai. Unit 1, साइंस वाले ने दिया, यूनिट 2 इकोनॉमिक्स ने दिया, यूनिट 3 एजुकेशन ने दिया, कोर्स खत्म, इसको खाली फॉर्मेट करो, ऑफिस का असिस्टेंट को बोलो इसका फॉर्मेट में डाल के कोर्स दे दिया हमारा मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी. नो, the outcomes to be shared. In each unit, you look at same content through multidisciplinarity, and it's not that this unit, चलो sociology वाला आपका 3 हो गया ना, अभी मैं जा रही हूँ क्लास में, education का बता के आऊंगी, आप फिर जाना, आप अपना बता के आना. Okay, when discussion, when negotiation, you learn little bit of sociology, and sociology learns little bit of science. At the end of it, teacher and students learn together and come up with something bigger. And therefore, a lot of coordinating administrative details, etc., that are there. And I think I'm already run. But if we were to ask whether, what are the quality indicators that I'm keeping for that, I would ask you, does it prove multiple perspectives? Is it based on a strong teaching research nexus? Joining, judao, join in such a way that there is constant learning and becomes parts of one another. Whether there is a clear, explicit interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary expectations. Do you tell students in your outcome also that the outcomes are based on interdisciplinary or multidisciplinary? Does it give understanding of the process of gaining that? Does it state different importances of interdisciplinary inquiry? But I will be failing to go on before I realize I have made one clarification not made. Multi and interdisciplinary conceptually are a little different. Okay? In conceptually, though they are related, they are different. When we talk about interdisciplinary, all disciplines merge together to come with a common body of knowledge. In multidisciplinary, I come up with different specializations and contribute to a solution from multiple perspectives. Clear? I come out with it for an interdisciplinary. So from multi, I hope we move to inter. From inter, we move to trans, where we will evolve new subjects. For example, biotechnology is an outcome of moving from multi to inter to transdisciplinary, where now it has been recognized as a new discipline altogether. Okay, so let's at least start reading, thinking, looking, though I cannot do justice for this in half an hour, but I want to at least help you look at these words, concepts, think, approach, be open, and remember how you solve. I told you that problems of your own child's education, solve that in the classroom also for other children. And I end with the quote of Krishna Kumar, which says, the greatest problem in Indian education is the division between your children and my children. Okay, my children and your children, that problem plagues our Indian education system when it comes to teachers and educational outlooks that we apply. Okay, with this, thank you so much. And I'm sorry for this hurried thing, but this is the any seminar this happens. Thank you.
Mind taking couple of questions?
Yes, I will.
Anybody very specific?
Yeah.
Dilute the content a little, or when we are looking at it from multiple approaches, how much do you think we can step down in the process?
This is another thing that I think we very often think that multidisciplinary means course dilution, which is natural, correct? But we are saying for that particular kind of a course area that you're dealing with, you would also therefore have different levels at which you are pitching. So if the course is, for example, a basics in artificial intelligence, you will definitely not go into details of programming, but you will allow students to go further in. That's why multiple entry exit is coordinated to these things.
Yes.
Yeah.
The only concern which was bothering me is if I'm offering the same course to technology students as well. So they are losing out on the programming which we would have otherwise maybe taught them.
Is this the only course that your technology will get knowledge from?
No, in artificial intelligence, this will be the only course.
This will be the only course.
Probably.
But in technology, they will be as engineering, or what is the subject you're saying you're from?
We are from information.
Information technology. You will be having other avenues to be teaching them that. So we are saying at the beginning is you have on course 2 courses where you give people freedom to move across, and that hardcore what you want them to specialize in, you have so many other courses for that. But this course also is come up with an objective for certain addressing certain understandings of realities in society. So for that, this much knowledge is enough. But you want to, so therefore this course is limited purpose also. But further grounding, they will get in other courses. Yeah.
Thanks.
Okay. Anything else? Any questions here? Yes, sir.
Just to clarify, if we have a course physics of biological system, then that will be interdisciplinary. But it may be optics course, if I describe my use I as an example of optical instrument, then it will be multidisciplinary.
Yeah, so your optics course can be multidisciplinary depending upon what is the way in which you are looking at that course, which is the kind of knowledge systems you are bringing in. If you are bringing in 2 or more disciplines, then it becomes multidisciplinary, and the process of looking for societal problems or societal occurrences that you want them to deepen their knowledge in. Yeah, so this will be a small.
Yeah, another concern, actually, I'm very sure many of us have, is logistics. See, ultimately, these are very practical issues which have to be addressed. Okay, how do you set the timetable? Our own students, how mature they are to take this type of approach, because we are also looking at gross enrollment rate. So you want more enrollment, look at our commerce. Finally, everything we are boiling down to commerce.
Yeah.
Because where the number of students are very large, of course, they are more employable. But they have no patience to be there in the campus after some duration of time. And another thing we said, we'll also offer them online sessions, and we ourselves have seen the concentration level in online. Online is good for people who are very committed, who are good at self-learning. Here, many of our higher educational institutions are engaging.
Sure. So here I'll differentiate between an online and a MOOC. Okay, or so online is you're using a platform that is just for delivery and exchange. But in a MOOC course, or in a course that is structured in that way, student cannot afford to not pay attention. You don't move to the next part till you are assessed, till you deliberate, till you give your views, and then you move. So you would have that. Secondly, before we move that, students are capable. For example, take an example of the Xavier's Degree College, where they have one course in the 3-year BA or BSc, which you have to take a cross-disciplinary course. Okay, so a person, for example, with a BA Sociology has taken one course in zoology related to maybe marine biology or marine sciences. So you design courses in such a way, and student comes up and they are able to, and they are happy to do such things, because they also get a new breather, a new way of looking at the old problem from, and that marine course that they had, marine biology, has components even of sociology there. Correct? So that becomes a value as a part of the entire autonomous system.
I think many autonomous colleges have done. But now, right now, what we have is the NEP structure.
Yes.
It is a little different.
No, so in NEP structure also, the template of R.D. Kulkarni's report gives provisions for that, for allowing these and giving credits to this, that there is provisions for that.
But then your core component you have to reduce.
Yeah.
Otherwise, they will not be
Yes.
able to handle.
So they have given that breakup for the core, breakup for this. That is also very well done there. Only thing is, I told you, no, it is putting our minds together and saying, if I'm committed, I have to find, but I understand there are infrastructure related things, etc., which probably I think people like Kalmarkar sir and this, they said in the morning, they talk to managements also, find out that, etc. But now I'm just dealing as, can we begin in an approach in our regular, then move now without you realizing in a year's time, you will like, especially autonomous colleges will have to offer cross-disciplinary and then move on further. Yes.
When we talk about the multidisciplinary approach or the cross-faculty courses, as sir was mentioning, timetable goes for a toss because you are intercrossing between science and arts. So what happens is that you make it mandatory for the students to take a course. I mean, it is mandatory for a student from arts to take a course from science, and for a science student, it is mandatory to take a course from arts. My point is that the very fact I've taken arts is because I don't want to study science. That's another approach to look at it. Or the very fact I've taken science is because I don't like arts, I don't have the caliber, I don't have the interest. Now, when we want to adjust the timetables, what we're doing is we are forcing it on the student. You have to do a multidisciplinary course, and then it is more like a punishment rather than.
Okay, so you evolve methods, correct. Now, when I've taken arts is because I don't like science, is in a way true, but we are not doing pure sciences there, right? We are also doing courses that are more society related and people will opt for. But I do understand problems in timetable, but it has happened, it will happen, and I'm sure we will find a way together. All of us, when we start putting our minds together. When computers came also, we were so paranoid. Yes, and students do like, okay, I chose, for example, I chose science. It's not because I hate arts, but I found more value there. But I'm also willing to take another course which will give me a peep and good of all. It's not necessarily only art. It's not art versus science versus this. It is that course is not devoid of what I'm coming from. I would have strains and strands of mine. That's why I said have multiple departments coming together for this one course. So these courses. Yeah.
Students also should be involved
to know what they want. Sure. Very true. And this will be college to college vary. You will not have a standard formula which will happen even in Ruya and in Junjunwala. This will have to be contextualized. But here we are saying, friends, this is the best time we are in. I am not propagating anything, but your freedom is yours. But abhi aap log bol rahe ki freedom bhi nahi chahiye. आप बताओ क्या करो, करना है हम करेंगे. इतना देर तक हम क्यों रो रहे थे कि हमें कुछ फ्रीडम मिला नहीं। अभी ऑटोनोमस कॉलेजेस में मैं देख रही हूँ कि उन लोग वैसे के वैसे ही चला रहे हैं। तो हम बोला सर ऑटोनॉमी क्यों लिया आपने? अगर आपको एग्जाम भी उनका जैसा करना है, उनका सिलेबस भी आपको पूरा तरह से उनका जैसा करना है, उन लोगों को ही बुलाना है आपके उधर, और किसी के अलावा भी उसी को सुनना नहीं है। आई एम टेलिंग यू, प्लीज लुक, देयर आर पीपल, एंड महाराष्ट्र इज सच अ रिच सिटी, सच अ रिच स्टेट. The kind of people involved in education is so diverse, and I only learned to appreciate it after I went to MSFDA. Okay, right from civil society to NGOs through universities. Some of these universities I never heard of. Okay, I never heard of Ayuta. I didn't hear of Flame. I didn't hear of these. But when you look at these things, call people who are engaged in these kind of disciplines, who are engaged with society. Please do not break little bit your, widen this. So I told you, know, in being a part of different academic councils, I asked them कि बाबा अभी आपको बोला आप जाओ अपने आप का रास्ता निकालो, फिर भी आप बोल रहे नहीं आप भी आना ना, आप भी हमारे साथ चल के आना, आप भी आओ. Go beyond that, no? Look at people who have made innovations, and this is cutting edge technology all about. It's not about sciences. We're going to run a course at MSFDA. Cutting edge technology is also about in humanities, any form of innovation that we do, which makes a difference and which changes the way in which we look, is also cutting edge technology. Please search Professor Anil Gupta also. Shodh Yatra is the one he does. Okay, honeybee technologies. Now these kind of people, look at them differently. Yeah. Okay. Thank anybody else.
In a nutshell, I would like to share in Urdu share to have this concept of interdiscipline. चमन में इख्तिलाफे रंग बू से बात बनती है. चमन means garden. चमन में इख्तिलाफे रंग बू से बात बनती है. हम ही हम हैं तो क्या हम हैं, तुम ही तुम हो तो क्या तुम हो. I will just explain in short. The beauty of garden is in its variation of fragrance and colors. If तुम ही तुम हो तो क्या तुम हो, हम ही हम हैं तो क्या हम हैं.
Very well. Thank you much.
So now we move ahead to the lunch session. Post lunch, half an hour. We have 2 more sessions to go. So I'd like all the online participants also to take a lunch break and join us after half an hour. So thank you once again for being a wonderful audience, and thank you, ma'am, for joining us here.
और अच्छा रिमार्क्स डलवा दिए, रिमार्क्स हो गए, चेक हो गए थे बाय जेनिफर एंड देन उसने डाल दिया, वो भी हो गया। तो फिर भी अगर, और वैसे भी उसका शायद कुछ कुछ बाकी था तो उसने बोला मैम मंडे आ रही हूँ तो आप मंडे दोगे। मैंने कहा अगर उसको कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है तो मैं मंडे साइन कर दूंगी। मैं तो आ रही हूँ
क्लास लेने
नहीं क्लास नहीं, आई थिंक उसने सुनीता से बात की कि शी इज कमिंग टू मीट स्टूडेंट्स एंड ऑल। ठीक है,
नहीं मीट हर स्टूडेंट
अभी करने देते हैं तो आपके दो की जगह एक तो हो जाएगा, एक रिमार्क मिल जाएगा। एंड संजीव सर said you are doing PhD in education. Okay.
मेरा मास्टर्स इन एजुकेशन।
I will ask one that is she was a Pawar International School की जो principal थी ना, Pramila Kundwa. She has done PhD from Mumbai University in education, and now she is doing seminars and all. So I will she's working as a lecturer. So Excuse me. क्या? You know, 3 days I went in a train. One day was a trial. Day before yesterday I went alone. I said, "Well, let me see." And yesterday again, I went with Veeras and all. यहाँ से तो सारे जाते हैं ना स्टेशन तक. मैं कांदीवली उतरी, ठीक है, वहां से थोड़ा सा चलो, देन अपना बसेस भी आती हैं, ठीक है, शेयरिंग भी है, जो लेना है. तो मैंने बस प्रेफर की क्योंकि वो नीचे उतारती है, ठीक है. और आपके लिए, आपके यहाँ भी आई थिंक 288 बस नंबर है. आपके यहाँ पे विलेज में जाती है ना 288. बट ये कि आप कितना अंदर रहते हो और आप कितना चल सकते हो बेस्ड ऑन दैट. तो हमें देखो 20-25 मिनट तो ये लगते हैं ना, 5-10 मिनट इधर उधर. बट जैसे ज्यादा बहुत कल मुझे लगा हल्का सा, क्योंकि ग्रोवर्स के वहां पे ना ये थी ट्रैफिक तक कल. अदरवाइज तो जाते के साथ ट्रेन मिल गई एंड जाते के साथ बस भी मिल गई मुझे, तो कन्वीनियंट हो गया था. First day, I was very happy as we were 3 people. So sharing हो गया. So it was obviously very nice. I reached home in around 26:30 पकड़ लो. And अगले दिन अकेली थी मैं, तो भी it was 53 total. ठीक है. Yesterday also only 2 people were there, so based on that ठीक है मतलब. अरे देवी को एक्चुअली तो क्या हुआ, मैंने ऑटो लिया ठाकुर पंप. I took her. Then I just वो वहां पे रुका सिग्नल पे, तो मैंने उसको बोला कि भैया ये दिस इज स्टेशन जाएगी ना. उन्होंने हाँ रेलवे स्टेशन ले लो. जस्ट टू स्टॉट मी सो वेल कि मैं पहुंच गई मतलब वहां पे आसानी से. और फिर कोई सीढ़ियां नहीं चढ़नी, कोई कुछ नहीं कर रहा ट्रेन के लिए. नीचे ही टिकट, नीचे ही बस, ये टिकट, यही टिकट, यही यहाँ से ट्रेन आती है. 3 दिन बाद पहुंची और ट्रेन आ गया. आई वाज नॉट इवन वेटिंग फॉर अ मिनट. अब बोरी वाली का तो सारी ही जाती है. हाँ सीधा ले लीजिएगा भैया मलाड सर्विस से. आ रहे थे हमको चाहिए ऐसे कौन कौन जा रहा है. एज गुड एज सभी जा रहे हैं. हमारी सराउंडिंग में हमारा एसेस तो पूरा जा रहा है. क्या जा रहे हैं, जा रहे हैं नीचे जा रहे हैं. अब मैंने अभी नमिता को बोला है और निधि ने इसको भी बोला था मैंने, वो कोऑर्डिनेटर है ना, उनको भी. कहाँ पर कर रहे हैं, ये क्या है, अंधेरी स्पोर्ट्स क्लब. अब मंडे आए थे ना स्कूल पे, नहीं संडे को ही हो गया ये.
On the behalf of Hindi Vidya Prachar Samiti, on the behalf of Hindi Vidya Prachar Samitis, Ram Niranjan Jhunjhunwala College of Arts, Commerce and Science Autonomous, I welcome you all once again for the post-lunch session of IQSC organized and NAC sponsored two-day national webinar on transforming higher educational institutions aligning with national education policy, organized under the aegis of UGC Paramarsh scheme. Now, in the morning sessions, we have seen that NEP offers us a lot of flexibility in education, in choosing the courses, as well as with this comes multiple exit and entry points. Under such scenario, what comes to mind is how do we allocate the academic credits? To address this issue, we have today with us our eminent speaker, Dr. Nidhi Marathe sir, from K.J. Somaiya College of Engineering. I request your principal, Dr. Himanshu Gowda sir, to felicitate the speaker. Thank you, sir. I invite Dr. Minambari Kulkarni, member of IQSC, to introduce our today's speaker.
We are already running late.
ABC.
Nidhi Marathe sir has retired as an associate professor from the Department of Electronics Engineering, K.J. Somaiya College of Engineering. He received his BE as well as ME degree from VZTI with specialization in electrical engineering, PSSG and control system engineering as field of specialization. Prior to Somaiya Engineering College, he has also to teach postgraduate as well as undergraduate students. He has published a number of papers in various reputed national as well as international research journals. He has also presented papers in national conferences and seminars. He has a textbook on electrical network to his credit. He has held positions of responsibility at university level, industry, professional organizations. He is deeply interested in policies regarding higher education in India. He has played instrumental role in giving suggestions to redrafting committee of NEP as a team member of ABVP. He has delivered lectures and was resource person for various topics on NEP 2022. He was a resource person for Australia-India Leadership Dialogue 2019 and delivered the talk on NEP 2019 and possibilities of academic partnership between these two countries. He is a chairman, National Focus Group, as well as member, Secondary Stage Integration Group to give inputs for National Curriculum Framework. He has already also visited to Afghanistan as a member of Indian Voluntary Organizations Goodwill Mission in 2002. He has been active member of ABVP from his student tenure and held various key positions, President of ABVP Maharashtra State and National President of ABVP, to name a few. It's 4 to 5 pages biodata. I have concise, and I'm sure that with such an impressive biodata CV, the resource person Marathe sir will keep you awake and alive in this post-lunch session. I invite him to deliver a talk on ABC, that is Academic Bank of Credit, not Abhyasala Basachala.
हा पुढे जाईल हे करायला काही इशून करता येईल इथून पर्यंत हे बटन म्हणजे हा बस दॅट इज जर काय so while introducing me, it has been told that I will be able to keep you awake because I know it's a post-lunch session. Anyway, one small correction. I'm not doctor. I've not done efforts to put the word DR before my name. So that is the humble request to just rectify. Okay. So let us go for transformation of higher education institutes in line with the NEP 2020. I first congratulate the organizers for this very apt, suitable title of this conference. It is Transformation of Higher Education Institutes in line with the NEP 2020. Because now the time has gone to acclimatize about the NEP, to understand about the NEP. Now it's the time to act according to the NEP. So that's why I really appreciate the title. And let us go ahead with my presentation. At present, don't try to write anything. The presentation will be available to you all. So I will request you to please just concentrate on what I am saying and note down the queries. Now, let us say, whenever I read the National Education Policy document, I really get thrilled about one book which I read 7 to 8 years before, which is called as a Nayi Talim of Mahatma Gandhi. No doubt, my mother tongue is not Gujarati, so I happened to read the book translated in English for Nayi Talim. But when I read the Nayi Talim, 5 points Mahatma Gandhi ji told in Nayi Talim, I personally feel that this NEP text is perhaps the exact replica of what Mahatma ji said when he wrote the Nayi Talim. To have a quick wrap up of that, what Mahatma ji said in Nayi Talim. First, all-round development. So all-round development, we all are aware, we are not only to produce engineers, doctors, but a human being, and that's why it's all-round development. And in that, Mahatma Gandhi specifically said physical, spiritual, aesthetic, and intellectual development of a person. Second thing, very hard to accumulate in our mind and implement, but he has very categorically said mother tongue as the medium of instruction. You may agree or you may not, but whatever he has said, particularly up to school level, and in National Education Policy also mentions up to 5th standard definitely, and up to 8th standard if possible, medium of instruction should be mother tongue / state language. So that is the second point which Mahatma ji has said long back. Third is social awareness and the service. He said social awareness, love for the motherland, and to live in coordination with the fellow citizens and help them must be taught from very beginning of the tutoring of the student. So that is another third important point. Fourth is education of art. And whenever he says education of heart, he said, I do not believe that this can be imparted through books, but it can only be done through the living touch of the teacher. And that's why we are very, very crucial element or pivotal element in implementing the national education policy. Don't bother what state government says. Don't bother what central government says. Don't bother about what UGC says. The direct person who gets connected with the student in the classroom is you and me. And so we can make the changes in our teaching methodology, in our approach, in our philosophy, and that's why the teacher can make or break the national education policy implementation. So Mahatma Ji has already said that education of the heart can be imparted through living touch of the teacher. And last but not the least is a craft-centered education, because psychomotor domain is also very important. And because of that, he said that it is very, very important, and this would help in invoking creativity, innovation, and also enhance the mind-hand coordination. So I was very much surprised by these 5 points Mahatma Gandhi ji has said in the book Nahi Talim. So this is just an backgrounder, beginning of a new era in education that all you know. Now I will just skip this particular slide because this gives the idea of why this particular national education policy is important at this point of time. First, 34 years have passed, so scenario had changed. Number of students aspiring for higher education has got increased in leaps and bounds. Technology has changed like anything. 86 policy would not have said technology in education or education technology at all, because at that time the enhancement in the technology was not up to that mark. But today is the era when data storage, retrieving, fast processing and computing devices, wireless devices, and huge space for storage. It is available now, and that's why the technology or ICT in education or education technology, both are different things, has come to a very important stage, and that's why it has been incorporated in this national education policy. And the last point is, technology had changed the industry 4.0 revolution, and so the business models are going to be changed. They are changing, and that's why the requirement of the students, quality of the students is absolutely different as compared to what we were students, and we just passed out our graduation. So I just tried to list out some 6 qualities the student of today's era should have. Point number 1, core competency. You must have a good deep knowledge in 1 or 2 core subjects. Second very important thing is good knowledge of multidisciplinary subjects like arts, languages, social sciences, economics. It sounds weird because if I'm an engineer, why I need economics, language, and social science and economics at all? But as the business models have changed, gone those days that after graduating from VZTI, I appeared for 2 to 3 interviews, got selected in VZTI. I remained in VZTI for some time. Then I shifted to Somaiya. I stayed there for 30 years. Retired, and now I will build my home in Pune and I will enjoy retired life. Gone those days. Now there is concept of permanent settlement has been changed. I am in engineering college, and when my students come to me and say that, sir, please come to my marriage, I'm getting married on next February 27th. So naturally, I ask what you are doing. My contract with this company is up to March 25, and my wife is with contract with Wipro till December 25. That is the situation, and that's why you should have a good knowledge, because you have to survive in this particular type of situation. Then high computer literacy. We were not com people at that time. We were not .com people. But now computer literacy is a must, and computer literacy is not just to run the Excel and Word. Everything is on cloud. So everything is smart devices are there. So we cannot remain shy using smart devices. Now, all of you must be aware about Chat GPT. So how student will write the essay with the help of the Chat GPT, and you can be beaten by the students, but if you should above that, you should aware about what Chat GPT is. So that is the high computer literacy for faculty and the students both. So that is another very important aspect. Then because it's a technology is revolutionizing anything, gone those days when whatever I learned in my college days that were relevant in the profession at least for 15 years, because I am from industry revolution 2 generation. Mechanical, steam engine first, electrical second, that's why I'm an electrical engineer. But the electrical driving systems worked for almost 15 years. I could manage the third revolution, control, microcontrollers. But I'm feeling myself irrelevant for industry 4.0 revolution when machine learning, artificial intelligence, and these things have come up. And that's why you must have a fast capability to learn new things, adapt, assimilate, and deliver the solutions within 3 months of the time. So that is another important quality student of today should acquire to sustain in 21st century economic and industrial atmosphere. Structured thinking, excellent communication, and interpersonal working capabilities is another very important aspect. Last but not the least is Indian value system, ethical compass, character and service attitude. Why I listed this? Now think that as a teacher, in a span of 3 to 4 years or 5 years, we have to equip my student with possibly all these 5 characteristics or all these 6 qualities. Then you will appreciate in one classroom teaching, through one college, it is not possible because the expertise in any particular institute may not be having all such facets of the qualities which are required for the student. So he has to take the courses outside your university, outside your institute, online. Then there is the importance of ABC. And again, technology has been put for work for that. So that is the background. Now I will just skip this and I will straight away go to Academic Bank of Credit. Now all of you must have read this regulation which was there in 2021. Now it has been passed. It has been gazetted in July 2021, amended in December 2021. I will give you the amendments also. Now, first thing, what is the ABC that I will just skip because you all of are very much aware about that. Then credit. Now here there is another point where there should be a common understanding among all the universities or higher educational institutes. What do you mean by the credit? Another important thing is that the impact of the industrial revolution has given importance to the internship the student can do during their course of time. But ABC, Academic Bank of Credit, the document has clearly mentioned that students should not do internship more than 6 credits per semester. Because otherwise I will go on doing internship, I may produce some certificates and I will get benefit of that under the ABC. And that's why, what do you mean by credit? Now, this is the document, this is documented in the regulation. But I feel personally that there should be a concurrence among all the higher educational institutes across the country so that the transfers, there will not be a problem. As on today, there is a problem. For example, what commonality we should identify? I will give an example. Now, electric vehicles are coming like anything and it has to be charged. But you will find that the charger and connector are different if the make is different. Now, actually, all the electric vehicle manufacturing companies should sit together and standardize the connectors and charging devices so that the scale will be up. On similar lines, we will have to very clearly define what do you mean by credit. Whatever I have mentioned over here, I have directly taken it from 2021 regulation and I just cross-checked it, and except internship in engineering, that is the AICT also concurs with this. What do you mean by that? I think all of you are aware. 1 hour of theory, 1 hour of tutorial, 1 hour of internship subject to maximum of 6 credits. That is the for particularly for internship. Then 2 hours of laboratory work, no doubt, everything is per week, we all are aware. For a duration of a semester, and that semester duration is also mentioned 13 to 15 weeks, because the number of hours has to be ultimately matched, is called as a 1 credit. So if that is the understandable, what you can say, definition across the country, then and then the transfers will be simple, possible. Otherwise, every institute has to form a committee to find the equivalence of different courses and allot the credits to the students who has done the course from other institute. Then that problem will come. So that is the one thing. Then I think now up to this is very clear which institutes will be eligible to be a part of ABC. Now this slide is July 21st gazetted document. Only one thing was there, we have also raised the issue with the government. So first 1, 2, 3 points are common. I'm not going for that. 4th point they have added in January 2022, 23rd January specifically, that they brought the IITs, IIMs and other institutes of national importance, INIs, under the Academic Bank of Credit. Because that was very important, because if I am a Somaiya student and if I am not allowed to take course of IIT Bombay, मेरे लिए क्या उपयोग है ABC का? So IIT should be registered on ABC so that all the students in engineering, I'm sorry because I'm from background of engineering, so my examples may be related with the technology, but I'm sure you can translate it into your field of expertise. So, but they did that on Jan 23, 2022, and all these top-notch institutes of management and technology, they brought under the ABC. No doubt, the students of IITB may not be interested in the courses run by the other institutes, but other institute students are very much willing to do the courses from IITB. So that has been done. Now, one important thing was mentioned on 28 July 2021 document. Provided the above higher education institutes are accredited by the NAC or similar bodies, at least with A grade. And there was a serious objection to that. Why serious objection was that? Because if the institute is accredited as a grade, the requirement for those students to take courses from the other institutes will be comparatively less. Actually, it is required for the students who has unfortunately admitted due to various reasons in institutes whose grading is B. They need more support from the ABC. But why it was introduced at start? Because for having institute enabled for ABC, they must have a good infrastructure and capability of IT capability. And that counts in your NAC scoring. And so perhaps at that time government thought that if the institute is accredited at A, these facilities will be definitely there, and institute will be enabled to have the IT capabilities. But I'm very happy that the above rule is amended. And it is amended in December 2022. And now it has been said that the sub-regulation 2 of regulation 1, you can see the document, I will give it to you also, the original draft, irrespective of their NAC or NIRF ranking, should be able to participate and register in ABC. So actually now each and every student of every institute of this country will get benefit of concept of ABC because of this rule. लेकिन प्रॉब्लम बहुत है अभी आगे, लेकिन फिर भी एक हर्डल तो चला गया. ये तो छोड़ दो. This is the letter 12th Jan which says that this rule has been amended. Now, actually, the things are very simple in Academic Bank of Credits. No doubt it is a IT-enabled platform, so some technicalities will be there. But what is the ABC? Actually, to promote student-centric, learner-friendly, and more interdisciplinary approach. Now, I think that I will just skip this because the features of ABC or why the ABC is important, I think it is very much clear, but so let us not waste time on that. Now, functions of ABC, that is very crucial. Now, there is a one shift from start till today. Earlier, it was decided under the discussion with the UGC and Ministry of Education that we will give right to register on ABC platform only to the universities. Now it has come to the all institutes. Why the thought process was like that? Because every student, whoever there passed 12th standard and admitted in any higher educational institute, when he's in the first year, he has to pay the registration fee to the university, respected university, and then he gets registered as a student for that university. So if that is the case, why university alone can create the IDs for each and every student and open the accounts? So that was the earlier thought process. But again, then there was a deliberations and there were two reasons. First was a technological reason, and that reason was huge data has to be managed by the university, and many universities in the meeting of vice chancellors, they show that perhaps it will be difficult for us depending upon the staff which we are having to upload everything and create the IDs for each and every students affiliated to that particular university, point number one. And point number two was there will be a deficit of trust between student and the university. अरे यार मेरे अकाउंट पे तो वो दिख ही नहीं रहा है, मैंने तो लास्ट में कोर्स किया था, मेरे पास सर्टिफिकेट है, it should have added the 3 credits, मुझे दिख ही नहीं रहा है, because he is not having the access to the account, university is doing that. That was the another reason why now student can open the account. So that this is the shift from the earlier thought process and whatever is there today. So ABC shall deposit credits awarded by approved higher education institutes in the academic account of the students. The validity of the credits for award of degree or diploma would be as per the UGC MOE guideline. What is today's guideline? Surprisingly, it is still pending. It's only 7 years. It's only 7 years. Now there is a debate among the technology and administrators. Technology वाला बोलता है कि why 7 years? मेरे पास मेरे 15 साल पहले का जो गाना मैंने स्टोर करके मेरे कंप्यूटर पर रखा है आज भी है क्या, वो चला जाता है क्या? So you can have the safe data storage years together in principle. अरे नहीं कोई 15 साल पहले वाला बच्चा आ गया और मेरा अभी खोलो अकाउंट तो क्या होगा? How I will run the institute? So that is the debate going on. But still, as on today, the duration is still 7 years because there is a multiple entry, multiple exit part also in this, and ABC will enable all these things, and that's why. But till today, it's only a 7 years period. But there is a possibility that it will be enhanced by some few more years. But as on today, it's still 7 years. So what is the UGC and MOE guidelines is 7 years as on today. Then they have mentioned that courses online, particularly Swayam. Now, if you are habituated with the visiting Swayam, you will find 4 years before the Swayam courses were just duration, level, that's all. But now credit, audit, credit, exam, pattern of the exam, because if I do that Swayam course, that credit has to be transferred to me. But now there is a hitch. In Swayam also, not in NPTEL. NPTEL is an engineering platform and all the courses for technology has been generated and only IIT's prof are allowed to upload the courses on NPTEL. Even I am from Somaya Engineering College, and if I have given a thought to it that I will upload my own course of electric vehicle, but Somaya, no other professor other than IIT prof is allowed to upload the courses on NPTEL. But because of that, courses are very much standard, high quality, so it is beyond doubt. But if you find the courses, some courses on Swayam, or why Swayam? edX, Coursera, Udacity, कोई भी ले लो आप, well-known platforms. Some courses are very simple, and as an engineer, अगर मुझे मेरा student बोलता है कि sir इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल में मैंने ये कोर्स किया है। मैंने बोला यार है क्या उस कोर्स में, उससे तो अच्छा मैं पढ़ा रहा हूं यहाँ पे। सो देर इज नाउ अ नीड टू वैलिडेट ऑल द कोर्सेस, particularly online courses, which a particular university will accept while transferring the credits. That is again a huge task. And then another question comes, this is for online, it is available. But suppose Somaya tomorrow started a course on electric vehicle and a science student from Junjunwala want to do that. किसको मालूम है वो सोमया का कोर्स क्वालिटी का है क्या, किसको मालूम है? So now there is this one big question, how to validate the courses. Online courses validation is simple comparatively because the material is available. You can access the full text of the course. And so if I declare that semester starting from June, those students who want to take the courses from the Swayam, please submit the course number to the office. Immediately in that vacation, I can just go and I can approve or disapprove. But if the course is started by the Somaya, perhaps if I start, I will not give the material on the first year to any other institute to accredit my course for their students. So that is a hitch. So that is not yet completely solved. But one point is, as far as the online courses are concerned, if you are an autonomous college, Somaya was autonomous, now it's a private university. We have started a practice 2 to 3 years back when we were autonomous, and we allowed the students to take the courses not conducted in the Somaya, but it was not a ABC. What we used to do, we used to add those courses as a special courses done by the student on mark sheet as well as in certificate, that this student is BTech from Somaya Engineering affiliated to Bombay University, but in addition to that, he has completed these 2 courses by IIT Bombay or by Swayam. So that was an additional benefit we used to give. But for that, our academic council used to approve that course, that yes, the student can take up that course. This process is long. Student may take any course and then we have to approve it. But some way or the other has to be find out. We have said that if the courses are conducted by NITs and IITs, no need for approval. That was our. So every institute, for the betterment of their own student, has to find out the ways and means. But that particular aspect is very important, because you have also experienced that some of the online courses are very, very shallow level, I should say, and credits should not be given for that course under the ABCs, but that methodology has to work out. So that is the very important part when you go for you take up the online courses. That's why I said validity of credits earned. ये तो मैंने बता दिया पहले, 7 years. Now there is a one fantastic idea. No doubt it is a utopian idea and it is a theoretical. I'm not very much confident that many students will opt for that, but that is a point number 7. Now see, now the faculties will not be there. It will not be BA arts. It will not be science. No doubt. If I'm doing physics BSc with reference to today's context, it may be a Bachelor of Science only. And if I'm doing in physics, 70% of the credit should be related to my core subject. And after that 30%, I can take music, I can take law, because these were the very much demanding examples in my college. That student used to tell me, or faculty of the Somaya, कि सर क्या इंजीनियरिंग करने के बाद मुझे एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप करना है तो लेबर लॉ सीखने के लिए मुझे क्या और 2 साल लॉ में एडमिशन लेना है क्या, या हाउ टू मैनेज माय बिजनेस तो मैं क्या सोमैया के सिमसर में जाकर और 2 साल MBA करूं? Why you are wasting my time and money? And in the BTech course there are 4 or 5 electives. Electives आपने कुछ भी दिया, मुझे धंधा तो दूसरा करना है, तो मुझे उस कोर्स का कोई उपयोग नहीं है. आर्टिफिशियल इंटेलिजेंस में मैं कोई एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप नहीं स्टार्ट करने वाला हूं. मेरा एंटरप्रेन्योरशिप सर्विस इंडस्ट्री में, मैं बैटरी का काम करने वाला हूं. तो कैन आई नॉट हैव ड्यूरिंग बीटेक कोर्स ऑफ लेबर लॉस फॉर एंटरप्रेन्योर, स्मॉल एंटरप्राइज, कैश फ्लो एनालिसिस एंड मिटिगेशन ऑफ द प्रॉब्लम फॉर स्मॉल एंटरप्राइज. Somaya has got commerce department, they can design the course. So can you introduce such courses? So that was the question. But there was an idea that 70% will be the core and 30% you can choose. Because if the 70% is electronics, then and then only he will be eligible to take admission for master's degree in electronics, otherwise not. But ABC has come up with this particular idea. I will read this 7th point. ABC shall also facilitate the credit recognition and credit redemption process for students who may choose all the 100% courses as per their choice without falling in a particular subject domain, but fulfill the total credit requirements. Engineering में 40 credits per year हमारा standard है, तो 4 साल 160 credits किसी बच्चे ने किया है तो he is eligible for BTech. What they say, if the student has completed 160 credits, एक म्यूजिक में, एक लॉ में, एक इलेक्ट्रिकल इंजीनियरिंग में, एक और अकाउंटेंसी में, not related to a particular domain, they say, subject domain, but fulfill the total credits requirement for the UG degree to be awarded by a university, then that ABC say, keeping the prime motive of the NEP, subject choice is the student's right. They say that we will give the degree, but that degree will be Bachelor of Liberal Education. So that is the documented in ABC. But see that they have gone up to this. He is not electrical engineer. उसने एक liberal education में किया है, कुछ अलग अलग लिया है. But I feel that that is the spirit of the person who has drafted the regulation 2021. चलो ये कितने लोग आएंगे कभी मुझे बताना बाद में कि कितने बच्चों ने ऐसे किया है. Anyway, तो so now this is a very simple idea, redemption, because I may accumulate the credits. And now the idea of completing the course in 3 years is also not valid, because it is with my pace. मुझे समझो फैमिली में प्रॉब्लम आ गया और मैंने थोड़ा मल्टीपल एग्जिट इज डिफरेंट. मैं एग्जिट करके चला गया और मैंने कहीं इंटर्नशिप कर दी और मैं वापस आ गया. आई स्लो डाउन माई स्पीड ऑफ डूइंग द वर्क. मैं एक सेमेस्टर में 20 क्रेडिट करता था नॉर्मली व्हेन आई यूज्ड टू अटेंड फुल कॉलेज. ड्यू टू सम रीजन और द अदर, नाउ आई हैव डिसाइडेड आई विल कंप्लीट 10 क्रेडिट्स ओनली. तो मेरा टाइम तो बढ़ जाएगा, No doubt, administrative issues will be there. Principals will have a tough time for managing all these things. But if the time is increased, then I can accumulate the credits. And if I accumulated 180 credits, then I have to redeem some credits. So after redeeming redemption of 160 credits, I will get a UG degree, and still I have got the 20 credits in my hand, which I will use to get some certificate. मेरे भविष्य सपनों का भारत है, ऐसा बच्चा करेगा क्या? But that provision is there, and that's why there is a concept of redemption also. Now, already I have mentioned all these things. A formal system of credit recognition. Whatever credit I am taking, is it recognized or not? जैसे मैंने बताया कि कभी shallow level के courses है, so recognition. Credit accumulation, that is a technology, but credit accumulation, now the student will upload his certificate, but the moment student upload the certificate, credits will not be added. It has to be approved by the higher education institute in which he is registered, and that's why it is said कि accumulation is after the approval from the institute. नहीं तो मैं तो कुछ भी कहीं भी सर्टिफिकेट ला सकता हूँ, तो that is not allowed. So that's why it is a recognition, accumulation after the approval of the HEI, transfer, because समझो मैंने दूसरे से किया यहाँ स्वयं से, again there will be approval at both the ends, and then redemption कि यार इसको डिग्री दे दो, इसका 160 क्रेडिट घटा दो, अगर 160 किया तो 0 हो जाएगा, बीटेक करके बाहर जाएगा. तो that is a redemption. So basically these 4 tasks are to be done by both the institutes, transferring and accepting institute. So that is the general, what you can say, mechanism. ये तो छोड़ दो. This is a bit technological. It's a special purpose vehicle and all. Now there is a one aspect which is very important as far as the students are concerned. When we started in our college, addition of credits and mentioning it separately as a credit given to the student, and he has done addition to what Bombay University expects. But when the ABC came, student asked, what about our fees? 160 क्रेडिट सोमैया से करने के लिए मैंने आपको एक रफ 4 लाख रुपए दिया है. मैं एवरेज 1 लाख पर कर रहा हूँ मैथमेटिक्स के लिए. अब बहुत फी बढ़ गया है, छोड़ दो. तो मैंने 4 लाख के लिए दिया है, तो 160 क्रेडिट्स के लिए 4 लाख दिया है. अब मैंने 3 क्रेडिट IIT से किए. IIT फ्री में तो नहीं देगी. उस क्रेडिट के लिए उन्होंने कुछ फी रखा होगा, कुछ एग्जाम किया, ही पास्ड आउट, ही ब्रॉट द क्रेडिट. 3 क्रेडिट उसने बाहर से किए. तो हाउ सोमैया विल रिफंड हिम equivalent to that 3 credit amount which he has not done from the Somaiya, but he has done it from outside. So that also is that's why the fee fixation is done with the respective ABC registered higher education institutes as a course fee based on the number of credit of the course for which student has registered. तो वो एक credit का amount आ जाएगा, and then when the credits are transferred, amount has to be also transferred. Even for that, another important thing, समझो उस बच्चे ने IIT से credit किया, 3 credits किया, उनका fee 15,000 है, और हमारा एक credit का cost 3,000 है. तो कैन वी नॉट से दैट आप 9,000 दे दो सोमैया, डायरेक्टली IIT को पे करो, मैं 6,000 दूंगा क्योंकि मुझे IIT का चाहिए सोमैया से ज्यादा. बट द टोटल 15,000 शुड बी ट्रांसफर्ड आइदर थ्रू इंस्टीट्यूट और बाय द स्टूडेंट इफ देयर इज अ सरप्लस. तो लाइक दैट स्ट्रक्चर आल्सो हैज टू बी डिजाइन एंड डेवलप. ओके, सो now, this is just a very small information. I will just skip what is the status of today. Till now, only 292 state universities, they are on board for ABC. Now, I think you must have done this uploading. But in Mumbai University, there are 2 reminders have already come. एक October में था, एक अभी था, अभी भी. And what is the reason? There are funny reasons. Students are changing the mobiles depending upon the schemes they get, and the Aadhaar card has to be linked with the mobile phone, and that mobile phone has to be uploaded on the ABC. Because of that, they are not able to do. But still, you will find that you will go through the website of this. First 5 most active universities, Bombay University is number 2, that our registration and our creation of IDs for ABCs in first 5. So that is the present status. Now I have to conclude. मैं पहले 4 पॉइंट तो नहीं पढ़ूंगा. I know implementation is difficult, but it's difficult and that's why it's a work. आसान बात तो कोई भी कर लेता है. तो so it is worth doing with strong willpower of the teachers.
Open for questions. Sir, you gave an example of a student doing the engineering from Somaiya and then taking some credits from IIT. These are 2 separate institutions. But currently, in the undergraduate colleges also, within the institution, we have some courses which are self-financing and some are with that 5,000 rupees annual fee. Now, if a student wants to do within the institution, suppose he is an art student, wants to take a course from BMM or BMS, how will the modalities work then? Is that also going to be a glitch, or a uniform system will be created across the institutions?
No, at the central level, they have come up with one proposal. It is not exactly documented, but every institute under every mode, non-grant and grant. These are the 2 modes about which you are talking. Ultimately, it boils down to credits. बीए को फीस 100 रुपए है, 300 रुपए 3 साल के, क्रेडिट्स 160, डिवाइड कॉस्ट पर स्टूडेंट पर ईयर था फी के लिए. नाउ इट्स अ कॉस्ट per credit. Now, if a student is registered in a non-grant and he is doing the credit of grantable, cost will be less, and vice versa. So that is the general philosophy on which UGC is thinking of coming out with the circular. But it will be a cost per credit. May it be with the same institute, granted, non-granted, or different institute, or even online, because online also they charge the fee. Na? So, jo bhi hai, ultimately it will be cost per credit, and accordingly the transfer has to be done.
Hello. Sir, you said that is there any standard limit of, for example, my student, he is doing BA economics. So, to qualify himself as a BA economics person, he has to take 70% of syllabus for BA economics only, and 30% he is free to take from other institutes or same institute.
Same institute, different courses.
Different courses.
And in addition to that, now they have come up. I'm not very confident. I'm just forgetting, but I will cross check and let you know. Out of those all credits, 70 and 30 is a broad category of core credits and non-core credits. But out of those total credits, you can go 20 to 25. That number I'm just not getting perfect confidently. I'm not able to recollect. 20 to 25 only can be online. That is also they have mentioned. Otherwise, मैं घर बैठे पूरा online करूँगा नहीं चलेगा. अच्छा, another important thing. Suppose if I take an admission in Somia, and I am doing more than 50% credits outside the Somaya, not allowed. Not allowed. क्योंकि अभी तो possibilities कुछ भी है. So 70-30 core non-core, out of total 20 या 25 online. Swayam, any mode. Or why Swayam? Tomorrow, Junjunwala also can start a very good online course and student may get registered for that. But total credits may online and offline, again 75 offline and 25 or 80-20 offline online. And another thing is that in a particular institute where you are admitted, 50% credit has to be done from that institute. That is the minimum guarantee of the amount that institute will get from the student. But think in the reverse way. कई बार हम लोग ऐसे सोचते हैं, if the faculty of Junjunwala or any ex institute, they develop extraordinary courses, it's earning to the faculty as well as earning to the institutes. Many students outside your institutes are taking up the course with a charge which you have decided. You can share it with the faculty and the institutes. So that is also another very important aspect.
Yeah, will there be a bridge course? Janvi can bring that.
Will there be a bridge course before the student is enrolled in another institute?
See, that bridge course, actually it is not a bridge course, but the institute which has floated that course, they will give the clear-cut idea of the prerequisites for that course. And student has to comply that these are the prerequisites and I have completed that. As on today, I will tell you, they have not asked for the documentation कि मैंने वो prerequisite किया है, क्योंकि sometimes मुझे लगता है मेरा gut feeling है मैंने नहीं किया but I can handle. Then it's your choice. नहीं किया तो our system is such that then you will not be able to pass. हम आपके लिए dilute नहीं करेंगे, but they will give the prerequisite, but there is no certification at the time of entry to that college course that I have completed the prerequisites. That is not there. So forget about the bridge course. But some institutes, they can say that prerequisites in electrical network, basic analysis, mathematics should be there if you want to do electric vehicle course. But if you don't have done that, you will fail naturally. Then it's your choice or your judgment. So at present, there is a no bridge course. But I will just give one related answer for this bridge course. Now there is a multiple entry, multiple exit. Now suppose after 1 year, after completing 40 credits, student want to exit. And let us say he want to exit permanently. He is not going to enter again in the academics. Now what NEP 2020 says, then you give certificate, 40 credits, 1 year, 2 years diploma, 3 years degree, 4 years degree with honors or now abhi tay nahi hai. But that is the idea. But then if I want to design a course, normally while designing the course, I have to keep in mind what next year's courses are there and prerequisites are getting satisfied at the first year. But it is very difficult that if students suddenly say that I want to exit, तो फिर उसने जो 1 साल में सीखा है ना, वो actually it is a foundation for the second year, for the third year, for the fourth year in engineering terms. So if he completes fourth year, then it will materialize some well-meaned knowledge to the student. But he exit after first year only. Then many institutes has decided that then in the May vacation, we will run a 40 hours course which will be paid. You complete that and that course will give you some meaningful knowledge to exit, and then the institute will award you certificate. So I will not say it's like a bridge course, but it is the terminating course which will give some meaningful value to the certificate issued by that institute. No doubt. It will be very tough time for the faculty members who will design the syllabus and courses, but that is the idea. Otherwise, sudden abrupt and exiting, that certificate will carry no meaning. So that they are saying that can we decide some 40 hours, 30 hours, some course you want to exit, itna karo, jao. We will give a certificate. Some value will be there for that certificate given by that institute because he has done that additional part after deciding that I am exiting, and it will be paid. So institute in a way will not be at a loss in a way, but faculty has to work in May vacation or they will have to manage the things. So it is not a bridge, it is a terminating value addition course for certificate, for diploma, degree के लिए नहीं है 3 साल के लिए. So that is another point. Any other?
Sir, if my student who has completed 70% core courses from my institute in economics and 30% he has a desire to complete from Delhi School of Economics, तो क्या मुझे उसके marks जो 30% 30 credit earn किया है वो Delhi School of Economics से किया है ये mention करना होगा mark list के ऊपर because that carries a lot of weightage in fact as compared to my own institute.
No, that has not been yet finalized. Only thing is that both the institute should approve he has done the course and he has passed and you have accepted this. Now whether to add as a special mention, it is not yet decided because of a graduation certificate mark list, it has not been decided. But if you are autonomous, that's your call. Just as Somaya, it was not transferred. It was an additional credit. We used to mention this student because all other students completed BTech with Bombay University courses. 10 students did some additional, we mentioned it. But that is not mandatory now, or it is not clear. It is a gray area. It is not yet mentioned because what they say that they are only talking about accumulating that credit after completion, and completion means up to the satisfaction. And what do you mean by the satisfaction? Course designer will decide कि मेरे इसमें satisfaction का मतलब है 50. उसमें theory practical है तो will you say 40% in theory and 40% in practical separately or in totality? But that they have said that it is what you can say right of the course designer. Once it is completed, it will be accumulated. They are not mentioned anything about what query you asked.
Sir, I have a question, one more question. Then when we are saying 70 and 30, so this 30%, like major and minor. So this minor courses, suppose a student is majoring, core paper is political science, core subject is political science. standards or some other subject of arts, or can it be political science only?
If he is considering that his core subject is आपने क्या बोला political science, then any minor course in political science will not be added as a 70%, because actually suppose remaining 30% can be allowed. He can say that I want computer knowledge. That is a minor course for. Absolutely.
Engineering, which will be 70%, and 30% medical, is it possible? How will it be transferred?
See, when the question is if student want to do 70% engineering and 30% medical, is it possible? It is possible. Why I am saying so? Don't consider when I say engineer, it's a full-fledged engineer. And when you say 30% medical, it's not a full-fledged doctor. Don't consider that. But suppose as an engineer, I want to know how my body organs function.
Instrumentation.
Physiology. When I eat one roti, how it is disintegrated into starch, how the energy is converted, how much is the quantity, how fast it can be done. If I want to know that, even being an engineer, then I can take that course as a physiology. Anatomy may not be required, but ultimately what is a biomedical engineering has come up now. When I go for a biomedical engineering, and if I want to capture a signal from the human body, let's say ECG, many of you must have heard of it or even seen of ECG. It's an electrocardiogram. It's a cumulative result of XY plotter of electric potential generated because of the heart pumping. But for that, if I want to design the engineering instrument, I must know how the heart functions. That's why the anatomy and physiology, not of the full body, only of the heart, should be known to me. Then and then only I can capture the signals from heart, EEG, brain, muscle, and that's why I will request the question, the person who has asked the question, don't say it's a 70% engineering and 30% medical. The moment you say 30% medical, मुझे 30% डॉक्टर दिमाग में आता है. ऐसे नहीं है. I can pick up the courses and I can see that I want to add my knowledge into that particular area. So it is the courses related to human body, food habits, effect of exercise, human well-being. Many courses are there related to medical science as on today. But the course designers of medical professionals should design these courses for engineers, because the courses cannot be same. Medical का जो anatomy and physiology है वो नहीं पढ़ा सकते यहाँ पे, समझ में नहीं आएगा. So that's why the faculty role is increased, that if I am expert in electric vehicle, I must design two courses, one major core electric vehicle design and one, अच्छा क्या किसी आर्ट स्टूडेंट को इलेक्ट्रिक व्हीकल कैसे चलता है मालूम नहीं होना चाहिए क्या? एंड इफ इट सेड कि मुझे थोड़ा मालूम है, आई कैन डिजाइन अ कोर्स विथ हिज लेवल. सो लाइक दैट द फैकल्टी हैज टू डिजाइन द कोर्सेस इन देयर कोर एरिया फॉर द कोर स्टूडेंट्स एज वेल एज फॉर नॉन कोर स्टूडेंट्स. So that way you can say 30% medical is allowed.
Another question, can student join MSc after their BPharm? Can his or her credits be considered?
No, at present, the UGC has not come across cross courses. That is because till today it's a BSc in physics means physics 70% credits. Now, if I want to go for MSc, now you will find that there are some parallel courses. For example, if I am a BSc physics, can I take admission for MSc mathematics? Can I take? चलो मैं मेरे फील्ड का तो मुझे पक्का मालूम है. I am an electrical engineer. Can I take admission to computer engineering masters? I can take, but the onus lies on me that I have not done 70% core credits in computer engineering. I have done it in electrical engineering, but I want to go for computer engineering. So either I should prepare on my own by looking to the syllabus and all and prerequisites mentioned over there. But definitely after BTech electrical, I will not be allowed to take admission in medical college. That is for sure. So like that, there should be rules and regulations to be formed, and the parallel courses has to be decided. So I think that this has to be done some more work.
The student desiring for change for LLB after 1 year of BSc, what did he?
Change of?
After doing 1 year of BSc, if you also take admission to LLB, what degree?
From LLB to.
See, BSc to LLB, na? First year BSc, and then. Now see, even today, if I take admission in BSc, and if I want to change the course, that is allowed. Only thing is that I have to start again from the 12th standard, first year. Now, there can be some work can be done that whatever you had done in BSc first, those credits can be accumulated in that 30%, but that is not yet decided. Now you come back to the original position and do the one course by cost of 1 year of your career. That is doing today only. So ABC has not categorically said about this, but there is a discussion because you are allowing 30% credits other than your law course. So in BSc क्या पढ़ा होगा उसने first year में? कुछ physics पढ़ा होगा. Can I use those credits as a 30% credits for next, so that the complete 1 year which I have done, I have given the exam, I have passed according to the rule of the university. Can it not be credited some way or the other in my law course? But that discussion is there. No clear-cut guideline has come on that matter. Thank you.
Okay, that was the end of question session.
So beautifully connected Mahatma Gandhiji's main talim to new education policy. He also has thrown light on system of credit recognition, accumulation, transfer and redemption, and also pointed out challenges in implementing this system. Thank you, sir, for delivering a wonderful talk. Thank you, sir. Thank you on behalf of IQSC and Agri College.
The pursuit of knowledge, jnana, wisdom, pragya, truth, satya, was always considered in Indian thought and philosophy as the highest human goal. We are blessed to have the treasure of Indian knowledge. Our next distinguished speaker, Professor Varadraj Bapat from IIT Bombay, shall throw light on incorporating appropriate integration of Indian knowledge system, teaching Indian language, culture using online course. I request respected Principal Dr. Himanshu Davda sir to felicitate our speaker. Thank you, sir. I call upon Professor Anil Awan to introduce the speaker.
Yeah.
Good evening. In this last session for this 2-day national webinar, we have with us Dr. Varadaraj Bapat, Professor in Finance from IIT Bombay. He has obtained the professional qualifications in Chartered Accountancy with All India rank, Cost Accountancy and Information System Audit before obtaining PhD from IIT. His consulting and teaching experience of almost 28 years. He has authored many research papers in very high impact international journals and has done numerous research projects. He has authored many books and published by reputed publishers like McGraw-Hill. He has given many popular online courses. He has a wonderful YouTube channel. His areas of research includes accounting, financial inclusion, bankruptcy prediction, corporate governance, family business, portfolio management, spirituality, Indian economic management model. His teaching interests include especially financing account, management accounting, yoga, Indian economic business model. He is also member of Board of Governors for IIT Guwahati and All India Board for Management Studies AICTE. He is also Chancellor nominee for Management Council of Shivaji University and also National Advisor to ABVP. He is also a member of NEP peer team and has delivered large number of online courses, videos on YouTube and invited as a guest on several TV shows. Sir, I request you to kindly deliver your talk on appropriate integration of Indian knowledge system, teaching in Indian languages culture using online courses.
Namaste to everyone. Thanks for very generous introduction. Though I am a IIT faculty for last 14 years, for initial 12 years of my career, I was with Somaya College in Arts and Science, Commerce College. So I feel very much amongst you and I have experienced the life in normal degree colleges for a pretty long time. Please. So nice to be with you and thanks to the organizers, Junjunwala College and Usha ma'am for inviting me here. थोड़ा सा टफ टास्क है मेरे लिए, एक तो मिलिंद जी के बाद बोलना है क्योंकि he is an expert and he is on several committees of UGC and Ministry of Education and so we learn from him many times from his sessions. Secondly, I am the last batsman. Time is up and everybody should be worried कि अभी मैं निकलना है. So I'll not take too much time of yours and try to be as concise as possible. So this has already been discussed about the comprehensive framework as given by NEP. So I'll just skip this. So it's very important for us, perhaps has been discussed from beginning, that we open up our minds to a new educational systems. And for that, I think Swami Vivekananda ji could be our ideal. One of the important aspects of national education policy is that it touches upon the traditional knowledge. And one of the important features of our Indian education system, as was there in the past, was that there was no regimentation in the education. So Chanakya ji ka Arthashastra hum jante hain, though the title is Arthashastra, is not the economics as we understand today. Economics is now a bracketed compartment ban gaya. But in those days, economics or arthashastra included political economy, included accounting, finance, included leadership, included management, and so on. If we look at many of our other granthas, whether it be Bhagavad or various Puranas, normally people treat them as religious granthas or scriptures. Definitely they have got a lot of spirituality in that, but they also have good knowledge about various worldly aspects. So उसमें politics भी है, उसमें leadership है, उसमें economics है, because in those days our Rishi Munis never believed in regimentation. Or in today's world, especially as in education, we say कि case study लेके पढ़ाओ. You take up a case and from that let the principles be learned by the students. If we look at how our scriptures are structured, Puran के जो कथा है, they are actually case studies. So you read the katha or you read Ramayana, from that you can have various learnings. As per the needs of the student, one can learn or take from that. So there was no concept of regimentation, and I think hopefully by including traditional knowledge, it will not be that science ka kya lo ya commerce ka kya lo ya economics ka kya lo. It's more like very interesting knowledge. From that we have to cull out, we have to decide what is relevant to our subject or our course which we are teaching. This is also one very important aspect many of you would have read many times, that it's not about filling the mind with lot of thoughts. Swamiji has written it about 125 years ago. Jabki memorization was important because access to books वगैरह difficult था. मैंने कुछ पढ़ा और मुझे याद है, so that would give lot of premium. I'm talking of in 1905 or 1908. That really carried premium because बाकी लोगों को मालूम नहीं है, उनके पास book भी नहीं है. So if I can memorize something, definitely others treat me as valuable. But that's all gone. Though in those days itself, he said that it's not about remembering the facts. Today it's completely out of context because Google khologe to students would know much more than perhaps what teachers know. Then what is important? What is important is perfecting the instrument and getting complete mastery on our own mind. Because new things will keep on coming. As Milinji said, now it's gone the era ki kuch सीख लिया तो 15, 20, 25 साल I will continue on that. Every 3-4 years or perhaps every year, new thing will come. Is I am making my students capable or is I am making myself capable to learn? That is real education. Not only I have shown Swamiji's photo, but it's true for all our ancient scriptures. So, and one more thing, education is the manifestation of perfection already in the human being. So human beings have immense capabilities. We don't have to keep our mindsets as teachers कि मुझे ये कोर्स पढ़ा के ये स्किल डेवलप करना है. डेफिनेटली स्किल इंपार्ट करना है, बट स्किल तो 6 महीने 2 साल बाद आउटडेटेड हो जाएगा. बट एज अ ह्यूमन बीइंग जो कैपेबिलिटीज है, it could be in the form of confidence, it could be in the form of personalities, can it be opened up? Of course, students will also have to put much more effort to go towards complete personality. जैसे बोलते हैं पूर्णांक की ओर, हम लोग अपूर्णांक है, every student and teacher also. So everyone has to put effort on that, but teacher will become a guiding line on that. One very important aspect again from our scriptures that I have shown Shankaracharya ji's picture here, that curb your senses and your mind and see the knowledge within your heart. Because as you know, now proved by science that human beings hardly use 0.5% of their mind power. And why they can't use, जबकि हर कोई use करना चाहता है, is I think you as teachers know, because our mind keeps on wavering, we can't concentrate. So if that can be learned, that unwanted emotions, unwanted thoughts are to be controlled or are to be managed is a better word, क्योंकि ज्यादा उनको दबाएंगे तो और ज्यादा बाहर आएंगे. But that has to be managed in such a way that knowledge inside gets opened up. So I think that becomes a basis, because since time is less in every subject, what can be learned, etc. is, I think you can know better, or you might have read, or you can read. But what is important is developing that attitude. Ek multidisciplinary ka, that there is no compartmentalization. Second thing, knowledge is actually there within. In a sense, not every fact, but वो fact learn कैसे करने का, वो particular aspect, what is there in theory, how to relate to the current scenario, that capability we have as a human beings, provided we keep our mindset open. Many times we see that people who are not educated or very less educated actually become much more successful in life, be it business, be it politics, be it in many other fields. That's where, because unke wo capacities they have developed, maybe they have not learned or mugged up the facts which a graduate has mugged up, but they have developed that capacity ki jab jo lagega, how to grasp it. So I think students should equally have those capacities. So while learning the subject or a skill, those aspects need to be developed. That's where it says the developing the self, coming out of self-confidence, which is the foundation, self-satisfaction, it's like a wall, self-sacrifice, it's like a roof, on so on. Finally, the house is complete. The indweller is installed inside, that is self-realization. Because knowledge is within, but we don't know. So और थोड़ा spiritually बोलेंगे तो हम बोल सकते हैं कि माया का पटल है वो निकालना है. Whatever impurities are there, or whatever lack of knowledge is there, it's outside, that needs to be removed, then one can reach to the knowledge within. Now, one of the aspects of national education policy is about languages. It gives a lot of focus on learning in Indian languages. Now, the policy has said that especially up to class 5, most of the learning should happen in the mother tongue, and education in the mother tongue would be a great move, and most of the students would be able to grasp much better. But at the same time, multilingual skills are also equally important. So right from early age, students can learn various languages, curb that capacity. Automatically, अगर child को allow करते हैं, child can learn many languages much faster, and Sanskrit needs to be emphasized. Now, why? Because you might be aware that more than 95% of manuscripts are even today not read at all. So there is so much knowledge our ancestors have created, which still lies completely unread. Secondly, whatever has been read or translated, in many cases is read by Sanskrit scholars or is read by people from certain disciplines. But अलग-अलग discipline के लोग जब वो पढ़ेंगे, they will be able to get many important facts related to our discipline. Because see, it's about, are we able to link it? For example, somebody might have translated, say, Arthashastra from that person's angle. If a person who is a chartered accountant reads it, उसमें audit के कौन से aspects है, that person, chartered accountant, will be able to find out. Or perhaps a person of a political science background can find out what are the learnings in political science. ये अर्थशास्त्र थोड़ा famous है करके मैंने वो example दिया. But there are so many other scriptures, including in sciences, because the very fact that we had so well-built mandirs or we had so many other wonders, जिसके photographs वगैरह यहाँ हैं, but मैं नहीं दिखाता हूँ. We know that there are ample physical proofs available, though 99% of the things are destroyed. So what remains is hardly 1%. That also shows कि yes, outcome तो है, कुछ तो था, knowledge तभी ये express हुआ है, but people from different discipline need to read it. Now the learning of Sanskrit, especially by teachers, because we can directly read from the source. Otherwise, we totally depend on the translator, and translator has translated from certain perspective. Our discipline's perspective might be very different, leading to lot of knowledge, loss of knowledge or lot of important concepts in that. That's why even in IIT Mumbai, now Sanskrit classes have been started. They run from 9:30 to 11:30 at night because everyone is busy whole day. Luckily, we are a residential campus, so students can come even at that time. But large number of technology students are reading that because they need to understand Sanskrit grammar so that they can directly read from the original text. And that's how several research projects have started. It's all just like a seed. Much more needs to be done, but chalo, at least some beginning has started. Like that, it can happen in respective disciplines or respective areas of interest which you might have. So this learning of Sanskrit can be one at a conversational level. कि चलो हिंदी बात करने आता है, एकदम 100% करेक्ट नहीं आएगा, बट कम्युनिकेट कर सकते हैं. Same way can we talk? That's one level. Second is related to our discipline. Aspects can we read and understand. Now there is a lot of confusion, especially in Indians, about learning in English medium and learning in English. Since English has a lot of databases, lot of knowledge, definitely it's very important that we know good English, we are able to communicate in English. But that does not mean we have to learn in English medium. Because English medium creates a lot of stress on students and they end up not learning what they should learn, especially at school level, but many times even at a higher education level. Even for students in degree, many times we find that उनको science अच्छा लगता है, but उनको डर लगता है कि can I read a textbook and understand it. That's where I think it's very important that all the material is available in Indian languages. Students are able to read, teachers are able to easily communicate. And I think you might have seen IITB has developed spoken tutorials. It's a very good experiment with very low cost, and it's not any subject, mainly computer science and related subjects. But like that, I think much more work can be done. Of course, videos can be developed, but that was like 10 years ago when bandwidths used to be low. Even that with a low bandwidth, that tutorials can be used. Now I have given here a lot of links because one of the areas I was supposed to cover was various aspects of language. So I felt that I can't have so much of time, but a lot of research has happened. I'll just mention one or two, which says that those countries or nations which don't teach in native languages are worst off. There are about 20 countries, especially from Africa and South America, who were colonized, and they don't learn in their language. They learn in English or in some cases French or Dutch, etc. And their educational scenario is horrible. And in most other countries, people learn in their native language. So which could include Japan or Germany. They do fantastic in technology because entire education is in their own language. And recent example is in China. They have developed so many things in technology in last 30 years, completely in Chinese. So they put about 10 years, initial years in copying everything in Chinese language, and then China zoomed up in manufacturing in last 20 years. Whereas all about 20 to 25 countries, their per capita income is less than 50% of average because they don't have facility of learning in their own languages. I think India is also like that, but luckily Indians have a lot of multilingual skills, so we are not in that bad shape. We are able to learn in our language as well as in English. But I think this mindset has to change कि medium of instruction English रहना जरूरी है, English आना जरूरी है. That doesn't mean every subject has to be taught in English and then everybody would become scholar. Understanding subject is different. Communication skill of a language is different. And I think that's one very important aspect of national education policy. Again, teachers will have to put a lot of emphasis on that. Several projects have started at national level. So many of you can participate in that. That in my language, I can translate the textbook. Yes, the facility is available. In fact, IIT has developed an AI-based tool so that translation can become faster. जैसे Google Translator वगैरह करता है, but वो बहुत ही too many mistakes in that. This will be like 70-80% correct. ultimate translation can only be done by human being. Machine cannot do it, but AI helps you in giving results faster. So you would see a lot of projects from AICT in arts and commerce subjects. There are not, I mean, just new projects are coming, but I'm sure in 1 or 2 years they would be coming, because all the language knowledge which is there in English, we want to put in Indian languages, which China did 25 or 30 years ago. We have to do it very fast so that entire population doesn't have to read English just for the sake of getting access to that information. और जो ओरिजिनल क्रिएटिविटी है, इनोवेटिव स्किल्स है, ये सब कॉमन लोगों के पास है, बट दे डोंट नो इंग्लिश, सो दे कांट गेट हायर एजुकेशन. That hurdle has to be broken, and I think that's the objective where I hope teachers can put in lot of by putting lot of efforts. Those efforts would be quite useful. Now NEP says that we have to move to knowledge economy. And knowledge economy cannot be by copying. So whatever is there is in the West or in Japan or China, we can't copy. Whereas what knowledge we have is world wants. So we need to understand, learn it, and put it in the proper modern context and in the proper way the world would be able to grasp it. That is where the cultural heritage and Indian knowledge systems play a very important role. Already, I think one session happened on multidisciplinary education, but again, from our scriptures, Bhartrihari was a very famous poet. He said that learning or pragya becomes wisdom or viveka when it is watered by fountain of various systems of knowledge. So if somebody knows one subject, it's not enough because it is going to be applied in the context of other domains or disciplines. So to make it happen as a wisdom or a vivek, it has to be watered by other disciplines as well. So celebration of Indian knowledge systems in terms of various things, very important aspects of NEP. I'll just skip it, Adhikam, Phal, etc. Then what are the courses available? Again, some beginning has happened on some online courses being available, and this is a link being given by iksindia.org. So this is a common page जिसमें they are giving all the links of IKS related courses available. As of now, major courses are from IIT Gandhinagar, what I have listed there, Chanakya University, Chinmay Vishwavidyapit, and Amruta Vishwavidyalaya. There could be others also, and you also could be developing your courses and putting up on that. So it's a website developed by Ministry of Education, and they are inviting universities or autonomous colleges to come up with IKS related courses in your discipline and make it available to, of course, if it is an online course, they are ready to list it there. So I have not given the whole courses and so on, but I think that you can do it. This one also I will not go too much in details, but all of us are aware that India has a very, very, very long tradition of knowledge. So we had right from elementary education to higher education, the whole infrastructure and system of learning existed, and Takshashila is very famous in that. And whatever information we have, where around 10,500 students studying more than 60 different subjects, and about 60% of the students came from abroad. So something which we feel that is today impossible. From anywhere in the world wanting to learn something great, they have to come to Bharat, because Bharat has a lot of knowledge. And Takshashila, though famous, was not alone. There was again Nalanda, Vikramshila, Kashi, but these are again very famous. But there are so many other places, including this Odantapuri in Bihar or Nagarjun Kunda, Sharadapet in Kashmir, Kanchipuram in Tamil Nadu, and so on. Now new and new excavations are showing us new sites, and this is available again in the link of AICT. And there is a very interesting study by Dharmpal ji, and he has done a study based on the British records. So when British colonized India, they appointed various commissions, and they had three major states, so Bombay, Kolkata, and Madras, and they instituted three studies on the present state of education in these provinces, and those gave very interesting results, which show that literacy levels were very high, and all these results were presented to British Parliament. Unfortunately, not available in India, but they are there in the British Parliament record. And people sitting in British Parliament were extremely surprised that we have colonized the country, but their education levels are much higher than in England. And that's where they decided that we need to change the education system in India. They asked all the Gurukuls to close. There were more than 1 lakh Gurukuls, which Britishers have documented. Perhaps actual number could be even more. So they said that every village has at least one Gurukul. All education is free of cost. And Britishers decided to close all Gurukuls. They started new schools only in the district level. Naturally, most of the people couldn't afford new schools with high fees. And that's where I think whatever lack of education which we find, this is about 250 years ago, but that's a root cause. Otherwise, some people keep on blaming our traditional knowledge for that or our systems for that. So again, there is some interesting documentation there. So they have given list of number of students from each caste. There used to be no classification like SC, ST and so on. They have specifically given caste name and number of students. Again, we find that across the castes, we have students learning from all castes there. We also find that large number of girl students being there. So not exact equality, it's not exactly 50%, but around 30 to 40% girl students, which they have documented. Caste-wise, it's almost same proportion as there in the actual castes in those areas, even religion-wise. So we find that there was extensive availability of education in pre-British times. One more thing we should remember, that this is after being occupied by foreigners for about 500 years, because we were already in foreign rule for a very long time. So most of our higher education was completely destroyed. But elementary education and middle level education was retained. So I think that's a very important aspect. So if anybody has a question in mind, why should we learn about Indian knowledge system? Ye to sab ancient ho gaya. I mean, new knowledge is perhaps more important. I'm not saying new knowledge is not important, but the very fact that we had such a robust education system in those times, which shows that there is something to learn from and implement, because that matches with our culture. If that gets implemented, education can perhaps spread and reach much, much faster. One more aspect to it, that whichever nations which have strengthened their existing system have actually come up very fast. So best examples are European nations or Japan or China and so on. And world doesn't recognize it, which is obvious. If we ourselves don't learn or recognize, why should outsiders recognize it? But world recognizes it after it becomes success. I would give example of Japanese management techniques, because I am from management discipline. So nobody until 1980s heard anything about Japanese techniques. Everything was American technique. Those of who learn or teach commerce or management, all aspects are essentially American. Only post 80s, after Toyota becomes successful, or after Japanese automakers we could beat American automakers, they started worrying as to what they have. They must have something great. That's why they have been able to success or beat us, compete us, whatever. So whether there are so many Japanese techniques today being used in the management philosophy. So my point is, world only recognizes or remembers those who have succeeded. as India becomes a success story, last 7-8 years, India is shining and it's going ahead in most of the indices. Definitely down the line, next 10-15 years, world over, there is going to be increasing attraction towards learning Indian concepts. There also, as a teachers, it's very important for us that we learn that and we are able to present it, make it ready for the world. So NEP also talks about internationalization, etc. It's not necessary that people will only come here to come, in a sense, not physically, they may also join online. But the point is, they may register for our courses not necessarily on modern subjects. In fact, most likely on the ancient subjects. If we can link our ancient knowledge to the current aspects, because ultimately it should be useful. I'm not saying what is there in the past should be taken as it is, because context has changed, technology has changed. That's our role as teachers or experts कि चलो उसमें 10,000 years ago ये लिखा है, what principles from that, because principles won't change, techniques may change, what principles I can apply in the modern times. So we all know the example of Yoga Day. So when this was proposed as 21st of June, I think that is a world record, that almost all the countries of the world gave for it. In the first time itself, it was presented, accepted, and yoga is performed all over the world. So people are looking for courses from yoga from India. Same way people will look for courses from Arthashastra, courses from political science, courses even from sciences, especially if we can give ancient Indian sciences and so on. So I think even from the possibility of marketability, because that's very important, कि course chalega ki nahi, popular hoga ki nahi. Even from that context, I think learning and being able to put that Indian knowledge system is very important. There are many things, but I'm just skipping it. Yeah, I have already discussed it, but these are some details of those surveys done by Britishers, which give information about Gurukuls or education system in those times. But in the interest of time, I'm just going ahead. Similarly, in the sciences also, there are many aspects which are really interesting. So you might have read that when Swami Vivekananda ji went to USA, he was invited by leading universities in US. Because again, there are many concepts which have come from Indian knowledge systems. For example, prior to 1900 or so, when Swamiji visited in 1890, Western world felt that mass can never be converted into energy. Neither energy can be converted into mass. These were the basic rules of physics. But our knowledge system definitely says that Shakti ka rupantaran ho sakta hai. So mass can be converted into energy and vice versa, which people in those days in West, even the scientists were not at all willing to assume that it is possible, because it looks impossible. Later on, we know that lot of research into atomic energy is essentially conversion of mass into energy. Our Shastras go one step further. They say energy can be converted into mass. In fact, whatever we see around as Vishwa is a conversion of energy into mass. So vice versa conversion is possible. Continuous flow of energy is possible. So there are a lot of things as a concept. Again, don't assume that everything what we have today would be there in those days, because times and technology will change. We have to accept that. But concepts and principles won't change, which we'll have to cull out or learn from those Shastras. There are some more examples in that. So Shashi Tharoor has a very interesting quote here, that India invented modern numerals, then Arabs learned from it, and then that went to Europe. That's why Europeans call it Arabic numerals, what are used today, but they are essentially from India. And it was India who first conceived zero or shunya, but there is a very good course from IIT which it says beyond shunya. कई लोगों को शून्य तो पढ़ा होता है और लगता है कि शून्य is the only thing India invented. but there are so many things invented from India, especially that particular course is in mathematics, that so many concepts have essentially come from Indian systems. Some examples are given here, including the Shulba Sutras and so, but I'll just go ahead. So more and more examples can be given, but I think very important role here, because this is not going to come from outside, neither some consultants or even government can give. Government can facilitate, can give maybe some research projects, or will say that such courses should come out. Actual course निकालने का, बनाने का और उसको popularize करने का भी काम हमारा ही है. So that as teachers, I think that role of implementation is very important. And a few examples I'll give in IIT, because I am from a management and particularly finance discipline. So for last about 8 to 10 years, we are doing course on Indian financial system. Prior to that, being a chartered accountant, I never heard of anything Indian in economics or in finance. But when I started reading or researching, we understand there are so many things. Now, of course, in many lectures, you might have read that we had about 33% share in GDP in 1000, in 00, 29% in 1000 AD. This is an outcome of a research by Angus Madison, who was a famous economist. So I'm just telling you a name ki ye batane ke liye ki this is not some Indians trying to be proud and say hamare paas sab kuch tha. Westerners themselves have documented. They have also given that we are documenting it on a lower side, because they are unable to believe that other than whites can have such a prosperity. If we look at our scriptures, we have records of much more prosperity. So even from a very conservative estimate, there is so much of prosperity in India. If there is a prosperity, there has to be some principle behind it. जैसे कि अगर मंदिर है, अगर एक इंजीनियरिंग वंडर है, जैसे we know that after the flood this Kedarnath mandir survived, and it is surviving for 1000 years. So many floods and earthquakes. So this is an engineering wonder. Same way, having a successful economy for 2000 years, perhaps 1 lakh years, but documented 2000 itself is a wonder in economics or in management terms. So if something exists, there has to be a backing for it. That those principles or those fundas we have somehow not understood, we have never given time for it, they need to be dwelled upon. उसमें से बहुत सारे aspects आजकल especially management में people have started talking about also. थोड़ा सा on a lighter note, I think आप लोगों ने 3 Idiots देखा होगा. एकदम शुरू में ही एक सीन आता है. Some professor throws out one अंडा फेंकते हैं. So who was the prof? याद है किसको? हाँ, Viru Sahasrabuddhe, famously known as virus. What he does, if you remember, वो एक अंडा फेंकते हैं और बोलते हैं कि अगर आपको आगे जाना है, लाइफ में सक्सेस होना है, दूसरे को कुचल कर ही आप आगे जा सकते हो. Though he is an Indian professor, what he is telling is essentially a Western concept of management. That to be succeed, for being successful, you have to pull other person's leg, then only you can go ahead. So it's essentially a competition-based model. Indian model क्या है? Indian model is a cooperation-based model. That if you have to survive, you have to take everybody together. Because you can be successful individually. लोग ज्यादा टाइम आपको आगे नहीं रहने देंगे. दूसरे को कुचल कर आप आगे गए हैं, आपको भी पीछे खींचकर कोई डेफिनेटली आने वाला है. So for a sustainable success, you need a cooperation. So now in management discussions for last 10-20 years, everybody talks about teamwork. Everybody talks about being with each other. ये Indian model है. They don't always acknowledge it, but actually it's an Indian model. Western model is that what virus showed. That दूसरे को कुचल के everything to be competition based. Survivor of the fittest. जो fit नहीं है उसको मरने दो. To be in harsh terms. But nowadays world is slowly on their own saying that this is not sustainable. We know that this G23 talks about sustainability, Vasudhaiva Kutumbakam, जो हमारे में naturally आता है, because we know that to achieve something is not that difficult, but to retain it, to have it in a sustainable manner is difficult. So right from the beginning, वो सोचना चाहिए. I say there are many things I can go on and on, but what again I'm just trying to say कि ऐसे examples दे सकते हैं, but these principles are very important. They are not been documented. They are not researched. Perhaps they are not in the subjects which you might be teaching, especially in commerce or management. We still learn and teach the Western motivation models and so on. One of my students has done a PhD on Karma Yoga. Karma Yoga as a management motivational model. Why should we read Maslow's need hierarchy? Why should we learn Western models? Doesn't mean you don't learn, you should learn, but you should also know that they have limitations because they are essentially success-based model. That you put effort, you succeed, you get reward. You are happy, you will put still better, you will get better reward. And जो successful नहीं है वो क्या करेगा? Survival of the fittest rule से उसको throw out करो, निकाल डालो, उसका जो होना है होने दो. But in reality that doesn't happen. Most of the people say 70% of the people in organization won't be successful, but they would remain in the organization. उनको reward नहीं मिल रहा है. Because successful लोगों को reward मिल रहा है, they are going ahead. उनको reward नहीं मिल रहा है, वो क्या करेंगे? वो उनका टांग खींचेंगे. वो दूसरे को सक्सेस नहीं होने देंगे. हर एक को वो एक्सपीरियंस आता होगा. Because they can't be thrown out. Whereas our Karma Yoga model of management क्या बोलता है? कि do the work for the sake of satisfaction. So rewards will follow. Karma fal follow होगा. But you don't have a view on karma fal while you put the effort. So even if you are not successful, you are not disillusioned. You know that the Western world has so many mental diseases. 80% people are affected by mental diseases in developed countries. So that is because of this competition-based model. Whereas our model is not that 100%, but at least to some extent at our heart is a let everybody survive, let everybody succeed. उसको ही हम लोग अच्छा document करेंगे as a Karma Yoga model of management, which we little bit we started. I'm just again giving example. ऐसे बहुत सारे learnings हैं which we use in our day-to-day life. Perhaps we know them, but they are not academically documented. उसको बहुत काम करने की जरूरत है. That's where this implementation would need research. So those who can do deep study perhaps can do detailed research. Some of you may just read that research and convert it into a product so that it can reach out to many. So बहुत सारे roles है उसमें. Not that everybody, some can do research, somebody can just take that research and take to more students or write textbooks on that or include it in our existing textbooks as important concept. So all roles exist. It's a new area. Actually, it's a very ancient area, but for us in academic, it's a new area. So scope भी बहुत है. Efforts करने पड़ेंगे, but उसके scope और rewards भी बहुत सारे हैं. With this, I'll stop. Namaste. धन्यवाद.
There are questions.
The forum is open for the questions.
Chat box also there are questions.
So there is one question from Dr. Amita Valmiki. Indian epistemology and metaphysics, but our country is multicultural, multi-religious and multiracial communities. Therefore, what does Indian traditional knowledge system mean? Can you throw out like that?
Yeah, very interesting question. Again, this is a Western mindset that one country means one language. Typical European mindset. Germany means जो लोग German बोलते हैं उनका ही देश. England means those who talk in English. Whereas in Bharat, right from ancient days, there was no such things. We believe that after, say, from one district to another, language will change. One state to another, so definitely it will change. So, despite being different languages, we can stay together. That's what our culture essentially tells. Racial वगैरह तो I think भारत में कभी issue था ही नहीं. Again, it's a Western problem of multi-racial and all. We are essentially all of same race and same culture, but that culture allows diversity. It allows different languages. You might have heard the shloka, Vade Vade Jayate Tattva Bodha. So what it says is कि तीर्थे तीर्थे ब्रह्म वृंदा. So even if you are well learned, आप जगह जगह पे जाएंगे, वहां वहां पे ब्रह्म वृंद है, वहां वहां पे विद्वान लोग हैं, उनमें डिस्कशन होगा, वो आप सुनिए और वो लर्न कर से यू विल नॉलेज वुड बिकम स्ट्रॉन्गर और इट वुड बी बेटर रियलाइज्ड फॉर यू. एंड दैट इज व्हाई एकम सत विप्र बहुधा वदंती, ये हमारा बेस है कि सत्य एक ही है किंतु उसके एक्सप्रेशन फॉर्म्स डिफरेंट है. So to respond to our question, what is Indian? Everything is Indian, and that's the beauty of being भारतीय. कि सबको हम भारतीय मानने को तैयार है, सबको रिस्पेक्ट करने को तैयार है और सबके मूल सत्य एक है और वो कौन सा है वही हमें ढूंढना है. So I think no such problem will arise. Everybody, किसको ये भी लग सकता है कि नहीं ये सब एक नहीं है, मेरा अलग है, मेरी भाषा में कुछ अलग है, कोई प्रॉब्लम नहीं है. Whatever is in your language you learn. वही तो हम चाह रहे हैं कि so much knowledge exists in all languages or in all geographies that needs to be taken out and linked it to the modern times. Thank you.
Any more questions?
Okay, I hope you read. This will be shared with you because we have gone really very fast. आपको पढ़ना पड़ेगा और क्वेश्चन करने के लिए, please.
Basically, we would like to know how to integrate in our existing, say, curriculum or one except commerce both example or economics, उसको छोड़ के.
Okay, ये छोड़ के क्योंकि मैं उसका ही एग्जांपल दूंगा.
क्योंकि वो तो सब जगह है ना.
See, there are two views from it on it. एक जो पुराना व्यू था थोड़ा सा 5-10 years ago तक कि इंडियन नॉलेज सिस्टम करके कुछ अलग पढ़ा दो कि दिस इज देयर इन एंशिएंट इंडिया, बट एनईपी बोलती है कि ऐसा मत करिए बिकॉज एवरी सब्जेक्ट में देयर इज समथिंग टू लर्न. अगर कॉमर्स नहीं देना है तो परहैप्स मुझे मैथमेटिक्स का एग्जांपल देना पड़ेगा कि देयर आर सो मेनी थिंग्स व्हिच वन वाज डिवाइस्ड बाय आवर एंसेस्टर्स. ठीक है, एक चैप्टर वो हो सकता है कि इवन फ्रॉम एंशिएंट डेज भारत में ये मैथमेटिक्स पढ़ाया जाता था, मच बिफोर वेस्टर्नर्स न्यू इट, वी न्यू इट. बट चलो वो एक हमको अभिमान आया, प्राइड आया, ठीक है. अभी वर्ल्ड क्या बोलेगा, चले आपने पहले सिखाया, अच्छी बात है. अभी तो वेस्टर्न वर्ल्ड को भी मालूम है, सबको मालूम है. सो व्हाट्स ग्रेट इन इट बियॉन्ड वन चैप्टर. सो आई थिंक वी डोंट हैव टू स्टॉप एट दैट. What are today's problems? Can those problems be solved from the ancient knowledge? Definitely it is challenging, easier for me to say from here. So that तो हर एक respective discipline के लोगों को ही सोचना पड़ेगा. But to give say a tiny steps, I think please go through your textbook, find out करिए. लिखा होगा कि father of economics कौन है. Again, I am coming back to economics, but we know that 5,000 years before that, अर्थशास्त्र चाणक्य ने लिखा है. चाणक्य खुद नहीं बोलते कि मैंने लिखा है. चाणक्य बैक रेफरेंसेस देते हैं, like a good research paper. If you read it, Chanakya gives more than 100 references and says that I have learned from all these people. So knowledge must be there at least 25 years ago. So फिर ये फादर कहां से आ गए? चाणक्य खुद भी फादर नहीं है क्योंकि फादर का कंसेप्ट इंडियन नॉलेज में नहीं है. हमारे भी बोलते हैं ये अपौरुषेय है. सो हमारे ऋषि ये नहीं बोलते कि दिस इज आई हैव रिटन, आई हैव जस्ट मे बी डॉक्यूमेंटेड व्हाट वाज देयर इन द पास्ट. एनीवे, सो फादर कोई भी हो, माय पॉइंट इज राइट फ्रॉम दैट वन इज जहां पे ओरिजिन लिखा होगा वो हमको जाके चेंज करना पड़ेगा. एज अ टीचर्स, बट मोर इम्पोर्टेंट देन दैट, आज के लिए उसमें से क्या यूजफुल है, क्या हम लोग ला सकते हैं, एंड दैट नीड्स टू बी लर्न, integrated and used in the current context, because that is something world will appreciate more and our students will also appreciate more. Again, as I gave you example of कर्म योगा, मैनेजमेंट में, इकोनॉमिक्स में, बाकी हर सब्जेक्ट में होगा. I am being from discipline, I am giving those examples. Thank you. हाँ, and one more implementation which is possible from your side is, इसमें मटेरियल क्रिएशन की बहुत आवश्यकता है. I being, as sir said, कि NPTEL courses IIT faculty can give, so I have 2 courses on that. But there are so many other things जिसमें आप लोग विकिपीडिया में लिखिए. You go to English Wikipedia, there are more than 1 crore pages. But go to Marathi Wikipedia, there are hardly 10,000 pages. मराठी विकिपीडिया में कौन लिखेगा? जो मराठी लोग हैं वही लिख सकता है. So Wikipedia is available in every Indian language. You know, students Wikipedia कॉपी करके ही प्रोजेक्ट्स बनाते हैं. तो विकिपीडिया में आप लोग लिखिए. इंग्लिश में लिख सकते हैं तो भी है, वेलकम है, बट आपके इंडियन लैंग्वेज में लिखेंगे तो उसकी बहुत ज्यादा आवश्यकता है. आपका ही कोई भी आपके सब्जेक्ट एरिया से 10 टॉपिक उठाइए, just give a 1000 words abstract on that and put it. इनफैक्ट हम IITB में धर्म विकी करके एक वेबसाइट है, वो इसका ट्रेनिंग भी देता है फ्री में कि हाउ टू राइट अ गुड पेज ऑन विकिपीडिया एंड पुट इट. सो यू कैन पुट इट ऑन ब्लॉग, यू कैन क्रिएट अ पॉडकास्ट, यू कैन क्रिएट अ वीडियो. सो मैंने जैसे पहले भी बोला था कि एक है रिसर्च which is the great, yes you must do, and there will be many more people required even to disseminate that research. So दोनों में आप लोग जरूर काम कर सकते हैं. धन्यवाद.
Sir, just to add what you said, one example from Department of Botany we are doing. Every year we are having exhibition on wild vegetables and Ganesh Patri, which are already documented, but students are not aware and what is their significance. So that is one activity that we are trying to connect the Indian traditional knowledge system with the current syllabus.
Excellent example, botany और हमारी प्राचीन जो पत्री और जो रेफरेंसेस है. या
सर मेरे 2 सवाल हैं सर कि बीए के एडमिशन कमेटी में भी मैं हूँ, और हमारे यहाँ मैं विल्सन कॉलेज से बिलोंग करती हूँ, डॉक्टर सत्यवती चौबे, और हमारे यहाँ ऐसा है कि 2 तरह की हिंदी होती है. जैसे एक बीए फर्स्ट ईयर में कंपलसरी हिंदी होती है जो सारे विद्यार्थी पढ़ते हैं, और एक होती है एंसिलियरी हिंदी, वैकल्पिक हिंदी, जो कि हिंदी लिटरेचर वाले स्टूडेंट पढ़ते हैं. तो हिंदी लिटरेचर वाले जो स्टूडेंट हैं वो सेकेंड ईयर और थर्ड ईयर तक उसको लेकर के जाते हैं. मेरे 2 तरह के सवाल हैं सर कि एक तो ये कि एडमिशन के लेवल पर कई बार ऐसा होता है कि मैं देख रही हूँ कि कंपलसरी का जो लेवल है उसमें हिंदी में विद्यार्थी कई बार आना चाहते हैं लेकिन मराठी में नहीं आना चाहते. कई बार हमें उनको पुश करना पड़ता है कि आप लीजिए, मतलब ये महाराष्ट्र की बात है, मुंबई की बात है, तो हम कंपलसरी लैंग्वेज को, चाहे वो मराठी हो या हिंदी हो, 2 ही हमारे यहाँ है, तो हम इसको कैसे NEP के थ्रू इम्प्लीमेंट करें, ये प्रश्न है.
वेरी गुड क्वेश्चन. नॉट जस्ट फॉर BA, क्योंकि मल्टीडिसिप्लिनरी एरा है, हम चाहते हैं कि साइंस के, कॉमर्स के स्टूडेंट भी लैंग्वेज पढ़े. आई थिंक द वे वी मार्केट इज वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट. व्हाई स्टूडेंट्स वांट टू लर्न फ्रेंच और जर्मनी जब those countries hardly have a population of 8 to 10 crore and high level of unemployment, especially for France, still students want to learn because वहां पे बहुत सारे 10 क्लासेस होंगे यहाँ बाहर घाटकोपर स्टेशन में जो उनको बताते रहते हैं कि you learn foreign languages and there are lot of job opportunities in that. That may or may not be true. I am not commenting on that. My point is those 10 class people do excellent marketing, whereas Hindi में can, I don't know whether this marketing happens कि भारत का ही population अगर 140 crore है, even if you assume that 110 crore people of that talk are good in Hindi, कितना market potential है उसका. So जो हिंदी जानता है उसको marketing में कितना scope है. In reality it's true. ये हिंदी for example sir engineering के example दे रहे थे, अगर कोई civil engineer है उसको हिंदी नहीं आती है, उसको प्रोजेक्ट एक्चुअल काम करना कितना डिफिकल्ट होगा. क्योंकि सारे मजदूरों को इंस्ट्रक्शन हिंदी में देना है। तो बट मुझे पता नहीं वेदर दैट इंजीनियरिंग कॉलेज कन्वेज इट टू द स्टूडेंट कि तुम हिंदी पढ़ो तभी तुम्हारे जॉब अपॉर्चुनिटीज बढ़ जाएंगे। मे बी कॉमर्स और साइंस स्टूडेंट्स को हमको बताना पड़ेगा कि कल तुम्हें मार्केटिंग का काम करना है, तुम्हें अगर हिंदी अच्छी आती है तो मार्केटिंग के अपॉर्चुनिटीज, बिकॉज वर्ल्ड गोज बाय मार्केट, opportunities exist though not because our workload we want to increase, तुम आओ, students are not going to accept that। और जैसे जैसे competitive environment में तो और difficult होगा compulsory करना। So I know my answer is too rude, but I think this is the way one has to market our subjects in today's time। I gave for Hindi but could be true for every subject कि उसकी practical utility क्या है बताएंगे तो ज्यादा से ज्यादा students उसमें जरूर attract हो जाएंगे।
एक और बात की जैसे जो स्टूडेंट्स कॉमर्स या साइंस से हैं तो क्या ऐसा एनईपी में ऐसा है कि कंपलसरी किया है कि उनको इंडियन लैंग्वेज पढ़ना ही होगा?
एनईपी में लार्जली कुछ कंपल्शन नहीं है, बहुत सारे प्रिंसिपल्स लेट डाउन किए हैं, देन इट इज नन इंस्टीट्यूशंस वुड हैव टू इम्प्लीमेंट इट एंड आई डोंट थिंक गवर्नमेंट बहुत कुछ कंपल्सरी करने के मूड में है। गवर्नमेंट बोलता है कि ये अच्छी चीजें हैं, यूजफुल है तो आप करिए, बट बिकॉज दे आर रियली यूजफुल दे वुड बी डिमांड इन मार्केट फॉर दैट। आई थिंक स्टूडेंट्स वुड टेक एंड institutions would also implement it।
Thank you for your answer, sir.
Welcome।
I think all of you also have to fill the feedback. We will listen. That is
Thank you very much. In a very simple and lucid language, you have connected Indian knowledge system with NEP on behalf of IQSC and management of Junjunwala College and all the participants, both offline and online. I'm really grateful to you for accepting our invitation and delivering this lecture. Thank you, sir.
With this session, we come to the end of day 1 of the national webinar on transforming higher educational institutions, aligning with national education policy. So we shall be meeting tomorrow for the offline session in the same hall, NPSS at 10 a.m. Whereas for online participants, the link would open at 10 a.m. for the next session tomorrow. So see you all tomorrow. Goodbye. I just request participants, online as well as offline participants, to fill the feedback form. Yeah, that is on the WhatsApp group.
Yes, release all.
So please do fill the feedback forms. Thank you, everyone. Dhanyavad.
Yeah, you're